Praises to your name. Oh yeah, we sing praises to your name. Oh yeah, for your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. We sing praises to you. Shalom, handsome young man. Oh, praises to the Most High. Hold on, let me make myself a little bigger. There you go. Where's my mic level at? Mic level, mic check. Mic's kind of low. I don't know why. It's gonna get louder later. Come on, turn up, Mike. What you doing, bro? Stop acting foolish, y'all. All right, hold on. Let me get it. All right, there you go. There you go. Kick in. Give me some volume. I know I'm gonna get loud tonight. Oh, it's gonna be a fun one tonight. Y'all gonna learn some things tonight. All right, hold on. Let me put it at 47 for now. If I get too loud later, y'all let me turn it down. I don't want to peak all crazy. Hold on. I think they got my video together tonight. Why stop me? I'm trying to move forward. This chair won't move. Yeah, it's not cutting my head off. All right, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know what they was doing. I think I just need to restart my computer. Hold on. Let me put my battle rag on. Hold on. Let me get this all tied together. Get my life together. Get yourself together. Yo, it's going to be crazy tonight. Who that over on Facebook? June Bug, shout out to Bug Juice over on Facebook. Love you, Bug Juice. Yo, Bug Juice gonna be crazy tonight. Yo, everybody, even if you don't live in America, this lesson for you, you're gonna learn something. I learned something about America that I didn't know. Oh yeah, I didn't know. These little serpents that run America is some slick dudes. These dudes actually knew what they actually know what they're doing. That part is a head blown emoji to me. I'm like, we just think these people are folios, right? These serpents that run, these serpents run all these kingdoms, right? All these countries and stuff. These are serpents that run it, right? So, like I said, right now, everything that's going on in the world is a battle for. Sorry, guys, I'm getting myself together. It's a battle for who gonna be the head of the serpent in this world, this new world order that's coming, this 2030 agenda, right? So all these countries, right, they're gonna be going to wars and all these people uprisings and all this stuff. So these major countries, these major principalities, they're fighting to see who's gonna be the head of the serpent. That's what y'all gotta understand, right? So it ain't about the drugs, it ain't about them caring about no people. They don't give a crap about people. They care about power and position and control. So they're bowing to see who's going to be the head of the serpent, the head, the new world order, these serpents, right? And the new digital currency and the new world system that's coming, it's 2030 agenda and stuff, right? So that's why it's going to be so many wars and rumors of wars. So whatever country you in, whatever principality you under, you better hope they know what they doing. You better hope they strong. Remember, I tell y'all, this world is a prison. It's a prison stage. It's a prison planet. You understand? It's not a peace planet no more. No, well, whatever it was since the Guardian. But now these people are battling for position. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get my life my life together. I almost got it. There we go. I think. Hold on, that one's too long. Let me pull that to the back. All right, I think that look okay. I'm trying to look all right, decent for the. All right, there we go. All right, let's go. Now, everybody, so this ain't about saying, my country is better than your country, and none of them are righteous. They all serpents, right? And the countries in Africa are what doing? Taking all the money, taking the resources from the people, starving the people. The country in Central America, Latin America, South America, Korea, they all over, China, their residents, they starve. Yo, but I found something out about America. Ooh, it's coming out. This gonna be a dope lesson tonight. I'm excited. If y'all can't tell already, because the stuff that I got coming out, it's gonna be fun. And then y'all go run, get your snacks right now. America is some bad, bad boys. Yeah. America ain't no joke. Nothing to play with. like the baddest dudes country on the planet. I didn't know. Now, for everybody in other countries, don't get offended. Just listen, because you're going to need to ascertain whether your country and the leaders of your country, whether they dictators, presidents, ministers, whatever they call them, admirals, I don't know what they call whatever run your country. You need to find out if they really about that life, if they really about their serpent life, because they got to protect their borders and their country, your citizens. Otherwise, you're going to be under another country. So all these countries, they're going out, and America is nothing to play with. Wow. Wait till y'all see. Y'all gonna see? We got, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. All right. Now, let me put my link for my brothers and sisters to join me in. Invite guests. I'm excited about tonight because I learned some stuff. Oh, we about to learn some things tonight. We going somewhere. The Lara Shah. This ain't even a rabbit hole. We going to the truth, revealing stuff. Oh, these people knew what they was doing when they was building America the way they built it. Oh, it's crazy work. You'll see. What? After this, that's young and be like, okay, I see what y'all was doing in America. I'm picking up what you was putting down. And we thought it was just chaos. It was actually controlled chaos and structure. Now, these serpents, they ain't doing it for our benefit. They doing it for their benefit, right? But remember, we're under these kingdoms and principalities, right? So, all right, now, and prophecy got to play out. All right, so comment. Where am I going? Hakyama's already in. Did I put the link in the chat? I don't know. I'm on one. Control V, enter. Now I put the link in the chat. All right, there we go. And let Hakyama, Shalom, Hakyama. All right, so now she can handle the brothers and sisters and let them in. All right, so sorry if I didn't get to see the chat yet. It is going down, down, down. Y'all hear me? All right, so now let me where am I gonna do first? All right, so I got, hold on, let me do this first. Let me grab this, come to this window, okay, and that's taking up 1 gig, but that's all right. I can open up another one. Let me do it over here. No, I already got that one over there for that one. I don't want to mess with that one because that's set for tonight. I'll just open another tab. I'll just close it later. I'll put it here, right? Let me put it here, right? And then I'll go to YouTube because I'm going to show y'all some things. I'm going to show y'all something. Oh, it's going down. This is going to be a great lesson tonight. So let me go to my history, right? Because I just found it while I was washing up. There you go. And I ain't even got to, I'm going to just play it straight from the YouTube. Oh, hold on. Make sure it's not too low, hopefully. It's not too low. It's okay. Everybody don't be having their volume on point like we do. All right. Now, so I got that set. I'm going to do that one. So let me come back to y'all. We got everything all set and ready, and we ready to go. Oh, Shalayam, now y'all Shalayam, daughter, yeah. Look at her getting big. Stop getting so big. I'm getting so big. Oh my goodness. All right, all right. Now,
Shalom.
Shalayam, daughter, yeah. We love you guys. All right, stop getting so big. Oh my goodness. All right. They grow up so fast. All right. All right. So now they that's her, guys. At the beginning of the way it started. This Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah!
Praise Yah! Thank you, Yah!
Praise Yah!
Yes! Shalom, handsome. So that was her throwing her hands up, little young, little. Now look at her, growing to a little young woman. All right, praise y'all. All right, so let's get started. So I'm gonna go share screen, bang, share. Do I want to take you on this little journey? Well, I might as well. Let me just show y'all what I put in, just so y'all know. All right, so go to click this, right, and share, right. All right, now let me make it bigger. Oh, it doesn't get too big. Oh, that's because I didn't make that. I didn't finish the fullness of it, right? So this, I'm just want to take you on a little journey. This is where I was starting with the thumbnail, right? So I'm like, okay. So as we going somewhere, think twice, everybody. China, this tonight's video, China and Russia talking about invading the United States. Everybody listen. So the title is China and Russia invade US? Question mark. This happens now. Proof USA is nothing to play with. No joke. You heard? Bad, bad boys on the block, right? So I was putting this together. So, okay, I need to have a China flag, right? That's over here, right? And then I need to have Russia flag over here, right? And I'm like, okay, I want the United States. I want, and I'm like, yeah, that don't, yeah. All right, I need my flags to be more prominent. So I went to this one. Yeah, right? A little better, right? I was like, okay, okay, okay. I can see the flags more prominent, right? I said, okay, okay. Ah, it's still, I don't know. It's a whole process. I need more, right? And at the same time, I'm working on this. I'm putting our lesson together and getting everything. I'm coming back. So then I go here. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe I don't like the wording. Let me take it off and see how I look. So I took the wording off. All right, I look all right, right? I'm like, but I don't know, it still misses something. So I go here. Yeah, because I'm like, the states, the United States. I'm like, well, maybe I need, you can't really see, it's kind of dark. So maybe I put the flag in the states. And so I put this. And I'm like, that's too, it's too much. It's too bright. It's clashing, right? I'm like, it's clashing. And I'm like, all right. So let me try to tone the flag down and bring it down some notches. All right. So I brought it down a notch, right? And I'm like, right? I'm taking you on the journey, right? I'm like, I'm looking, I'm like, right? This be hours I be doing this stuff. It's nothing to play with. This stuff is hard work. But anyway, let's continue. So then I'm like, let me bring it down some more, right? So I bring it down another notch, and it didn't change. It basically looked the same. I'm like, okay. So now I said, okay, I brought it down more. I said, okay, that looked better. You can see it under there. Then I'm like, all right, I'm working. I think, all right, maybe I'll stay with that. Then I said, no, let me continue. So then I changed it all. I said, all right, think twice. Let me try again. So I started over again, and I put think twice back, and I'm like, okay. So then I go to here. Now I put think twice with the flag under it. I said, yeah, now that's looking nice and starting to look crispy. I said, okay, okay. So I thought that was it. Later, I came back and I said, all right, let me make think twice. It's a little too big. Let me make it a little smaller, right? And take the flag from under. I said, okay, that's popping. So I said, all right, let me continue. So I said, let me try to make the other flags a little more 3D. That looked too crazy. And then I came to here. That's when I do my color correct and all of it. And I was like, ooh, nice and crispy, right? And I said, all right, but I still need, you can see the United States, but I need that flag back in there. So I started messing around and I came with this. And I put the flag back, and then I started to fade the flag and blend it and fade it. And I faded it around here, and I took it off from the edges. And I let it stay in Florida. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, it's kind of nice. So then I was like, all right, I need something else. I need something else. All right. So now I made it pop a little brighter. See, now I got it a little darker, the flag. I'm like, all right, I needed a little more prominent. So I made it even darker, saturated it. Woo! I was like, yeah, we going somewhere. And then I said, I need the orange dude, right? Because this is about China and Russia invading. After the orange dude invaded Venezuela, I'm like, I need the orange dude, all right? I need the orange dude. So I grabbed the orange dude. And I grabbed the orange dude with the gold and Bitcoin in his hand. And I said, by George, I think we got it. I think we got it. That's how the thumbnail came about. Sorry, I just did that to let people know we live and come on in. Tonight is China, Russia invades. All right? This is the thumbnail. All right. Now, let me let me go here, right? Let me stop sharing that. Now let me come up, bang. Let me put the full thumbnail and let's get this party started. Share screen, window. Just wanted to take y'all on a little ride. I probably won't do that no more, but I just need y'all to understand that how much work really goes into it. And this be hours. All right? Hours for everything that we do. Mosai says, show and teach. Teach. Here we go. Now, there it go. Oh, hold on. Let me make it bigger screen right there. All right? There you go. Think twice. You heard? They talking about, hold on. I can't see. Let me make it smaller. Oh, shoot. No, I can't make it smaller. I just made it bigger. Hold on. I'm getting there. Right? There we go. And then I just got to move it over because I can't see the chat. I need to be able to see the chat. So there we go. I made it back full screen. All right? This going to be a crazy lesson tonight. Y'all going to learn some things. I learned some things I didn't even know. All right, here we go. Think twice. All right. The title, China and Russia invade the USA. They need to think twice. You heard? Before they think they'll invade the USA. All right, let's get started. Everybody worldwide. The Bible warned us that the last days would not be quiet days. All right? Hold on, let me get to comments. There we go. All right? The Safariyah that they call the Bible told us that the last days would not be quiet. The Bible spoke and said that the last days would be loud, right? The headlines would be loud. The last days will be heavy with threats. The last days will be filled with wars and rumors of wars. Yeah. Let me get, all right, there we go. Let me go on and get loud now. The last days will be full with wars and rumors of wars. But the scriptures also warns us not to be deceived by fear or fantasy. Fear not, right? In your righteousness you'll be covered. Mark 13:7 says, when ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, be ye not troubled. For such things needs be to come to pass. Everybody listen. The Safariyah that they call the Bible warns us. It's a book of instructions. It tells us don't even be all scared, right? All right? Now, when ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, be ye not troubled, for such things needs be. See, tonight's teaching is not about celebrating violence. We do not worship weapons. We do not worship violence and unaliving and harming of the innocents. We do not glorify death. We believe in peace. But peace without understanding is foolishness. Peace without understanding is fragility, fragile. Peace without understanding is ultra perm. Ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. Tonight, we deal with the reality of what's happening in the world. Oh, we gonna show y'all a video. Wait till y'all find out what's really going down, right? Across social media, across global commentary, many are speaking casually about an invasion. Yeah, they're speaking out, these countries, and everybody's chattering about Russia invading America. Shout out to Brother Credell. Shout out to Yamala, right? About China invading America, about foreign powers taking over. But the scriptures tells us wisdom demands counting the cost. Everybody listen. The reason why on this thumbnail it says they need to think twice. Y'all gonna see, I didn't even know what I'm about to show about America tonight. I didn't really know this fullness. Yeah, they need to think twice. Russia, China, anybody. You need to think twice before you think about coming to invade this place. We going there. Now listen clearly. Because the Safariyah history, wisdom tells us demands to count the cost, right? Luke 14 says, what king going to make war against another king sitteth not down first and consulteth whether he be able? Everybody listen. Luke, what king going to war against another king? All right? Everybody listen. Whether he had to sit down and contemplate whether you be able to win that war, whether you be able to invade that country. This teaching is about that, exactly that. Because when you strip away the propaganda, you strip away the emotions, you strip away the political noise, what remains are numbers, facts, geography, logistics, and strategy. We're talking about wars and rumors of wars. Those realities matter more than emotion. Everybody, I didn't know this about America. Oh, this daughter of this mama of the head of the daughter of Babylon, this head of the serpent that's fighting for its place to be the head of the one world order serpent, because that's all that's going on. And all these countries are going to be wars and rumors of wars. Oh, America is a bad head of that's a bad boy. You're going to see everybody. What remains are the geography, the logistics, the strategy, the numbers. The United States maintains the largest defense budget in human history. Everybody, you're going to learn some head-blown stuff. I used to always trip out. Why do we spend so much money? They don't give no money to school teachers, but the defense budget, oh, they got billions and trillions for the defense budget. That's one thing America don't play with. They gonna make sure that their defense money is there. I don't care if they take money from everything else, but the money for, and I never really understood the fullness of it. Wait till y'all find out the fullness of it. It's brilliant. I'd never understood it. Boy, this serpent here is nothing to play with. This is a smart serpent over here. Remember, the scripture says, be wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. They not harmless, but they are definitely wise. This America serpent, all right? Now, everybody, they make sure America maintains the largest defense budget in human history of all countries, of all nations on the planet ever. And until today, the largest defense budget. Now, after I'm about to show y'all what we're going to show in these videos and stuff, I said, now that would make sense. Because wouldn't you put more into defending your house or your homestead or your wife or your children than you put in it? You need to, because if you got anything worth protecting, you need to put your money, you need to protect it. So it made sense. America operates a global military presence across oceans, across continents. They got aircraft carriers, floating air bases. They got submarines that patrols all the oceans all over the world, nuclear submarines that move silently in the marine kingdom beneath the waters, patrolling everybody's area. They got strategic bombers that remain airborne and ready, which they align themselves with other countries. I'm going to show you all over I didn't know why. And y'all tripping. People are foolishly that don't know military strategic. You tripping. That's why the orange dude said we taking Greenland right now. Y'all thinking they running, they want, well, it ain't just about mineral. It's about the money for the mammon and the oil and the resources, but it's the power and the control and the strategic advantage of not letting another adversary nation get that strategic, because these places become landing ports where they send their missiles off to other. Boy, it's going down. Tonight gonna be crazy. Everybody listen clearly. And if you're not from America, listen up. Because you need to find out what country you in and make sure that your leaders, make sure you know how protected your country is, because these wars and rumors of wars are going to ramp up. This is all prophecy. Now, America have strategic bombers that are ready and remain airborne ready all over the country, all over the world. At the center of it all is a doctrine that few civilians and these Democrats, these foolish people, and the foolish people we don't know, we're destroyed for a lack of knowledge. A doctrine that few civilians truly understand is America has something called a nuclear triad. It's a land-based, sea-based, and air-based three-leg structure, a trinity, a triune. A nuclear serpent trinity that America has built that it runs off. So that if one is struck, the others remain. A three-strand cord is strong, hardly broken. A nuclear trinity. Proverbs 21 says, the horse is prepared against the day of battle, but safety is of the Most High. See, preparation does not mean that you have to have a desire for war. It also means defense, deterrence. You understand? I'm a man of peace, but I also have to be prepared for war and rumors of wars. I have to be wise as the serpent and my harmless as a dove, but I will protect the women and children. I will protect my own till death. I'll protect the honor and righteousness of the Most High until I die. You understand? We're not called to be wussies and punks. We're going to have to stand at some time. Everybody listen. Deep within the interior of America, they built this thing crazy. Far from any beachfront or shoreline, they got hundreds of hardened nuclear ICBM silos. They're in Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado. They're buried beneath the Great Plains, thousands of miles from any beachfront. They designed it this way, said no enemy could neutralize all of the ICBM nuclear silos before we can retaliate. And once you add America's geography, the two Atlantic Pacific Ocean, the mountain ranges, the deserts, a continental interior that's logistically hostile to any invasion, oh, y'all about to see it. It's crazy work. This America, the way they built this place, is a reality that no empire has ever faced before. I thought Russia was the big bad wolf. I thought, China. Let me tell you, y'all know why they gathered together with BRICS and stuff? Because all of them, they got to posse up to even try to deal with America, to invade. Everybody, listen clearly. History has never encountered a nation built this way, a nation actually full of psychotic civilians too. Oh, it's gonna be a funny one tonight too. Y'all prepare. I'm walking it in. We let the people come live. Please give a like, because this need to reach. Because please give a like so people can know we live and come on in. I don't care. Y'all gonna like it. Just like the doggone video. I ain't trying to smash nothing. Just push the like button, please, everybody, so others can know it's going down. Right? It's gonna be really dope. You later you'll be like, I should have pushed the like button. Yes, push the like button. Everybody, listen. There is something that they built in this daughter of Babylon they call America. And the Most High knew this, right? This orange dude's gonna be the last president. Y'all see, when this 2 more years, this 4 years up, this new bull run for the crypto, they already gonna have their new stuff. They setting up for the 2030 agenda, right? Y'all gonna see. But this is where the tribe of the slave ships came and everything that was built. This is the daughter, the head of the serpent. All right, let me continue. Ecclesiastes says there is no discharge in that war. All right? What that was saying is you have to be wise before you go to war with who you're going with, because some places there is no discharge in that war, meaning there is no clean exit. Once you start conflict, you ain't getting out clean. This is why Russia thinks long and strong. This is why we ain't been invaded yet. This is why China calculates very carefully. This is why they are trying to posse up, because they need every nation on the world to posse up to come get America. Y'all gonna see. All right, my volume is low. Hold on. My volume is low. All right, because I don't know. All right, because let me turn it up some. All right, everybody, my volume, because when I don't want to, I'm going to yell later. All right, I probably got to stay kind of loud. All right, because I'm going to be going up and down. All right, let me know when it start peaking. All right, I don't want my volume low. I need my volume decent. See, right here, I'm talking kind of low. All right, so y'all let me know. Y'all can hear? Y'all can hear? Everything good? Everything good? All right, because I know I'm going to get loud, then I get kind of low. All right, so let me try to keep myself, not try to get too excited and loud. Now, this is why they're not invading, and they very, very, very wisely are thinking long and strong because they know it's chess. All right? All right. Not because America is righteous. None of these nations are righteous, guys. China, Russia, Africa, North Korea, South Korea, India, and none of these, they all serpents. All right? It's just how bad is your serpent? They're not thinking long because America is righteous. They're thinking long because they're smart enough to know that the cost is unthinkable. This teaching is not about propaganda, it's perspective. Because fear thrives in ignorance, right? And understanding is where you get your peace, all right? Scripture tells us not to panic, but it also tells us not to be naive, all right? Amos 3:6 says, shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be aware? Shall they not be alarmed? We are not here to spread fear. We are here to clarify reality so that when we hear rumors of war, we can measure the rumors against the facts. It says there will be wars and rumors of wars. You need to measure the rumors against the facts, all right? So that when nations posture up, we understand the deterrence. We don't be just blown away by doctrines of fear, right? Of news reporters and all this stuff. Understanding, diligently seek out the truth, wise as the serpent. So when the scripture speaks of wars, we recognize both the warning and the restraint while still holding ourselves together, keeping ourselves together, our feet 10 toes down. All right? We don't run in fear. We run in yara, respect and reverence. Fear not all that worry and stress. Your righteousness of the Most High, He will guard and instruct your path. Family, peace is not pretending that danger does not exist. Shalom, peace is seeing clearly and choosing how you move wisely and discernedly. Okay, and tonight we break it on down. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Woo! We going in. This going to be one tonight. All right, so where I'm going to go? Oh, let's go this first. This is a breaking news that just happened right now. Right, fresh off the presses. It's going to tie in. I went to wash up to get ready for this, and it's like, here you go. Here we go. So first clip is this one. Copyright disclaimers on effect. I'm going to take it right from the YouTube channel. I ain't having time to pull it in and do all my stuff, right? Grab it, bang. There it go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let me make this smaller. Come over here. We don't own rights to the video. We're just for reactionary purposes only. We're breaking down this news event, this breaking news event that just coming out today. All right, here we go. So I come back, stop share, bang, share screen. Here we go. Bang, share. Wars and rumors of wars. Everybody listen. Make it full screen. Copyright disclaimers.
No internet, no cell phones. All flights are grounded. Iran this morning is in a complete blackout as the Islamic Supreme Leader signals a crackdown on protesters. Joining us now with more on this ongoing crisis, national security analyst Armen Kordian. Armen, good morning, and thank you for being here.
Morning, Charlie.
You know, many
Now, everybody, y'all hear what they just said? Now, this is wars, rumors of wars, all right? Invasion of Venezuela. Russia and China and them went through the blockades and tried to take the oil tankers. Iran, everything is going to go chaotic. We are just starting this mess. All right? Now, what do they say?
All flights are grounded. Iran, no internet, no cell phones. All flights are grounded.
No internet, no cell phones, no connection. This is in their country, all right? All flights grounded.
Supreme Leader signals a crackdown on protesters. Joining us now with more on this ongoing
Because
crisis.
the people are protesting against their ayatollahs, their government, their president, whatever they call their presidents and stuff. Let's continue.
This national security analyst, Armin Kurdian. Armin, good morning, and thank you for being here.
Morning, Shally.
You know, many Iranians waking up, whether it's here, which we have a very large population who live here, and all around the world, very worried about what is happening. They have not been able to contact their family in the past 12 to 20 hours as this blackout is happening. What is happening within that country right now?
This is truly amazing what we're seeing right now. Despite the internet blackout, some information is still leaking out. We still see videos coming out. We've never seen this level of violence where it's just gone from "I want a better life" to death to the supreme leader, death to the president. I mean, this is really crazy what we're seeing.
So they're in the streets, all the Iranian citizens across all the neighborhoods, saying death to their president and all of it, protesting. Everybody listens, all right? Now, this is going to ramp up for other places. And you got Fulio sitting up here acting like the orange dude is shit. Man, the orange dude, they know what they're doing. These serpents are rising, each of these nations are rising for their position in this one world order. Who's going to be the head of the serpent? All right, let's continue. Iran protests escalate.
It's very dangerous, and the concern is right now for obviously the safety of a lot of the families. I understand it's terrible what's happening, but this is almost unprecedented. This level of uprising we're seeing throughout the entire country, not just in a few areas, including the most conservative areas like the religious city of Qom.
We talked to, at least I have spoken to some of the protesters there in the street, and the backing that they have gotten from the President of the United States has really given them energy. The President spoke yesterday. Take a listen to what he said.
So they played rough, and I said, if they do that, we're going to hit them very hard. Well, we're going to hit them hard. We're ready to do it. If they do that, we're going to hit them hard. And so far, for the most part, there's been some of it, but for the most part, they haven't. There have been people killed. Some of them, the crowds are so...
Now, the Iranian people on the ground is actually thankful. I know it's crazy work. I'm not bigging up the orange dude. I ain't bigging up none of it. I'm just reporting what's really happening. Now, understand, this was the orange dude going to ante up, kidnap that president from Venezuela, telling Greenland, if you don't act right, we coming to take Greenland. Now he over there remember in the other video, he told Colombia, yo, you don't act right, you next. We coming to get you for that. Now he telling the Iran, listen, you do it. And this is wars and rumors of wars, and all of this is going on. All right. If you think that America's supposed to be doing nothing right now, you're a fool, because every nation is doing something right now, whether you know it or not. All right? Now, he's told them, the people in the streets are actually glad, thankful that America is saying that they would try to help fight their president, their regime. All right? The people in the streets. All right? All right, let's continue.
Really given them energy. The President spoke yesterday. Take a listen to what he said.
All right, now you see the people in the streets too,
Talked to, at least I have spoken to some of the protesters there in the street, and the backing that they have gotten from the President.
All right, let's continue.
Yesterday.
We're going to hit them very hard. Well, we're going to hit them hard. We're ready to do it. If they do that, we're going to hit them hard. And so far, for the most part, there's been some of it, but for the most part, they haven't. There have been people killed. Some of them, the crowds are so big, that some of them have had really, like, were stomped on. Literally, it was terrible.
I mean, the videos coming out show something different than people being stumped on. I mean, there's videos showed of people shot and being killed right there on the streets. Many of them are children, Armin.
Yeah, dozens that we know about, let alone who we don't know about. The leadership in Iran, the religious leaders are saying, hey, you know, you got to stop, we're going to crush you. The president, the elected president, is saying, hey, please, don't protest anymore. Almost
Elected president
of Iran.
So the religious leaders are saying, stop to the people, we're going to crush you. The president telling them, stop, no more protesting, turned off the internet, turned off the cell phones. You understand?
Of Iran. And now with Trump's comments, very different than what we've seen in the past with American presidents when we've seen unrest in the country. He's very clearly saying, I will come and I will get you if you shoot the protesters. And this is something that they're worried about because they're concerned he just might do it.
Okay. They have shot the protesters.
So, Orange Dude is now we're not saying, I don't know why, right? They not Robin Hood. America, this is all, I need y'all, all right, let me try to explain it this way. Each nation state, principality, empires, right? Like you had the Roman Empire, the Greco-Roman Empire, ancient Kemet, right? Mitzrayim, Egypt got conquered by the Persians, and then the Persians got conquered by the Hellenes, and then the Hellenes got conquered by the Romans, and then right? So this is how history is, right? So each of these modern empires, they are battling for control of states. So I'm not saying that he's saying that he's telling these ayatollahs, these Iranian presidents and stuff, if you continue to unalive your people, we coming in and we going to war with y'all. That's what he's telling them. That's what he's been saying. I'm not saying he's doing it for a righteous reason, right? I think, because politically, I think you have to understand militarily how these countries work. They're trying to gain if they can gain Iran as an ally, if they could come in and help the population of Iran, which their government is starving them, just like Venezuela was, right? And the people of the country become thankful to America for stepping in and helping remove this president who was just starving them. Then that meant Iran can be a United States, what's the name? Part of the United States bag or whatever you call it. I can't think of the political words they call that, right? So that meant in that part of the world, we have another base that is closer to China and Russia, closer. So these countries are making allies, taking ally states so they can have positions to be able to launch for or to be closer, right? Yeah, make them part of NATO, a territory, thank you, a territory of the United States, so they can be closer to the adversaries, to their enemies, to the ops. Do you understand? And now what comes with it is, the money, the land, oils and stuff, resources, but it's more about positioning, control. Y'all have to understand. All right, let's continue.
So how likely is it that the United States will get involved? So how likely is
he just might do it.
Okay.
And this is something that they're worried about because they're concerned he just might do it. And this is very clear in the past with American presidents when we've seen unrest in the country. He's very clearly saying, I will come and I will get you if you shoot the protesters. And this is something that they're...
So the Orange Dude said, I'm coming to their presidents and I'm coming to get you if you shoot these protesters. And these countries are not, they believe the Orange Dude. That's what imagine if Kamala Harris was in there, right? He'd be laughing. She won't even go to the border in America, more or less, doing anything, right? So the Orange Dude just stepped his little cojones up to the point where they believe what he says. Do y'all understand? They know he ain't just talking hot air. The Orange Dude like, listen, we coming to get you. And they believe it, all right? Now, let's continue.
Worried about because they're concerned he just might do it.
Okay. They have shot the protesters. So how likely is it that the United States will get involved?
The president has shown a proclivity to carry through on his word most of the time, a lot more often than I think we've seen in the past. I would not be surprised to see him do it, because no, he'll never do that, but he might actually do it. Having said that, going to the middle of Tehran is a far different situation militarily and logistically than going into Caracas, Venezuela. And I'd like to also add, I don't think the president wants to do military strikes on, say, military bases, that kind of thing, because that just could create a lot of widows, a lot of orphans, or other, pain and discontent, which could actually backfire against the U.S. If he is serious about what he wants to do, then I'm sure he and his cabinet, his national security advisors, are thinking about how do we surgically, specifically take out the very top leadership without creating instability in the country and without creating a discontent against the United States.
The president mentioned in this interview yesterday, and we've heard him say it a few times, how brave the people of Iran are, and they're watching them very closely. We have seen many protests, Armin, over the past 40 years from the people of Iran, calling for regime change, calling for women life, freedom. What is different this time? Everybody says this is different this time.
Well, they can't buy food. Half of the country lives in poverty. The median age is going down. People don't live to a long life. Right?
They can't buy food. Sound like Venezuela, right? These countries be starving the people. Everybody. As much as we can dislike America, as much as you can dislike the orange dude and American government and all that, we're not really starving. I need y'all to understand that. We might struggle with some food, right? But we might have air conditioner, heat in our house, right? All of us got cell phones and internet and stuff, right? A lot of us got cars, right? We might be homeless but sleeping in a car, right? But we're not really starving. They in these other countries are starving the people. I'm talking about no food, where you die from hunger, where you're eating rodents and animals. And do you understand? But they'll complain about America, and it's like, bro, you have no idea actually how good you have it. While you sitting complaining, and these major countries be starving their citizens, China as well. China cuts off their internet and stuff. They don't have the freedom to just make a YouTube video and talk about stuff like that. They can't. All right, let's continue. It's about to get crazy in a second. This clip I just happened. This is brand new news stuff right here, right? All right, let's continue.
Right now, I don't even know what the correct exchange rate is between the dollar and the toman. It's tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands by some counts.
He said he can't even calculate the difference between the Iranian money and the toman. It's like tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands. So the money is worth nothing.
The dollar and the toman, it's half of the country lives in poverty. The median age is going down.
This time.
Well, they can't buy food. Half of the country lives in poverty. The median age is going down. People don't live to a long life. Right now, I don't even know what the correct exchange rate is between the dollar and the toman. It's tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands by some counts. The government says we're going to give every family $7 a month to help with groceries, and they can't buy food. They can't find jobs. That is what is, I think, most different right now. The
government says they're going to give everybody $7 a month to buy groceries. $7 a month.
Economic hardship that they're living under is so oppressive, so horrible, that I think most different right now is the economic hardship that they're living under is so oppressive, so horrible, that they feel at this point they may have nothing to lose.
And many of the videos that we've seen come out for the first time, really, in many of the protests that we see, they've been chanting the name of the exiled crown prince. The protests that have started in the past 2 days, and it's going to continue again. It'll probably start in about another hour, was a call to action from him asking the people of Iran to come out on the streets. That's what started the big protest yesterday, even though this started about 12, 13 days ago from the spark of the economy. Have we heard this, with his name being chanted before?
Yes, but not in these kinds of numbers. And as time goes on and the history of the Shah's reign disappears from the memories of those who are older as they pass on, and you have a newer, younger generation thinking about freedom, hearing says, hey, the Iranian people are great. You see more and more of that because those who lived under the Shah's regime and didn't like it, that generation is pretty much gone. And now you see these younger folks who are saying, okay, this guy sounds like makes a lot of sense. Don't know if he's going to come back and lead the country. I don't think that's necessarily in the cards. But as a voice of reason, as a voice of spirit, as a voice that enlightens those who are young and disenchanted with this regime, this is a little bit of a bigger dynamic than we have seen in the past.
Islamic regime saying that they're ready to talk to the U.S. if it's on respectable terms. They also said that they are ready for war. Given your expertise and all that you've been around over these years, do you think which way are we headed?
The president doesn't like to use military force, even though we've seen him actually do it. He understands that war and military conflict in that sense is not profitable in the long term for humanity.
Well, the Islamic government over there said they're ready to talk to America, but they're also ready for war. We heard wars and rumors of wars. That's a good question, Hakim. I'm not sure if that, when they said $7, if that means value of $7 in Iranian currency, or the transfer rate of $7, right, over there, because she said $1 converts to 50 pounds, right? So I don't know, but anyway, it don't sound like much either way, right? Probably ain't much anyway. They already starving the people. So, but let's continue. But that's a great point. All right, now they said they ready for war, right?
Is a president of peace. He met with Kim Jong-un in North.
President is not no president, no peace. That was a lie. Ain't none of these countries no countries of peace.
He is a president of peace.
All right, let me explain that. Child, I'm glad we got the orange dude in there instead of Sleepy Joe, especially Kamala, the cackling hyena. The devil's a lie. I'm glad we got the orange dude with some cojones, right? Ain't none of these countries no peace. The peace is, as long as you get down with our program, we can give you a level of peace, right? But then you know how this is all those talking points, right? Because I'm not playing no games with none of them. We're all serpents, you understand? But you better understand, in whatever country you live in, whether you live in a dictator or democracy, whatever this is, how strong is your government or your people or your president? Do he got cojones, or is it like, because this is a rumor to everything that's doing now. Again, they're battling for the head of this new world order that's coming, positions, all right? They're positioning themselves on the chessboard, all right? So this ain't a time for these foolish Democrats over here talking about, we need to impeach him. This ain't a time to stand down. This is not the time for no country to stand down. Do you understand? Because no kingdoms are standing down. They're all taking pieces off the chessboard. They taking rooks. Do you understand? They taking knights. They trying to get your queen. You understand? They trying to checkmate. They all playing chess. It ain't a stand down time. It's a stand up time. It's an action time. We about to show that that this China and Russia invading the U.S. I don't think that would be smart. There we go. We about to get in there now. This is closing up.
He met with Kim Jong-un in North Korea. He will meet with the Iranian leaders. He'll meet with everybody. He's a businessman. He's very transactional.
That I agree with. The orange dude will meet with all of them. He over there, he talking to Putin. He met with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean the gangster. These are all gangsters, right? Putin the gangster, Jim Wong Ling, the dude in North Korea, gangster. Shout out the orange dude is gangster. Sorry that y'all want to, I'm not political, but I'm a realist. I need a gangster in the office right now. I don't need a punk. I don't need a passive. I don't need a Sleepy Joe. I definitely don't need Kamala, the hot sauce queen, right? with her cackling, laughing self, right? We need a gangster because the presidents of these African countries are gangsters. The president of China, that dude, what's China dude's name? He gangster. They're all gangsters. So you need a gangster, have a gangster conversation. Diamond in the back. sunroof top, dig in the lean with the gangster lean, woo-hoo. You heard? I'm just making jokes, but it's not a game. This is a world that it's a prison planet, and right now it's all about the gangs in the prison planet trying to establish their authority in the prison yard. The world is the prison yard. They trying to establish their authority. Okay? Now, yeah, he go talk to Kim Jong. He talk to everybody. They got so much respect for America now, and he ain't scared of nothing. The orange dude got cojones. Shot. I'm sorry, not sorry. I would rather have him in there than any of these other fools in there, because it's a time now for a gangster. You need a gangster in there who ain't scared, and he say it too. He right there. He be like, he coming. We coming to get you, right? He like, we coming to knock on your door, fool. All right, let's continue. All right.
And if he can come up with a deal to that, Iran will basically back off and then perhaps, start to embrace democracy, which is very unlikely. It is going to be very hard because it is a fanatical regime. It is a religious theocracy.
All right, that's enough of them. All right, so now all right, so I wanted to show that because I need to get everybody to understand where all of the countries where we at on the world stage, so you don't let the media and these leftists and all these foolish people act like the president is he's a dictator and doing too much. He's trying to take this. He needs to be trying to take his pieces. They're playing chess. He needs to be trying to win the game, because if you don't, you lose. You understand? And none of you don't want to be under one of these regimes. Imagine us being under Iran, these ayatollahs, these people, even Maduro and Chavez and them starving the people, 1,000,000% inflation and stuff. And we said people complaining like we really got it bad. All right. Now, watch this. Now we getting into the mess. Here we go. This first clip was how America did the thing with what you call that place? What's it called? Venezuela, right? Some of y'all might have seen this, but this is going to lead us into the next clip. That's the fullness. China and Russia invading America. So copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is a really dope video of how America made that happen. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for reactionary purposes only. The next clip gonna be crazy. Let go.
In the dead of night that is 2 in the morning, the lights went out in Caracas. By 5 a.m., the president of Venezuela was gone. But how U.S. played a deception games. While the whole world were focused on the aircraft carriers in the Caribbean, a shadow war was being fought on the ground. This wasn't an invasion, it was a surgical extraction. We finally have the declassified timeline of how U.S. forces breached the heart of Caracas and extracted Nicolas Maduro. Let's start with step 1. The setup. This didn't happen overnight. For months, the U.S. had been tightening a naval quarantine around Venezuela. The U.S. Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group and the U.S. Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group were parked off the coast.
Now, y'all see this? I'm going to show y'all something, right? You see these barges, these battleship aircraft carriers? They have these things located strategically in places around the world. This is why they need, what's the name? This is why they need to have allies and to occupy these countries so they can put their stations there so that they can, if they need, they can, thank you for your donation, daughter of Yah, right? Thank you so much, Pincy Lola. I'm guessing that was Pincy Lola, right? That's why they need these things, right? Because all over the world, they have these things set up, all right? And they set up for strategic purpose, for wartime purposes. This is called, what do you call this? This is called preparing in advance, preparation, right? So they have these all around, but we're going there. So this is how they conducted this, they kidnapped that fool, they ante up, they did MOP against that president.
The pretext was clear. The U.S. designated the Venezuelan government a narco-terrorist state, specifically targeting the drugs lords, but while the Navy squeezed the coast, intelligence assets were tracking one man. They waited for a specific window, a moment where Maduro was stationary and vulnerable. Step 2. The strike. It began at exactly 2 in the morning Venezuelan Standard Time. High above, several F-35 stealth fighters punch a hole through the enemy lines, destabilizing their anti-air defenses. Like these Russian S-300 missiles located all over the strategic high-value target. With the skies clear, the path opens for Delta Force helicopters to...
Now, do y'all see? Everybody listen. The other video, we're going to get crazy. This is just the, just the teaser. The other one going to be nuts. Do y'all see? This is why we own Puerto Rico. Everybody listen. What I had to put together made me understand why we own these countries now. Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, why we need to do Greenland, why we own, right? Why we own Hawaii, why we own in the Pacific. We own these places because these are places, you see where they launched from? Puerto Rico, right? And then they got the U.S. Iwo Jima in the waters, right? Because Venezuela, they can launch from Puerto Rico, and we need these set up on key strategic places around the world. So if a country starts to get out of hand, everybody, it's strategic, it's warfare. If a country starts to act crazy, start to talk in that yap, remember, the world is a prison yard, right? Now, let's say some country way in, I don't know, so wherever, they start to run in their mouth, you like, all right, you better watch your mouth, because we can find you. You understand? We could pull up. We actually got what's the name right here. Oh, we could find you, right? So watch your mouth. And then we can also have, for our big threats, the big threats are China, Russia. So we need to have these positions closer to them, and they need to do the same. Everybody listen. They do the same thing. That's why the orange dude is saying we need to snatch Grenada now, Greenland, because China and Russia is trying to snatch it, and then they can have, it's like strategic positions where they can launch to us, you see, to launch stuff. All right, let's continue. So, as you see, look at how they made this go down.
2 in the morning Venezuelan Standard Time. High above, several F-35 stealth fighters punch a hole through the enemy lines, destabilizing their anti-air defenses.
So they put the F-35s came through to destabilize the Venezuela army defenses early in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, right? All right, now.
Like these Russian S-300 missiles located all over the strategic high-value target. With the skies clear, the path opens for Delta Force helicopters to...
So now the F-35 stop from them being able to pick up that we are in their airspace, and then they launch off from Puerto Rico and from the Iwo Jima.
Fly straight towards the mission. Here comes the deception as the helicopters flew. The jets started firing with more strikes as it hit Fort Tuna, the main military base and command center, and La Carlota Air Base, destabilizing Venezuelan air support. Reports from the ground describe widespread explosions and a sudden communications blackout. The chaos wasn't the goal, it was the cover. But how did the raid happen? We have to look at step 3. Under the cover of darkness and chaos, the Tier 1 operators went to work. But what is the exact unit tasked with the mission? It is the Delta Force, one of the most elite secretive special forces units in the US military. Witnesses in Caracas reported low-flying aircraft skimming the rooftops, flying well below radar coverage. The team breached a secure compound believed to be a safe house within the massive Fort Tuna complex. Resistance from the Venezuelan Presidential Guard was swift but ultimately futile, as the helicopter...
Now, this is how they did this strategically to go into this country and snatch the president. But guess what also they had? Everybody listen. They already had somebody in his office. They had the snitches. You understand? They had in his administration, they already had plans that can tell them and give them the info. Somebody in your own household. The enemy coming from those of your own household. Do you not understand that? All right? So this is everything. The same thing they trying to do to America. Do y'all not know that China was sending seeds to America? All right? China was sending these seeds. People were randomly getting mail with seeds in the mail of a plant. But if you plant that plant into the ground, it's a weed that is a weed of destruction. It is a weed that can almost not be stopped once it gets planted and grows, and it consumes water. It's a consumption weed. It consumes all water. Do you understand? And it sucks all the water and all that stuff. It is destruction. So these people are strategic. This ain't nothing to play with, right? But people are so foolish in thinking we're not under attack. China was doing it with the fentanyl and everything. They got a lot of different, and now America's doing stuff too. Trust me, ain't nobody innocent. I don't know what America's sending over to what's the name. But China was sending these seeds, packets, okay, in the mail. Thousands and thousands of America was reporting it. And then the American government said, do not plant those seeds in the ground. It will destroy our earth, destroy the food crops of our earth. You can't like stop the weed. All right? Let's continue.
Lay cover fire. The operators moved with surgical speed, landing on multiple points. But how exactly the capture and extraction happened? For this, let's look at step 4. Specialized helicopters hovered over the objective to insert the assault team. While dozens of attack helicopters laid down suppression fire, the Delta Special Forces descended and started the search for the high-value targets. How did they find him? Simple. The CIA had planted spy inside Nicolas Maduro's close circle. While back in the US, Delta Force built an exact replica of his safe house, rehearsing the raid until they could do it blindfolded.
So, the CIA had informants in his inner circle. Then, with the info from the informants, they built the exact duplicate of his kingdom, his palace. You see? This is warfare. Listen clearly.
Built an exact replica of his safe house, rehearsing the raid until they could do it blindfolded.
And they rehearse doing this raid until they can do it in the dark, blindfolded, so that they could be in and out. Do you understand? Infiltration, inside, blueprint. You understand? All of it, strategic.
While operators breached the room so fast, his security house rehearsing. While back in the US, Delta Force built an exact replica of his safe house, rehearsing the raid until they could do it blindfolded. While operators breached the room so fast, his security could not even react to the situation as the sound of flash grenades disoriented the security guard. Using blowtorch, they caught him before he could even lock all the doors. Maduro's shock and awe froze him as Delta Force reached the compound. Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were physically secured. This wasn't a negotiation. They were detained and immediately moved to the extraction point. These aircraft are capable of performing urban extractions from buildings and refueling in midair. Within minutes, they were airborne, leaving Venezuelan airspace and heading to a secure floating staging base in the Caribbean.
And heading to where? See, they got these things strategically placed. Go ahead. What did Blake say?
You want me to read it right now?
I don't know. You said you would ask me or something. Oh, you was gonna say something first? Go ahead. You say what
I was gonna ask you if you wanted to take a question now or later.
What, it has something to do with this or something?
It's a little off topic.
No, if it's not on this topic, no, I'll do it later.
Okay.
Just write it down. Who is it from?
It's from Blake.
Okay. What does it have to do with first of all? What's the topic?
The topic is Revelations has already happened.
Revelate what? The book of Revelation had happened already? That's the all right.
Yeah.
All right, we not we're not about to do that. All right. The book of Revelation, the prophecies, nothing, no all prophecies haven't been fulfilled. The book of Revelation says, until heaven and earth pass by. Has heaven and earth passed by? No. All right. All the prophecies have not been fulfilled. There are prophecies within prophecies. There are prophecies that happen, prophecies to come. Okay. So yeah, we ain't about to do no foolishness. All right. I don't know if he's asking in a righteous manner or just okay, good. All right. So thank you for letting me know. No, Blake, those all prophecies, I'll answer that. Stay in the live, right? And once we finish this, I'll read what you wrote, right? I think I remember him. Was he here before? Or this is a new person?
I think I've seen him probably one or twice other
Once
times.
or twice, right? That's what I thought. All right. Oh, he was saying people were saying that. Yeah, see, no, Blake, I think he's cool. He's not a troll. He's not a troll. I think he's been here before. Peace and blessings to you. Yeah, people are saying all type of stuff too, right? He said, yeah, no disrespect. I thought so. Blake is righteous. Yeah. King, no, don't believe these folios, right? Don't believe these. They make up all type of stuff, right? They be like, yeah, I thought Blake been here for a while. It's just I can't see I can only see they at. I can't see the regular name. But no, we got plenty. Most of the prophecies of Revelation haven't come to pass yet. Most of it. But there are things, but even some of the prophecies, guys, that came to pass still have another leg of it's still got more of it to be manifested. All right, to come to pass. But no. There's so much that hasn't come to pass yet. We are in the actual end times. The books are being opened. Things are being revealed. Things that the ancients of the prophets would long to see in those days. There's so much that got to come to pass. You got the day of Yah. You got the millennial reign. You got so much that got the wars, the rumors. You got all of these things that got to come and happen now. All right. So, all right, let's continue. All right. So all right, so here, because I'm
This Operation Southern Spear has changed the geopolitical map of
all right, let me go back a little. Right, so they whisked him
urban
up.
extractions from buildings and refueling in midair. Within minutes, they were airborne, leaving Venezuelan airspace and heading to a secure floating staging base in the Caribbean. This Operation Southern Spear has changed the geopolitical map of South America overnight. But wait, before after the extractions, there were reports of F-35 jets also leading the tip of the spear for the attack. We'll look how the United States used F-35 jets instead.
But so you see all of the there's some strategic stuff, right? So as they doing that, they
base
got
in the Caribbean. This Operation Southern Spear has changed the geopolitical map of South America overnight.
So what they did, this operation changed the geopolitical map of the Western Hemisphere overnight now. See, they're all taking these positions, all right? All of them are taking these positions. It's your stream, a couple I don't trust. Oh, okay. All right.
But wait, before after the extractions, there were reports of F-35 jets also leading the tip of the spear for the attack. We'll look how the United States used...
But Lola, some of these people we know that you don't know. Right? Some of them been here for a long time, but you might not have known them. You know what I mean? So that's why I was like, hold up, we know Blake, right? That's like somebody, if you came, let's say if you wasn't here for 2 months and you came back and somebody was like, she a troll, right? And we're like, no, we know her. So we understand that. I know you ain't trusting none of these, but there are people who've been coming in the ministry in and out, and we know we remember some of them, right? That's why I was like, hold up, I know Blake. That's not, he wouldn't be asking nothing crazy, right? But praise y'all. All right, so there's some. That's why I'm like, hold up, ain't that the Blake that been here before? Yeah. All right, so let's continue. All right, because I can't wait to get to this other part.
Southbound, leaving Venezuelan airspace and heading to a secure floating staging base in the Caribbean. This Operation Southern Spear has changed the geopolitical map of South America overnight. But wait, before after the extractions, there were reports of F-35 jets also leading the tip of the spear for the attack. We'll look how the United States used F-35 jets instead of F-16s for operations in Venezuela. Because this is a well-organized and militarized Venezuela has positioned advanced Russian S-300 missile systems, Chinese radar networks, integrated Russian air defenses, and Shahed drones.
So America used their F-35s because Venezuela got all this Russian and Chinese, everybody, infrastructure, right? Our enemies, right?
The United States used F-35 jets instead of X-16s for operations in Venezuela. Because this is a well-organized and militarized Venezuela has positioned advanced Russian S-300 missile systems, Chinese radar networks, integrated Russian air defenses, and Shahed drones along its borders.
And Iranian Shahed drones. Are y'all getting the picture now? I went to Wash Up to start this, and I got the clip of Iran right now in chaos, with the president saying, we're going to fight for the Iranian citizens. Everybody listen. Venezuela had the pact with America for the oil, richest oil on the planet Earth, making this deal with China and Russia and trying to cut America out of the picture, using USDT stable coins to hide the transactions, and about to use the digital currency yuan stable coin to completely remove the dollar out of the picture. Venezuela didn't want to honor their compact with America. America ain't nothing to play with. America ain't no punk, and America ain't gonna be punked. Everybody listen. So the orange dude, because he ain't no chump, he said, y'all think we don't know what's happening. Y'all think we don't know on January 1st, 2026, China released the yuan stable coin. So now all of the transactions, we won't never be able to track none of it because it won't be by the dollar and you cutting us out. So America went to Operation Resolve, absolute resolve. We're going to resolve this. We're going to kidnap this fool. So they use F-35s to get around China's stuff, to get around the Iran Shahed drones. So Venezuela was working with Iran, Russia, and China. Hello, y'all putting it together now, right? Everybody. This is control, dominance over the wealth of the oil, because the oil is the power supply that's used to run the AI, artificial intelligence, the nodes, the mining of the crypto and the money and the power, all of it. He snatched them up, and then he took the oil tankers, and said, put a blockade and said, ain't nobody getting this. We taking it now, and we taking Venezuela. Listen clearly, we taking Venezuela, and if you want some of this oil, then you're going to have to come and deal with us. It's ours now. They came in deboed. That's what this is. This is the prison yard, and they came in, and now he told Iran, he told Colombia, you was backdooring us with Russia too. You don't get straight, you next. They told Iran, you think you're going to do such, you next. They're not playing. So they're talking, people are talking about Russia and China invading. We going somewhere. This about to get crazy. This ain't nothing. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. This about to get nuts. All right, good. 10:30. Ain't even too long. All right, we ain't good. We only an hour in. All right, here we go. Now y'all getting a lot of the picture together.
Integrated Russian air defenses and Shahed drones along its borders. For operations in Venezuela, because this is a well-organized and militarized Venezuela has positioned advanced Russian S-300 missile systems, Chinese radar networks, integrated Russian air defenses, and Shahed drones along its borders. This creates a highly lethal and challenging environment that older S-16s would struggle to survive. As stated, around 150 aircrafts and a massive 8 U.S. destroyers were stationed there.
So America had 8 U.S. destroyers, and they used F-35s because the Russians would have been able to blow up the F-16s. This is why America spends so much on their defense budget, all right? For times like this. What did they say that? What's that saying? You rather be prepared than unprepared or something? I'd rather be over-prepared than under-prepared or something like that? Uh-huh.
Shahed drones along its borders. This creates a highly lethal and challenging environment that older S-16s would struggle to survive. As stated, around 150 aircrafts and a massive 8 U.S. destroyers were stationed there. It also has 3 amphibious aircraft carrier and surveillance plane to turn it into a massive command and control juggernaut.
3 amphibious? All right, we're going to go there.
Capable of overcoming a modern military's air defenses, signals a readiness to counter Venezuela's entire air defense network if necessary. But why Venezuela Air Force failed to intercept? As of 2025, Venezuela's fighter jet fleet consists mainly of approximately 21 Sukhoi Su-30 multirole fighters delivered by Russia between 2006 and 2008.
All right, y'all see it. Venezuela, delivered by Russia. All right? Now y'all having more understanding of what's really going on.
Capable of overcoming a modern military's air defenses, signals a readiness to counter Venezuela's entire air defense network if necessary. But why Venezuela Air Force failed to intercept? As of 2025, Venezuela's fighter jet fleet consists mainly of approximately 21 Sukhoi Su-30 multirole fighters delivered by Russia between 2006 and 2008, which now form the backbone of their combat air power. Additionally, they maintain about 5 operational S-16 Fighting Falcons from an older batch, including 3 single-seat S-16As and 2 two-seat S-16Vs. These S-16s are aging and suffer from limited maintenance and part support due to U.S. sanctions, although they have been supplemented with Israeli upgrades.
All right, that's the one I was looking for. You stay ready, you don't have to get ready. That's the one I was looking for, Hayazak. Stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
Venezuela acquired its F-16 jets from the United States through a foreign military sales agreement called Peace Delta in May 1982.
Now, Venezuela had, that's why I said, they had contracts with America. They just be reneging. You understand? They just, yeah, stay ready so you don't have to get ready, right? They just be reneging, right? What have you done for me lately? Like all these other countries, like America would do. Right? Because they all bullies on the yard. Gosh, they all, it's a prison planet. So you can have a contract with them, but if you don't continually reinforce it and show muscle, they'll take it. All right?
16 jets from the United States through a foreign military sales agreement called Peace Delta in May 1982.
So they got 16 jets from the United States in 82.
During a period of good diplomatic and military relations. They were the first Latin American country to receive the S-16, with deliveries occurring between 1983 and 1985. The reason the U.S. does not use F-16s in current operations is because these jets lack the stealth capabilities necessary to evade the S-300 and other integrated defenses. The advanced S-300V or anti-2500 systems, supported by dense Chinese and Russian radar, can easily detect and target older aircraft at long ranges. Sending F-16s into such an environment would result in high attrition risks as they are vulnerable to radar detection and missile engagement. Not to forget the Russian Buk air defense system that can take out an S-16 with ease. These are cheap R-15 or 24 Buk systems are already active and mobile all over the country. Additionally,
look, they got these all, Russia got these things strategically placed all over it. That'll take out the F-16, no problem. So America got what? We got the F-35. You know how you have a car, and like I got the S-550? America said, I got the Brabus, the Brabus, what's that? 55, the F-55 with the V12 engine, right? That's why y'all gonna see this next clip gonna be crazy. That's why America keeps upping their what's the name? Their defense budget. And I used to wonder, why do we spend so much money? All they spend the money on is defense budget. because they playing, they like, we need to stay ready. We ain't got to get ready. So when it go down, we already advanced. We got stuff that they ain't even they don't even know about. You understand? That keeps them off your butt. You understand? That it keeps them shook and scared and having to double up and pass up. It keeps them, what you call when you hesitate. All I need is a person to hesitate. Because I'm quick, my reactions, right? And I can sense when I got an adversary, right? I'm a fighter and I can sense, I can get a jump on you. I get a jump to the point where I can even get away. I'm not saying that I have to get a jump where I can snuff you or shoot you or do something first. Sometimes I could get the jump to be able, all I need is you a hesitant and I can get away, right? If I can't get a win to escape so I could come back. I've lived that my whole life. That's how I survived, right? Very sharp in my discernment, right? All I need is enough of distraction, enough for you to hesitate. Just 1 second, and I'm out of there. Either I'm going to get you on the jump, I'm going to be out of there. As soon as you turn around, wait, yeah, I'm gone. And now you screwed, because now I know you were you had the jump on me, but you missed it. You missed your window. So if you stay ready, you stay sharp. All right, let's continue.
F-16s are less effective in contested airspace saturated with drones, especially the Iranian Shahed drones used by Venezuela for reconnaissance and kamikaze strikes. The F-35, however, offers crucial advantages. Its stealth design enables it to fly undetected or with much lower risk, making it effective against advanced surface-to-air missiles and networked radar systems. Its sensor fusion, electronic warfare, and data link capabilities allow it to simultaneously suppress and target mobile and fixed air defense positions, adapting rapidly to counter Russian and Chinese radar configurations.
Yeah, I'm always about defense more than offense. Yep, because a good defense is the best offense. Now, you know that if they know what he's breaking down about the F-35, let me tell you, I already know. You know, if this info is out about the F-35, you know they got the F-55. You know they probably on the F-95, right? They probably on the G-99. America don't play. Yeah, they invented the overkill. America's not nothing. Wait till this next clip. I want to hurry up and get through with this because this next clip is crazy. All right, let's continue.
While the aircrafts took out the anti-air defenses Venezuelan military as a whole, this allowed the CIA and special forces to advance towards its target. The overwhelming presence of advanced Russian, Chinese, Iranian, and indigenous air defense and drone systems on the Venezuelan border means that the stealth fighter jets, or the first wave of attack, provide both the survivability and strike capability required for such operations. But how do they rotate clockwise? Well, the distance from Puerto Rico to Venezuela is about 1,300 kilometers. This is roughly 810 miles, which translates to around 1.5 hours of flight time for an F-35 flying at high subsonic speeds. These jets rotated clockwise as its combat radius is approximately 770 miles.
You see why we got Puerto Rico? You see why they pick strategic places to make allies or to make become a territory, United States territory? That's why he's like, we taking Greenland. Are y'all getting it? You're seeing it now, right?
Meaning it can reach most of Venezuela from Puerto Rico with careful fuel management and limited loitering. To extend mission time and reach deeper inland.
It's important because these are what? China and Russia's allies, strongholds, right? All right.
Air-to-air refueling tankers deployed strategically to Venezuela from Puerto Rico with careful fuel management and limited loitering. F-35 flying at kilometers. This is roughly 810 miles, which translates to around 1.5 hours of flight time for an F-35 flying at high subsonic speeds. These jets rotated clockwise as its combat radius is approximately 770 miles, meaning it can reach most of Venezuela from Puerto Rico with careful fuel management and limited loitering. To extend mission time and reach deeper inland, air-to-air refueling tankers deployed strategically in the Caribbean region support these operations.
And in the Caribbean Sea, they got the places that got, all right.
In situations requiring strikes within minutes, U.S. amphibious assault ships equipped with F-35Bs can launch jets rapidly. From such ships positioned in the Caribbean, F-35Bs can reach Venezuelan targets within roughly 15 to 10 minutes, depending on speed and route. Targets typically include narco-traffickers' networks, air defense installations, command centers, and drone facilities, enabling flexible sea-based strike options against both Venezuelan military and criminal infrastructure. In essence, the F-35 deployment by the U.S. near Venezuela redefines military capabilities in the region. It combines stealth, advanced sensors, electronic warfare, and networked operations to overcome sophisticated air defenses and maintain persistent air superiority and rapid strikeability against a broad spectrum of targets in Venezuela. This reflects a strategy that goes beyond counter-narcotics to deter and, if necessary, decisively counter the Venezuelan military threat.
Now watch this.
In the dead of
Now, we about to really go there. This, everybody, is them, the title. China and Russia is contemplating invading the U.S., and they need to think twice. Proof that the United States ain't nothing to play with. The baddest country on the planet. I'm about to show you why. I'm not saying to nobody to get in your feelings about your country. All I'm saying is if you in your country, now what you're going to learn tonight, try to do the diligence on your country to make sure they're prepared like this. And if not, how you understand what regime you under and find out if your country that you live in is an ally with the United States or an adversary. It's going to be key later. Everybody listen. Now we know later all of them are going to fall, right? But that's prophecy, but we got time for that. This right here, what you about to find out, everybody that's in America and everybody outside of America, this is why they don't invade America, because they know better. Watch this. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We breaking it down for educational purposes only. Reaction. Watch this. This is why they be foolio to invade America.
The year is 2030. Imagine you are the supreme commander of a hostile superpower. You have the ships, you have the soldiers, and you have the political will.
This is the hypothetical situation. The year is 2030. You're China. You're Russia. You're a big superpower. You got the money, you got the power, you got the ships, you got the political will. We tired of America. We're going to invade. Listen clearly.
You've just given the order to invade the United States of America. You aren't worried about the US Navy. Let's pretend, for the sake of this thought experiment, that the US military has magically vanished. Poof.
All right. We're going to give y'all, everybody listen worldwide, and everybody in America, now you understand why they built America the way they did and what this is some brilliant stuff. Listen clearly. For this experiment, we're going to hypothetically say we have no army, no navy, no military. Okay? Everybody listen. No military at all. So this is Russia or China wanting to invade us, and we got no military to fight. Listen clearly. Now, I know y'all like, okay, first of all, Russia's supposed to be the big bad, right? So if we got no military, then we should be just done. Food, right? Watch this. No military at all in America.
Gone. No aircraft carriers, no Reaper drones, no Marines. Just the land, the people, and the infrastructure.
No Marines, no Navy, no Air Force, no drones, no aircraft carriers, no battle weapons, no nothing. Just the land and us, the people in America. All right? Just us.
You think this is going to be a walk in the park? You think you're going to plant your flag on the White House lawn within a month? My friend, you are about to walk into the greatest logistical meat grinder in human history. You see, the United States isn't just a country. It is a geographically engineered fortress designed by nature to kill invaders. From the moment your boots touch the sand, if they even make it that far, you are fighting a battle against physics, economics, and a civilian population that makes the Viet Cong look like a homeowners association dispute. Today, we aren't talking about nukes or F-35s. We are looking at the terrifying economic and geographic reality of why the US is unconquerable. Buckle up, it's going to get messy. 1. The liquid walls of death. The tyranny of distance.
Now, we ain't got no army, no navy, no military, no nothing. I don't know why, but the way that the Most High strategically placed this country, where the children of Judah would have been sent, it's crazy work, but we're gonna just stay on the fringes of this. We'll get deeper later, right? Now, it's strategically placed impenetrable. Crazy work. Just the geography itself. All right? Buckle up. We're going on a bumpy ride.
Let's start with the most obvious problem, the one that usually kills your invasion before you even finish your morning coffee. The moats. To the east, you have the Atlantic Ocean. To the west, the Pacific. These aren't just bodies of water, they are logistical death sentences. If you are invading from Europe, you have to cross roughly 3,000 to 4,000 miles of open ocean just to get to the east coast. If you're coming from Asia, you're looking at nearly 6,000 to 7,000 miles to hit California. Let's put that in perspective with some hard numbers. During World War II, for the Allies to invade Normandy, a trip across the English Channel that is roughly 20 to 100 miles wide depending on where you measure. It took years of planning, millions of tons of supplies, and the total economic output of 3 superpowers. That was for a gap you could almost swim across on a good day. Now, imagine doing that, but stretch the supply line to 6,000 miles. Let's assume you want to land a force capable of actually holding territory. Military doctrine generally suggests you need a ratio of force supremacy, but let's be conservative. Let's say you want to land 500,000 troops. That is a modest number to occupy a nation of 330 million people.
I agree. He knew exactly where to place us for exile because he knew that at the end time, the tribe of Yaada here would awaken all of the children from all over the world. It would start from here. But let's continue. Let me just stay on this topic tonight. This is going to be crazy what's about to come out tonight. All right. So now let's say you want to land 500,000 troops.
Let's assume you want to land a force capable of actually holding territory. Military doctrine generally suggests you need a ratio of force supremacy, but let's be conservative. Let's say you want to land 500,000 troops. That is a modest number to occupy a nation of 330 million people, spanning 3.8 million square miles. You don't just ship the soldiers, you have to ship their food, their ammo, their medical supplies, and most importantly, their fuel. A modern armored division consumes hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel per day. To support an invasion force across the Pacific, you would need a bridge of ships so dense you could almost walk on it. And here is the dark comedy of it all. The United States has no nearby staging grounds. In most invasions, you build up forces in a neighboring country.
Everybody listen. The United States, they covered our country where there's no adverse staging grounds nowhere around. All right? You need, like we had, the way that we just showed Venezuela, right? We had Puerto Rico, right? We had the Iwo Jima land there. We had that. The United States don't play that. That's why they taking Greenland. Because Greenland, I think that's like the 1,200 mile. They like, nah. They making sure United States is so brilliantly wicked in their warfare, because this is brilliant wickedness, just so y'all know, that ain't no staging allied or adverse countries around. Everybody, let's continue.
Germany used France. And here is the dark comedy of it all. The United States has no nearby staging grounds. In most invasions, you build up forces in a neighboring country. Germany used France to hit Britain, or tried to. The US used Britain to hit Germany. The US used Saudi Arabia to hit Iraq. Who are you going to use to hit the US? If you try to stage in Hawaii, you're still 2,500 miles from the mainland. That's like staging in London to invade Iraq. It doesn't help you. The sheer volume of shipping required to move a credible invasion force across the Atlantic or Pacific would be visible from space. It would take months to assemble. There is no surprise attack here. You aren't sneaking up on America. The moment you start loading those ships, the US economy, which we will get to later, shifts into total war mode. By the time your first ship reaches the exclusive economic zone, EEZ, of the United States, your soldiers will have been at sea for weeks. They are seasick, their muscles have atrophied from confinement, and they are eating MREs. And what are they greeted with? Not a welcome mat. They are greeted by the reality that the US coastlines are not designed for easy access. The west coast of the United States is largely rocky cliffs and treacherous currents, with very few viable deepwater ports suitable for offloading heavy armor. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, San Diego. That's about it. These are bottlenecks. If the defense...
Peace and blessings, Thelma, y'all. Now, y'all hear? This is going to get crazy in 1 second. This is the first round, the geograph. This is the liquid wall of death. They're trying to come in, but there's just the water alone around America. All right? Now, hold on. Hold on.
EEZ of the United States, your soldiers will have been at sea for weeks. They are seasick. Their muscles...
Now, any other, bottlenecks, like a bottleneck that says you jammed into a corner, right? You're gonna get rammed up. All your stuff, you're gonna be stuck in that in the neck of a bottle, a skinny, right? A port, right? Now, all other military invasions, they are not going across these vast oceans like this. All right?
have atrophied from confinement, and they are eating MREs. And what are they greeted with? Not a welcome mat. They are greeted by the reality that the US coastlines are not designed for easy access. The west coast of the United States is largely rocky cliffs and treacherous currents, with very few viable deepwater ports suitable for offloading heavy armor. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, San Diego. That's about it. These are bottlenecks. If the defenders scuttle a few cargo ships in the entrance to the port of Long Beach, or destroy the cranes, which they absolutely would do, you're stuck offloading tanks onto a beach while taking fire. On the East Coast, the water is...
You're stuck offloading the tanks onto a beach while being shot at. Now, the funny thing is being shot at who? Shout out to Kevin. Brother Kevin. We have no military. Remember, there's no Navy, there's no military. Who you being shot at? You're being shot at by the most armed people on the whole entire planet Earth. What we about to go, about to get crazy in a second. This is why America will never America is very smart. These serpents are really smart. They brilliantly, wickedly evil. While these other countries are disarming their citizens, right? The UK, Australia, everything, taking all the guns. America is never disarming its guns, its citizens, because that's the last arm. The last arm of defense is if we ain't got no military, nothing. You come on this land, you about to have the most crazy army that you ever witnessed, because America is filled with a bunch of lunatics. The citizens are freaking insane, but we going there. Let's listen clear. Let's get through this part, all right? The water is shallow. The swamps are treacherous, okay? All right, let's continue.
Or destroy the cranes, which they absolutely would do, you're stuck offloading tanks onto a beach while taking fire. On the East Coast, the water is shallow, the swamps are treacherous. We'll get to the South later. And the urbanization is so dense that you're fighting in a...
All right, so we went through, they came through the West, right? Cali and Seattle, right? Bad, okay? bad choice, all right? Now, you come through the East, the swamps, the water shallow. All right, let's continue. He said we're going to get to the South in a minute, all right?
Concrete jungle, the second...
This is them trying to invade us. This is the stuff that China and Russia and BRICS and all of them is discussing as they like, yeah, we We can't invade these fools. Okay? Listen clearly.
Treacherous. We'll get to the south later. And the urbanization is beach or destroy. Stuck offloading tanks onto a beach while taking fire. On the east coast, the water is shallow, the swamps are treacherous. We'll get to the south later. And the urbanization is so dense that you're fighting in a concrete jungle the second you step off the boat.
And the urbanization is so dense that they're going to be fighting in a concrete jungle the minute they get off their ships. Yeah, everybody listen clearly. This is going to be funny when we get to this next part. They invading who? Yo, you might want to go somewhere else because these people are crazy. America fights America. We're too busy fighting each other. They got more guns than people. You crazy? As soon as you get off the ship, you're going to run into some home. They're going to see people living on the shores. We live everywhere. People, they'll be like, who? Invasion? They're going to be looking to try to take your ship. This is how crazy America is. America would be like, yo, somebody be on the phone. Yo, you won't believe this. It is a shiny ship. I don't know. It look like some Russian words written on the side, but it look like it got money. They might got some sneakers. The black people like they got sneakers. White people like, yeah, yo, you tripping. They gonna try to sell you shit. You know how they strip the ship? They gonna strip the cars. You get off the boat and turn around, the boat will be sitting on wood or the boat. You be like, what happened to our fail? How the boats ship these big tankers? You're gonna be getting invaded by a concrete jungle. You have no idea. You'll be screwed. It's not like any other world. We're going somewhere. Y'all listen, this is going to get crazy in a second. Wait till because this thing gets crazy because they actually come on land in a second. Watch this. This gets much worse. All right?
Otto von. On the east coast, the water is shallow, the swamps are treacherous. We'll get to the south later. And the urbanization is so dense that you're fighting in a concrete jungle the second you step off the boat. Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor of Germany, once famously said, or is attributed to have said, God has a special providence for fools, drunkards, and the United States of America.
So Otto von Bismarck supposedly have made a quote and said, the Most High has a special place in his heart for fools, drunkards, and apparently the United States of America. Because the way they position this place, it's like, and they have no idea that is actually, it's a reason for that. It's a reason for that. Right? We ain't even got to say it. For those who know, you already know, right? It's a reason for that, but that's correct. Now, let's continue. Now, this the head of the daughter of Babylon. It's going to fall at the end because it's all going to fall. But there's a reason for that. All right?
The United States of America. Drunkards and the United States of America. Drunkards famously said, or we'll get to the south later. And the urbanization is so dense that you're fighting in a concrete jungle. Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor of Germany, once famously said, or is attributed to have said, God has a special providence for fools, drunkards, and the United States of America. He was right. Geography is the first line of defense, and for the US, geography is a serial killer. Hey, quick pause. If you're enjoying this descent into hypothetical madness, smash that subscribe button. We cover the dark side of economics and history every week. Also, let me know in the comments, if you had to pick a landing spot for an invasion, where would you choose? Florida, California?
All right. So now, if they over there contemplating to pick a landing spot to invade America, let's see what they're going to choose. California, Florida, New York, right? You got to pick one of the coastals. You're going to come in through the Pacific Ocean. Are you going to come across the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean? First of all, you're going to be tired, hungry. You're going to be seasick. You're going to be beat to death by the time you get there. Then the port is going to destroy your whole ship and everything. If you make it to land, you're going to run into people. Soon the people are like, they're going to be looking at you as you come over the thing. They're going to be like, who is these fools? Who is this? And Then everybody know it's an invasion before you even get to do anything. But all right, let's continue.
California, Texas. Spoiler, Texas is an invasion. Where would you choose? Florida, California? We cover the dark side of economics and history every week. Economics and history in the comments. If you had to pick a landing spot for an invasion, where would you choose? Florida, California, Texas? Spoiler, Texas is a suicide mission. Let's keep going. 2. The neighborhood.
He said, spoiler alert, you might not want to pick Texas. That's a straight suicide mission. But let's continue. 2, the neighborhood from hell.
Texas is a suicide mission. Let's keep going. 2. The neighborhood from hell, Canada and Mexico. Okay, so the oceans are a no-go. You're smart, you're a tactical genius. You decide, I won't go by sea directly, I'll land in...
So, you're like, okay, we know we can't go across the Pacific and they inlets and, no, we're going to go through Mexico or Canada. That's the 2 ways in, okay? We'll do that, right? We'll go through Mexico and Canada, and then we'll mostly, come in through there, and then we'll do other stuff, all right? The oceans are a no-go.
You're smart, you're a tactical genius. You decide, I won't go by sea directly, I'll land in Canada or Mexico and drive in. Congratulations, you have just played yourself. Let's start with the northern approach, Canada. You land in Canada? Great. Welcome to the Canadian Shield. If you aren't familiar with geology, the Canadian Shield is basically millions of square miles of exposed Precambrian igneous rock swamps, thousands of lakes, and dense, freezing forests. It is one of the most inhospitable terrains on Earth for mechanized warfare.
They call it the Canadian Shield. Everybody, listen clearly.
Very few roads that go north to south. There are very few roads that go dense, freezing forests. It is one of the most inhospitable of lakes and dense, freezing forests. It is one of the most inhospitable terrains on Earth for mechanized warfare. There are very few roads that go north to south in a capacity that can support heavy armor columns. The infrastructure just isn't there because nobody lives there. It's too cold and the ground is too hard. If you land in Vancouver to come down the west coast, you're funneled into the Cascade Mountains. You're forced into narrow choke points where a handful of defenders with explosives can bury your entire convoy under a landslide. If you land in the east, say Halifax or Montreal, you have to march through the Appalachians and the dense forests of New England during winter. And remember, General Winter saved Russia from Napoleon and Hitler. Well, North American winters are no joke either. Your supply lines will freeze, your tanks will bog down in the spring thaw, and you are doing all of this while trying to occupy a territory, Canada, that is arguably just as culturally hostile to you as the US. Okay, so north is out. Let's go south. Let's land in Mexico and drive up. Welcome to the Sonoran and Chihuahuan deserts. This isn't just hot sand.
Now you just went from the frozen tundra of Canada to the opposite terrain of the Sonora Desert and the Chihuahua Desert. It's like, all right, let's continue. You're going to see and understand the way America is strategically placed. It's impossible, right? Listen clearly to invasion. All right, let's go.
This is terrain that kills people who try to walk across it with a backpack, let alone an army trying to move heavy. This isn't just hot sand. North is out. Let's go south. Let's land in Mexico and drive up. Welcome to the Sonoran and Chihuahuan deserts. This isn't just hot sand. This is terrain that kills people who try to walk across it with a backpack, let alone an army trying to move heavy equipment. It is arid, brutal, and lacks water sources. But the terrain isn't even your biggest problem here. It's the logistics of the border. The US-Mexico border is roughly 2,000 miles long. But where can you actually drive a tank across? Not many places. You have the Rio Grande acting as a natural moat for a huge chunk of it. You have vast stretches of unpaved wilderness, and once you cross, you aren't in the heartland of America. You're in the American Southwest. You're in Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico. We will talk about the people later, but purely from a logistical standpoint, the distances here are mind-boggling. If you cross the border at El Paso, you're still 1,400 miles from Chicago. You're 1,700 miles from Washington, D.C. You have to drag your supply lines across thousands of miles of open desert, exposed to the elements, with very little local infrastructure to scavenge. There are no dense clusters of cities to pillage for supplies until you hit the major metro areas, which are hundreds of miles apart. Furthermore, consider the rail gauge problem. While North American rail gauges are standardized, standard gauge, the rail infrastructure in Mexico, while improving, is not integrated or maintained to the level required to support the movement of millions of tons of military hardware rapidly northwards. You would be relying on trucks, and trucks need gas. Where are you getting the gas? The US is the world's largest oil producer. If they scorch the earth, blow the refineries in Texas, cap the wells in the Permian Basin, you're driving into a desert with no gas stations. Historically, invasions fail because of overextended supply lines. Napoleon in Russia, the Nazis in Russia, the US in Vietnam, conceptually different but supply heavy. Invading the US through Mexico or Canada creates the longest, most vulnerable supply lines in the history of warfare. You would need to occupy and pacify Canada or Mexico first, which would take years, giving the US ample time to turn the border into a militarized zone that would make the Maginot Line look like a picket fence. You're trapped on the periphery. The geography creates a kill box. You can get to the continent maybe, but you cannot get into the vital organs of the country. 3. The geographical kill zones, the mountains. Let's say you achieve the impossible. You made it across the ocean. You bypass the Canadian forests and the Mexican deserts.
Okay, I love that he's doing every hypothetical situation. Okay, hypothetically, supernaturally, you made it past the oceans. Hypothetically, supernaturally, you made it past the frozen tundra. You made it past the desert. Okay, you bypassed the Canadian forests and the Mexican deserts. Okay, let's now guess what you're gonna run into.
You've established a beachhead on the east or west coast. You pat yourself on the back.
Okay, you either on the west coast, east coast, Florida, New York, San Francisco. You on the beachhead. You pat yourself on the back.
The hard part is over, you tell your generals. Wrong. The hard part hasn't even started. Now you have to deal with the shields. If you landed on the west coast, look east. Do you see that massive wall of jagged rock stretching from Canada to New Mexico? That is the Rocky Mountains. It is 3,000 miles long, and at its widest points, over 300 miles wide.
Welcome to the mountains of welcome to the terrain of America. Everybody listen, United States. All listen, United States is huge. Understand this. All right? Now, you look over, you think you did it, right? Now you got 3,000 miles long, and at its widest point, hold on, you see a massive wall of jagged rock, okay? And you got your tanks and your things and your supplies. Come on, y'all, son. And you trying to get into the interior to try to catch the people. You first of all gonna be half dead for making it across the Pacific or the Atlantic and get into the end to get to shore, or you went across to Canada or across the desert, okay? And just you think you made it, you see all these mountains. Okay, here we go.
If you landed on the west coast, look east. Do you see that massive wall of jagged rock stretching from Canada to New Mexico? That is the Rocky Mountains. It is 3,000 miles long, and at its widest points, over 300 miles wide. The peaks soar over 14,000 feet. There are very few major passes, and the ones that exist, like Interstate 70 through Colorado, are engineering marvels that traverse steep canyons, tunnels, and bridges. In a defensive war, the US military, or what's left of the local resistance, doesn't need to fight you in the open. They just need to blow the Eisenhower Tunnel. They just need to drop the bridges in Glenwood Canyon. Suddenly, your multi-billion-dollar invasion force is stuck in a parking lot on the I-70, surrounded by vertical cliffs. And you know who is up on those cliffs. Locals with hunting rifles that can take...
You know who's up on those cliffs? We have a special group of people, a special species on the planet Earth. It is called the white people. I'm sorry, we about to have fun in a minute. This about to be real fun in a minute. We got a bunch of special people, but I'm going to talk about one set right there real quick. There's a group of people in the world called American white people. And they have a subset of American white people. And we have a term of endearment that we call them the rednecks. And they they will be sitting on the cliffs. Like he said, all we have to do is blow our bridge, blow this, and you are locked inside of the I-95, the I-85, I-4, I-2, I-3, the I something. You locked in, right? And on the cliffs, in the mountains, you got the hillbillies. And the apple, we going somewhere. This about to be real fun in a minute. We about to have some fun with this in a second.
Stuck in a parking lot on the I-70, surrounded by vertical cliffs. They just need to drop the
Because
bridge.
we about to get to the people in a second.
The US military, or what's left of the local resistance, doesn't need to fight you in the open. They just need to blow the Eisenhower Tunnel. They just need to drop the bridges in Glenwood Canyon. Suddenly, your multi-billion-dollar invasion force is stuck in a parking lot on the I-70, surrounded by vertical cliffs. And you know who is up on those cliffs. Locals with hunting rifles that can take the head off a coin from 500 yards away. You aren't fighting a conventional war here. You're fighting Afghanistan on steroids. The Soviets spent a decade trying to pacify the mountains of Afghanistan with a
Russia spent 10 years trying to pacify the mountains of Afghanistan. Do you understand? All right? With a fraction of the population and weaponry of America. Let's continue.
The Soviets spent a decade trying to pacify the mountains of Afghanistan with a fraction of the population and weaponry. The Rockies are bigger, the weather is more erratic, and the defenders are better armed. If you try to cross the Rockies, your supply trucks will burn, your tanks will slide off icy cliffs, you will be bled dry in the passes. Okay, you say, West Coast is a trap, I'll invade the East Coast. Washington.
Okay, the West Coast, that's a no-go. We're going to get stuck in the Rockies, they're going to, right? So we're going to invade the East Coast. Okay. We're going to do Washington, D.C. and New York. Here we come.
D.C., New York, Boston. Great choice. You capture the coastal cities. You take Manhattan. Good luck holding it, but let's...
I like what he said. I like that part. He said, okay, good choice. You capture the major cities. You take Manhattan. He said, good luck holding it. You know why he's saying that? Because it's a bunch of crazy New Yorkers. Okay? So you can take Manhattan, but good luck holding it. We going somewhere. Wait till we get to the people. It's about to be funny and crazy. All right, let's continue.
Okay, you say. West Coast is a trap. I'll invade the East Coast. Washington, D.C., New York, Boston. Great choice. You capture the coastal...
Rohan, we just said no army. This scenario he's saying, there is no army, no navy, no nothing. We gave, I don't know if you caught that part. We started this off saying, for something happened, the U.S. Navy, Army, there's no military, no drones, no nothing, no militaries, just the geography and the people. All right? So forget the draft, forget the recruiting, forget all of that stuff y'all talking about. We're talking about just the people and the landscape. All right? So stay focused, everybody. That's where we started it off. All right? Now, this scenario, imagine we do still have the military, but let's eliminate the military. All right? Now, listen clearly. It's just the people, they have the free reign to come in. There's no military fighting them. All right? Wherever, China, Russia, whatever. Ain't no military. Somehow the military vanished. They're gone. All right, let's continue.
West Coast is a trap. I'll invade the East Coast. Washington, D.C., New York, Boston. Great choice. You capture the coastal cities. You take Manhattan. Good luck holding it, but let's pretend. Now you want to push inland to the heartland where the food and energy are. Welcome to the Appalachians. While they aren't as tall as the Rockies, the Appalachians are a dense, foliage-covered nightmare for armored vehicles. They run from Alabama all the way up to Maine. They create a natural barrier between the coast and the Midwest. Historically, this is where empires go to die. During the 18th century, the British Empire, the greatest military force on Earth, couldn't effectively project power past these mountains. They got bogged down in the woods, ambushed by irregulars who knew every creek and ravine. The geography forces you onto predictable roads. Predictable roads mean IEDs. improvised explosive devices. If you are driving a convoy through West Virginia or Kentucky, you are in a literal bowl. The roads wind through the valleys, the high ground is everywhere, covered in dense forest. You cannot see the enemy, but they can see you. Every bridge is a choke point. Every tunnel is a potential tomb. And
All right, so what he's breaking down because as the invasion, you have to get to the inland, right? You come in through the coast, right? He said, okay, hypothetically, you came in through New York here, but you have to go inland to invade the country, to get the country, all right? Because we have our the what's the name bases, the inland, right? So he says, right now you come in, you're gonna run into the Appalachian Mountains, all right? And he said this, just the natural barriers. This is where nations go to die. They create a natural barrier between the coast.
they create a natural barrier between the coast and the Midwest. Historically, this is where empires go to die. During the 18th century, the British Empire, the greatest military force on Earth, couldn't effectively project power past these mountains.
The British Empire couldn't project past these mountains. They got bogged down
in the woods, ambushed by irregulars who knew every creek and ravine.
And they got ambushed by the normal American citizens. This is when they was fighting Revolutionary War and all that type of stuff, who knew every creek, every ravine, every hill. These is your hillbillies in the Appalachia. Welcome to the white people of America, the rednecks, all right? Who's going to be waiting for you because you're in their backyard.
The geography forces you onto predictable roads.
Now remember, we don't got no army because America got their own guns. American citizens are their own crazy army, all right? Listen clearly.
Predictable roads mean IEDs, improvised explosive devices.
So he says the geography is going to wind you because you don't know this geography. You're not from here. You're from Russia, China, wherever you're invading from. But the locals know. So they're going to place devices strategically in the path, right? Because you're at war with citizens. We're being invaded. All right? Let's continue. Yeah, like the movie The Wrong Turn. Yeah, you just went into a scary movie. Facts, the hills have eyes. You just ran to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but you're up in the Appalachia. Okay? All right, listen.
If you are driving a convoy through West Virginia or Kentucky, you are in a literal bowl. The roads wind through the valleys. The high ground is everywhere, covered in dense forest. You cannot see the enemy, but they can see you. Every bridge is a choke point. Every tunnel is a potential tomb. And unlike the deserts of Iraq where you can see for miles, here, the engagement distance is often less than 100 meters. You can't use your fancy air support effectively if you can't see through the tree canopy. You're back to close quarters infantry fighting against people who have been hunting in these woods since they were 6 years old. The geography of the United States effectively creates...
That's the thing they don't understand. A subset group of the American white people are hunters. And they've been hunting in these woods and living in there since they was born. You understand? This is all they know. And they can't wait for some... You just gave them a video game. Literally, America's so crazy that's why we fight each other, right? And like, you just gave them fun. It's like like I wish a nigga would. It's like, come on and invade us. We need fun, right? I wish they could. I wish they would, because America's bored. That's why they keep attacking one another, right? America got way too much, right? All right, let's continue. It's about to get crazy in a second. We're going to get to the people in 1 second.
Been hunting in these woods since they were 6 years old. The geography of the United States effectively creates a citadel in the middle of the continent, the Mississippi Basin, protected by 2 massive mountain ranges. To get to the prize, you have to siege the castle walls, and the walls are 10,000 feet high and shooting back at you. 4, they're behind every blade of grass. Problem, civilian insurgency.
Now, It's the Mississippi Basin created by mountain range. Everything that you got to do, the geography protects America. And on these mountain range is going to be shooters. Behind every blade of grass is going to be a bullet. And you don't know, the topography is insane. It's literally a fortress you're going to see it in a second. You're going to see the map.
The behind every blade of grass. Problem, civilian insurgency. Let's stop talking about rocks and dirt. Let's talk about the scariest variable in this entire equation, the people.
Let's stop talking about the geography, the water, the mountains, the rocks, the roads. The scariest equation of all of it are the people. Here we go. There is potentially an apocryphal quote.
Potentially apocryphal quote attributed to the Japanese Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto during Doctrine. You cannot invade the mainland United States. There would be a rifle behind every blade of grass.
So the Japanese, under Truman, he had a quote and said, you cannot invade the United States. There'll be a rifle behind every blade of grass. Somebody done told him right. We going somewhere.
Yamamoto during Doctrine. You cannot invade the mainland United States. There would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. Whether he actually said it or not doesn't matter. The math makes it true. Let's look at the numbers, because they are genuinely hard to comprehend if you are not American. According to the Small Arms Survey, there are roughly 393 million civilian-owned firearms in the United States. That was the estimate a few years ago. The number is likely well over 400 million now. There are only about 335 million people in the country. Do the math. That is more than one gun for every man, woman, child, and infant.
Now, did y'all hear what he just said? He said, according to their statistics,
for every man, woman, States. That would end if you are not American. According to the Small Arms Survey,
there's roughly 400 million guns legal, right?
There are roughly 393 million civilian-owned firearms in the United States.
Civilian-owned firearms, right? They're their statistics, all right? This is what they can count legal.
That was the estimate a few years ago. The number is likely well over 400 million now. There are only about 335 million people in the country. Do the math. That is more than one gun for every man, woman, child, and infant. But we know babies aren't packing heat, usually. The guns are concentrated. About 40–50% of households admit to owning a gun. But it's not just pistols and shotguns. We're talking about AR-15s, high-powered precision hunting rifles, and millions of rounds of ammunition. In the state of Wisconsin alone during the deer hunting season, roughly 600,000 hunters head into the woods.
All right, this is the problem. Now we get to the people. They say it's only about 400 million guns. You understand? Just the hunting season alone. All right, watch this. Let's go. That's the fun part. All right. So first thing I'm going to bring up, because I had to go to the Americans. Let's see what the Americans got to say about these stats, right? So what I did, we're going to let the Americans speak, the American public. Let me grab this. It's right here. There you go. And it stayed open too. All right. Watch this. So I'm going to share this tab instead. Bang. Let me see what y'all see. Good. Y'all see it. Right? Now, this says, these are the American public speaking on this video. This where I got this from. It says, this is why they are trying to destroy the United States from the inside. This person said, facts. Fact check, true. This person said, but equal, whatever Sibo said, I'm from New Jersey and I do precision shooting as a hobby. I also reload my own ammunition. I make 300-yard shots all day. Keep in mind, women and children can shoot too. This the American people, all right? Now remember, we were just talking, remember, that's why I told Rohan, we ain't talk about no army. The Navy's gone, the Army's gone, this just the people. and you made it somehow through Canada, you made it through the desert, you made it through whatever, through the ports, through the Pacific, however you got here, now you came in, you making it inland, you made it through the coastal, right? I don't know how you're going to make it through the coastal, but let's just hypothetically, now you get into the people, right? Now you got the Rockies, you got the what's the name? the Appalachians, right? Now, here are the people. The people, this person said, I make 300 shots all day. Keep in mind, women and children can shoot too. This dude said, we hope you are with us. We would give our lives for a family that stands with the United States. This person says, that's awesome. I'm from New Jersey as well. I want to learn that someday. I'm young, so maybe when I'm older. This person says, if this ever goes down, you have to become a leader that can teach people your skills and lead them to victory. Sounds awesome, right? This person says, I read about, oh, that's the one. I read about tens of thousands of seeds showing up in people's mailboxes from coast to coast, not being ordered or labeled. Well, the feds finally figured out that China had mailed all the billions of seeds because it was some plant vine that you can't hardly kill, and it soaks up any water source that it could find, like entire ponds, kind of thirsty. No water, not much of anything. That's just one of the thousands of dirty things that China is doing behind the scenes to undermine the U.S. All right? Now, this person says probably milfoil, maybe kazoo, whatever you're trying to figure out. All right? Where did you read about this? And succeeding is a surprisingly efficient way to do it. When they have a corrupt, treasonous swamp enabling it, it's almost up. Let me get to an American fighting for their home and family is the most dangerous obstacle imaginable. This person says the potholes on my road will stop any armored column dead in his tracks. This person says, I'm a Texan. I only have 3 guns in my house, which makes me a pacifist by definition. This dude said, I'm from somewhere. Don't worry about what I may have. This person laughed. He said, this dude probably has 500 AR-15s packed away with tens of millions of rounds of ammo. Love it. I'm just showing the mentality of Americans are retarded. They are nutso. Facts, right? He said, ha, 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 real talk. Perfect, all right? Yeah, I used to be a huge gun activist. This one says, all right, so anyway, this one says, chuckles a bit. Only 3, shame on you only have 3 guns? Shame on you. And you call yourself a Texan? LOL. I can loan you a few. I have a decent number of rifles and handguns, but we both know how simple if you can shoot proper. Those trees are more than enough fire and move and find new high ground, fire and move, like hunting those prairie dogs. Move and wait for the next one to stand up. See, this is the mind frame of these crazy Americans. Do you understand? And everybody, these other people in these other countries, only their military is trained. They don't even allow their citizens to even have guns and stuff like that, right? Only America got these psychopaths running around killing everything, hunting for fun, just, right? This person said, retired Army and combat arms. I don't need more than 3 guns, and 2 of those are identical. This person says, fellow Texan with military training and 8 guns. I'd love if someone tried invading from the South. This one says, not to mention summer here will kill anyone not used to the brutal heat. This one says, nah, Texas ranks 27th in the U.S. for the percentage of the population who own a firearm. It has the most firearms. But only 45 to 7% of households have a gun and only 36% of individuals. So you're doing pretty good yourself. This person said, yeah, but that problem is covered by those of us who have enough weapons to arm all of our neighbors who need a gun. After all, I can't shoot 15 guns at one time. This person says, ha, ha, ha. And you think those are the real numbers? You think they have the real numbers? This one says, no, tall tales come from Texas. Hasn't that always been saying? And this dude said, that's just the Yankee envy talking. All right, this person said, where did these numbers come from? must be old guesstimates. In Texas, a gun buyer or seller does not have to go through a registration process for firearms, and the state does not register firearms to an owner. The federal government also does not maintain a general registry of handgun or rifle ownership. None of my fellow Texas gun owners would ever tell some stranger the true number of guns they own. I personally have well over 30, as I inherited several when my dad passed. None of my hunting buddies have fewer than 15. Fun fact, in Texas, you can legally shoot feral pigs with a fully automatic firearm while flying in a helicopter. Yo, America's crazy. This is the part they don't understand. Coming from America, you really tripping. All right. This person said, it's been said before, if you attack America, I can promise you one thing, that someone else will be raising your children. This one says, I love the one about the number of deer hunters in the state of Wisconsin alone. All right. Even if only 1 in 6 were quality fighters, that's still 100,000 dudes with rifles hiding in the woods. And he says, and deer run faster than commies, than humans. This one says, just remember, every scope deer rifle is a sniper rifle, and there are tens of millions of them in the hands that know how to use them and practice in America. These aren't hose guns spewing 5.6 NATO. They are 308s, 3006s, 270s that can reach out and touch you from 500 yards. Every blade of grass, pal, facts, will be shooting at you. And the standard body armor might keep the projectile out of the body, meaning if those Russians or China, those people invading, their body armor, it says the standard body armor might keep the bullet out of the body, but the blunt force trauma from it will still take the individual out of the fight, if not give them a slow internal bleed that is ultimately terminal. This person said, my Weatherby 460 don't care about no plates, for when the front and back plates touch the body, in the middle squishes it out like a filling in a Twinkie. Yo, I'm sorry, but America is sick, and it's nothing to play with. Sorry. What'd I do? Oh, there it go. I still lost my place. All right. I lost my place. Crap. I thought I could see the chat. I can't see the chat while I'm reading this. All right, I'm just going to read some of these and then we're going to get back. All right, there it go. He says he don't care about their armored plates. His 460 don't care about that, right? This one says, yeah, a concussion force is actually worse than a concentrated bullet point trauma. More people survive bullets than baseball bats with the same intention. This person said, and that is just the common-ish. 300 Win Mag, 338 LM, 243, 458 WSM, 264 Diamond, 6.5 Creed, 6.5 Grindel, 6mm ARC, 300 Norma, and a hell of a lot of us also own the venerable 550 BMG. These are the, listen guys, these are the, and this is a woman saying this. What these people, well, China and Russia know, that's why we haven't been invaded, everybody. Listen clearly. They understand the typography, but the people, America has these group of maniacs, all right? Now, that was a woman. Now, this person said, my deer rifle is basically the same thing that U.S. snipers took hundreds of lives with in Vietnam, with a much more modern scope. This person says those numbers are down now, but at one point on opening day in Michigan, almost 1 million hunters were in the woods to hunt. This person said, I will tell you, I've seen some guys from Michigan and Ohio that can shoot the hair off a spider's ASS from across a football field. That's why I said, Rohan, you forget the army. Forget no military, no nothing. Just American citizens. Just invaders, they somehow dismantled. We have no military. Just the population of America. This person says most states have more hunters in the woods on opening day than we had deployed during the whole Vietnam War. This person says, born and raised in Detroit, live in WI now. In the automotive industry in Michigan, the big three automakers and all suppliers used to schedule their shutdown maintenance for the opening of deer hunting season. So many people called off anyway, the unions eventually put it into the contract. This person said, I grew up in Pittsburgh and worked for a small union tugboat barge shipyard, and we got the first Monday after Thanksgiving a paid holiday because so many guys would take it off for the first day for the first day of antler deer that they wouldn't get anything done in the shipyard anyway. All right, this one says 400 million firearms. Laugh my A off. Far more than that. Facts. Way. You might as well multiply that 4 million by 4. All right, you might as well. You might as well say 800 million. Give it a cool bill. Because if they're counting 400 million, those are the legal registered. You ain't even talking the illegal. And then the states that don't even have to register. All right? The U.S. would be motivated simply by needing the war wrapped up in the week for the week 1 of NFL season. That's actually really funny. The U.S. citizens will be motivated, everyone, to wrap up the invasion because the game is coming on for NFL season, right? This person says, we're talking about a culture founded on, oh, he said in the video, we won't get there. This person says, I live in the middle of the country and I suspect that our battle cry would be, oh, guys, leave some for us. These are the invaders. The battle cry would be, leave some for us to shoot, or the invaders. This person says, y'all got to realize if a country invaded the United States, that would be the best thing to ever happen to us, because then we could actually come together as one and stop an outside threat. It figures a black man said that. I agree, but you know what will happen? America is so crazy that we would come together, we would all fight the threat, and the minute that we eliminated the invader, we'll literally go back to start, you igga, you honky, you cracker, right? Soon as it's finished, soon as it's no more threat, they look around and be like, okay, now who we gonna fight? They go right back to fighting each other. America is built of freaking maniacs. America is the baddest country in the world. I never even knew it till I went. You're gonna see when we finish this video, right? It's gonna be crazy what's gonna come out in this video, right? And I got another one after this. When I did it, I said, there's no place on this planet Earth like America. These freaking maniacs, America is not, it's the last place on Earth anybody want to try to invade. You'd be better off invading the hell. You might as well go down to Hades and invade Hasatan and those fools. Because America, it's waiting for you. It's waiting. It's like, I wish they would give us some fun. They said, this one says, there's Americans that pray for moments like this. Facts. They're praying for an invasion. This person said, from a place you will never see will come a sound you will never hear. That sounds it up, right? The bullet's gonna come from a place that you will never see and from a sound that you will never hear. This person says, invading the United States is the equivalent of locking yourself in a warehouse full of honey badgers while being naked with raw meat duct taped to your body. That's if you even make it past the military. The world does not want that smoke. Facts. That's why you just eliminate the military. Just the people alone. This person says, imagine being a foreign soldier patrolling in the Appalachian Mountains and the trees start singing. The trees start talking. Yo, the dark principality spirits, the spirits, the blood crying out from the ground, the trees talking. They would be so scared of just some. You don't want to be in those woods and the mountains the Nephilim start waking up out of the mountains. This person said approximately 400 million firearms that the government knows about. U.S. citizens owns more guns than the combined stockpile of all the world's militaries and law enforcement. Yes, facts combined. All right, now you'll see more. This person said, I'd say you'll never see me or my compound bow. 400 millimeter firearms doesn't include the other things that Americans hunt with. This one says, let's not forget the improvised things like pipe bombs and the amount of unregistered guns, the amounts in the inner cities with the gangs and the come on. All right. He says, but also we got the weeble nerds that got a few sharp katanas in their collection who will try to live out their samurai fantasy or cosplay as Zorro. The sad thing is about 90% of Americans would welcome the challenge of an invasion and laugh our way into a psychotic victory. The entire prospect of someone even setting foot on American soil in 2026 is hilarious. Bring it, B. Also, what other countries need to remember is that we will sit up in a tree on the coldest days of the year for hours on end just to wait to kill something for deer season. They'll wait for hours freezing for the right just to kill a rabbit or a deer or a boar, a pig. This person said, all America got to do is just open up its prisons. Ooh. Oh, all right, now let's get back. Let's get back to the video. I just want to, look, he says, what, you didn't mention the compound bows and the crossbows or the fireworks for the 4th of July, Molotov cocktails, nail bombs, homemade gas bombs, anything that go into a bottle and go kaboom, people can dream up and make on the fly, all without firing a single gun. All right? I'm from Wisconsin. All right? I love the line. All right, let's get back. I just needed to hear from the American citizens. Okay? We just need to hear this part. All right? That's why, this is why they won't invade us. Remember the title, China and Russia thinking about invading the U.S.? Proof America ain't nothing to play with. At first, I titled America is the baddest country on the earth, but I didn't want to offend people from other nations. So I said, America ain't no joke. All right? Now, yo, you ain't think about unleashing the inmates. Oh, we going there. Let's get back now. All right? Now, let me switch, go here, right? And go back to the video. Which one was it? It was this one, right? Share this tab instead. All right? There we go. Now, first thing, let me do my breakdown. Everybody, there are, America is a very special place on earth. All right? Now, there are a special group of people on this earth. Let me find I did a special breakdown. Is it this one? Let me find it, right? And there's a group of people on the earth called the American white people. All right? We're going to get to the other Americans in a second, right? But the American white people. First of all, America is psychotic. You got gangs, thugs. You got white gangs, Asian gangs, Hispanic gangs, black gangs. You got biker gangs. You got the Aryan Nation, Mexican Mafia, the Bloods, the Crips, the Folks, the GDs, the Trinitarian, the Kings, the whatever. You got the MS-13. You got neighborhoods. You got crews. You got blocks. You got the neighborhood watch. You got old lady gangs in America. You got something called the black woman. Oh, you got the KKK, don't forget them, right? The skinheads, those mountain, right? You got something called the woman. Oh, look, you got the white woman, and you got something called the black woman. But we're going to get there in a second. But wait, we'll get back to that, right? Everybody listen to me worldwide. We got something here in America that is called the American white man. Or white people. Yep, you got the mafia. Thank you. That's the one I almost forgot. You got the mafias, right? You got the Chinese mafia. You got the Italian mafia. You got, oh, all right, this is insane. People have no clue. And not even in the prisons. You don't even want, you know how these other nations, they open their prisons and no, I ain't leaving y'all out. We're going to get to the black. Oh, it's going down. It's going to be this the part we about to have fun. All right? They open their prisons and let them flood. The last thing America would do is open the prison. It's game over. You open let me tell you something about the prisoners. The prisoners in American prisons, they make freaking TVs out of toothpaste, ink pen, and the wire from a headphone. They'll make a freaking television. They'll intercept your diagnostics all the way in Russia with aluminum foil, a rubber band, and in prison. It's full of MacGyvers. You crazy? They will make a freaking stealth bomber if you let the prisoners out and you don't even know civilized. That's all you have to do is open the prisons and let them out. And all of the invading army, you screwed. You will be, all right? That's just the prisoners. But let's get back to the special species in the world called the American white people. And I say American because you got white people all over the place, right? But this is America. America is a special kind of nut job, okay? Now, everybody, this country is full of psychopaths. You got narcissists, you got hypochondriacs, everybody got some type of hyperactive disorder, right? HDD, BDD, everybody is crazy in some, right? Some type of disorder. Now you got your normal people, right? You got normal Americans too, but that's the vast minority, all right? Most of us in America are a little bit cuckoo, right? We got in America, yeah, the ADD, ADHD, this, D, everything. You got something in America that we call Karens. Everybody listen, Trenchcoat Mafia. The funny part, you know what would be the first line of defense? This is hilarious. The first line of defense would be, let's just send the Karens to the invading army. Because you know, the Karens are these white women. There's another set of white women. See, we got subspecies of black and whites in America. We got the species, then we got subspecies of subset species. We got one called Karens. All we would have to do is release the Karens. Because what the Karens is going to do, they're going to go into the woods. They're going to go, excuse me, where are you from? The Karens are going to go ask the invaders, excuse me, do you have a right to, could I see your license to be here? Where do you live? Let me see, I need to see your driver's license. That armored tank, release the Karens. That's it. That's the first thing, is release the Karens, right? Because they're going to go annoy them to death, right? The Karens is going to be like, excuse me, I need to see a permit. You got this army tanker. I'm sorry, but my parents have lived here from, oh, you got the serial killers, the Dahmers and stuff, okay? Now let's continue. First of all, we can just send the Karens. That's the first line of the defense, send Karen. Karen, you got people, they over there, they got tanks and stuff. They over here, Karen said, oh, we're going to see about this. Right? This is a special class of white people, Karens, right? The Karen's going to go, we're going to see about this. Okay, thank you. I knew I was going to get loud. All right, thank you. Let me turn it down now. All right. There we go. The Karen. All right, thank you. The Karens. All right, there we go. Because I'm about to have fun with this right now. All right, so, and then remind me to turn it back up, all right? When I, right? When I start to get calm again, right? The Karens, right? So, all right, now, yeah, the Karens gonna tell them they don't belong there. They need to see permits and stuff, right? And we need to send the Karens because we tired of them anyway. Karen's the first line of defense. We got another subset of white people. the Beckys, right? You got, we gonna get through these classes of crazy Americans, right? You got Karens, you got Beckys, you got emos, right? The grunge, I don't know, they got so much new stuff. Emos, sleemos, grunges, misfits. Then you got your entitled, you know? See, we got in America, we got a special group of people, right? These little, oh, we gonna get there in a second. We doing the white people for a second, right? You got little babies, right, that cuss their moms out. In America, you got little babies, they be like, no, F you, mom, right? You got the most stingy, self-entitled nation of people that ever existed on the planet Earth. Millions of them. And they got guns more than they got, you understand, they got but stingy, self-entitled, crazy little kids talking about F you, mom. They be 4 years old. Get out of my effing room. Okay? Now, everybody, our white people in America are a special set. They are the most danger-seeking people on earth. All right? They want to look a shark right in his eye at 200 feet in the ocean. They put their heads in tigers' mouths. They put their arms in alligators' throats, right? They are also some of the most bored individuals on the earth, right? So they go around getting into everybody's business because there's nothing to do. So if you start an invasion, you really messed up because you gave them something to do. You understand? Because they're really bored. America's so safe, right? Now, they just go around looking at what they can mess with, all right? Just looking to mess with stuff, right? And they love weapons, guns, armament. They love blowing up things. They love killing innocent animals, anything. They will sit up, they will take trips and spend money for months and be in the cold and camp out just to kill something. This is the population of people. Everybody in other countries, listen clearly. This is the American population, just a subset of one of the white so-called class of people. All right? Now, after tonight's lesson, when I show the other videos, I understand why they don't take America's guns. America is much smarter than I thought. Now you got these other folios talking about stop the, gun rights and stop the Fourth Amendment. America ain't having it. You know why? Because our serpent seeds who run this country is a lot smarter than I thought. I didn't see it actually until after this lesson. America is wickedly brilliant. While all these other serpent seed kingdoms or earth countries are taking their citizen guns, America is like, y'all stupid. That's our army right there. Our last line of defense. Me neither, Saudi Tate. I didn't understand it either. Where they got thousands of guns. That's why we can't get invaded. First of all, you got the geography, but once you get in there, y'all gonna see some stats in a minute when we get back to the video, right? Our last line of defense is the crazy American people. Now, we're gonna start off this part. We're gonna talk about the American woman. Now, we all should know most women are crazy anyway, all right? Woman who don't know that, everybody know, right? You should know, right? Most women y'all got some crazy going. It starts from Eve, right? But there's a special breed called the American woman. So we're gonna start with a little bit of the American white woman, right? Not the annoying Karens. We already did that. Karen. We forget the Karen. We're gonna do the regular white woman, the white woman who wakes up, this is America, at 4 a.m. She gets up start her day. 4 a.m. It's still dark outside. She goes get in the shower, or not, whatever. But she goes and she throws on her yoga pants. Okay? She gets up 4 a.m. She gets up, start her day. She throws on her yoga pants, her workout gear. She put on her sneakers, right? And she goes running through the forest. Just listen for a second. She's going, 4 a.m. It's still dark. And she's going to go for a run through the woods. There's bears, there's mountain lions, but it don't matter. Okay, this is America. After she runs through the woods, not scared of no bears or mountain lions, then she runs through the woods, she come out the woods, and she runs into a gym. There's a gym. Now, she gets to the gym, she climbs on the treadmill, and she starts to running on the treadmill. She goes, she lifts her weights, woo, woo, woo. She do her squats and she's trying to make her butt bigger, right? She working on out. This is the white woman, the regular one, not the Karen, all right? Now, she working out. She done ran through the woods. It's about 4:30, 4:45, 5 in the morning. She done ran for miles through the woods. Now she in the gym. She working out on the treadmill, right? She doing a squat. She doing all this stuff, right? Then you got another set of them that will leave that gym and they go to this other gym. Y'all know those gyms? I forgot what they call it, but they usually be in warehouses where they be training and they have like the garage door open and they be like lifting tires and stuff. That crazy stuff, right? Right? So she leaves there and she runs to those warehouse, I forgot what they call them, those warehouse training facilities, right? So then after she leaves that facility, CrossFit, yeah, you go to CrossFit, right? And they be, right? They got it here in Florida too, right? Then she'll leave the CrossFit and she heads to the boxing gym, right? And she go over and now she gonna hit the bag, right? But then across from the boxing gym, they got the room and they got the karate dojo, right? And they do some karate kicks and stuff, and then they got the what they call the Zumba, right? And then they do stretching and twerking and Zumba, and this is all. Now it's only 6 o'clock in the morning. Do you understand? This is how she's starting her day. All right? So then she go to the dojo, the karate part, she want to get some kicks in on the bag, right? Then she leaves the kick gym and she runs all the way home, back through the woods, yeah, the Pilates, right? All the way through the woods, forget the lions and the tigers and the bears, oh my, right? She runs all the way back through the woods and then she gets to her house. Because now it's time for her to wake up little Timmy and Susie. They have to wake up to go to school. No, that's the 10-mile run through the woods and back, all right? So now she get back home and she got to wake up little Timmy and Susie because they have to wake up for school. So she goes to little Timmy's room and she says, little Timmy, wake up. And little Timmy is a little white boy. And he wake up and he says, F you, Mom. Leave me the F alone. I'm not going to school. But white mom, she doesn't even hear little Timmy. She doesn't care that little Timmy said, F you, Mom. She says, okay, little Timmy, Mommy loves you, but you have to get up and get dressed. And little Susie, you have to get up too. Little Susie wakes up and says, F you, Mom. And little Susie picks up an index finger, right? Because she's too young to be able to know to put up the middle finger. Little Susie says, F you, Mom. But little white mom, she doesn't care. She doesn't get angry. She says, okay, yeah, I'll have to get up and come downstairs. I'm making your breakfast. We have to hurry up, get a Cheerio, hurry up. We got to get in the van and get you to school, right? So she takes them to school, and then she came back, she took her shower, she got them up, she got all together, right? She put on the FM girl dress, right? They be trying to look good. You know, these women be trying to they look better for work than they do for their husband, right? So anyway, so now she takes them to school, right? Now she takes them to school. Now she got to go to work. Now she did all this before 8 a.m. This America, right? She go to work, and as she in work, on her lunch break, she figures, okay, I got to go to the gun range to get a few shots in on my lunch break. That's some of the average white lady. Now, you got different variations of this, from more psychotic to more, you understand? This is just your average, okay? Then you got a class called psycho white girls. You got all type of anxiety, depression, all right? You got every type of spiritual energy, all right? Then we have something in America called the American black woman. Oh, hell no. Sorry, oh, hell no. You got something called a black woman. See, the woman is nothing to play with on this earth. Y'all talking about invading America? First of all, you have different levels of the black woman. You got the psychotic, you got all that we said with the white woman, right? So you have a black woman class who loves that bag, that money. They call themselves boss itches, right? So if you come in and invade America, you messing with their money. Do you understand? You talking about we can't go to shopping in the mall and get the new bag and get this, right? You interrupting. They got stuff to do. Do you understand? It's like, yo, no, we got a problem. We need to handle this. So the funny thing is they're going to try to find a man, right? They're going to smash a man here. I'm giving you some. Go handle. They're going to go find a dude and put a battery in his back. Go over to the Appalachians. We got invaded. Go handle that. So come back and buy me a Chanel bag, right? That's one level. Then you got another level of the black woman, right? Yeah, hair, nails gone. They ain't having that. Yeah, you really got a problem. Then you got the black woman who's more of a normal black woman, right? And they are the ones who they got their kids. Some of them might work out, but they get up. They got stuff to do. They got to go drop this off. They got to run errands. Those are your errand women. We got errands to do. They got stuff to do, right? Now, those are the ones, they might learn to shoot a gun and stuff. They might even have a gun and stuff, right? They could defend themselves. So you talking about invading, you messing with their errands and stuff. They definitely is gonna protect. They don't mind. They'll fight. They'll shoot. They'll protect. They'll learn. They're like, listen, well, we at war, so what I need to do. Just like in our ministry, we got our sisters learning to shoot, training, right? Our young sister got a training gun class coming this weekend, right? Yeah, this ministry, we a real ministry. We training for that, right? Then they're gonna be ready to go to war. Then you got your we ain't go to the hood. Then you got your Keishas and Rakisha. All right, let's go to the hood a little bit. Then you got your hood rats. You got your boogers. You got your wannabe thugs with the crazy eyelashes and like, I wish a nigga would. You got a gang, right? You got those, they want the drama because they think they crazy. They think they men. But when I look the whole thing up, you have a set of original natural seed, what they call natural branch black woman. You have a set of them that they call the angry black woman. Uh-oh, that's a whole thing. That's a whole spirit. What's going to happen with the invasion? is you're definitely going to trigger the whole angry black woman thing because you're going to stop their normal, right? And once it's a free for all and it's just every man for himself out there, oh, they're going to have something to take that anger out on. And a lot of the angry so-called black women, they don't like men. I'm just newsflash for the invaders, the Russians, the Chinese. Oh yeah, we got a whole set of this thing called angry black women, and they really don't like men. They're really angry at men. Men. And y'all are men coming to, oh no, we might as well go and get them guns. We send the Karens in, gather up the angry black ones, all this before we release the prisoners, right? Oh, you got feminists, but you got your, right? And they don't like men, right? And they don't like their stuff. They want to have control. Right? Oh yeah, and they got gun groups and everything. The feminists, yeah, they learn how to shoot. And don't talk about the militias, the whites in the jungles. Oh, they train their women and children. They are sharp, they're snipers. All right. Now, let's go to the black man. We ain't even got to do the other nations. You got your, again, black men who are more normal, just your regulars. Most of them got a gun to protect themselves, right? They got jobs and stuff. But most of the black men in America are what you would call disenfranchised. They got most of their guns are illegal. That's why that number of 400 million guns is a hot mess. And we ain't even talking the lower level, okay? Yeah, the black man mind their business till you mess with them. That's a whole fact. But it's going down. Now, that's the normal black man. And they got guns, right? And some of them have learned to shoot, but we learn quick. We pick up on things anyway. Once we get to start shooting, we become a master marksman just from practice, right? Now, you got those. But you got things called gangs and hoods and posses and crews. You got something called YNs. These are called young iggers. They call themselves young iggers. This is who our government tries to keep in check and send them in and out of jail and prison. Oh, they run around New York, Chicago. That's why he said, if you make it to take Manhattan, if they invade us, it's free for all. You gotta be kidding me. If I put a hand, it's like a video game. The worst thing any country in the world could do would be invade America. It's a bunch of psychos. Guns everywhere. These fools got AK-47s and AK thises and AR-7 this and this one this. They got clip. You know, the young YNs, they put it in they carry big long machine guns in their pants, and their pants is skinny and tight and hanging down. They'll pull it out their leg this long, bro. It be a submachine gun all the way to their ankle, and they can pull it out like this. You crazy? And they ain't had no training. They ain't went to no military school or nothing. It's a whole millions of them. Dude, it will be the most destructive slaughter. GTA in reality. That's why I said people will be like, where they at? Yo, Americans will be going to find the invaders just to get off stress. What? Who? Where? And they will all come together. Can you imagine? You got all the gangs, all the hate groups, all the mafias, all the rednecks, all the right-wing militia, the red, the Republican right-wing skinhead, all the thugs, all the gangs, everybody got one common enemy. Oh, you invaders are done. No country can ever match the United States because it's an insane asylum. The way that the United States is built, and it's ingenious, that you can't be invaded. We don't need no military or army. All that's gone. The citizens themselves, is got more guns than all the nations of the earth put together. It's crazy the way, and they all psychotic. And then you got our snipers, which is the rednecks and the hill, but the white, they are insane, but they good. And then the blacks, some of them are snipers, the one, and we ain't even talk about our combat veterans. The military, the ones who are shell shocked, the ones who they wake up in Vietnam, 1336. You know how many combat veterans boy, you got this. The boy, all right, let me get back. All right. So now let's get back to the video. I just wanted to, the VA vet, the combat vets. All right, like, come on. All right, now watch this. Now let's get back. Copyright disclaimers of effect.
Millions of rounds.
Oh, then you got the old white people. The old white ladies in the hip, they'll shoot you just as fast as they give you food. You got the crazy people in those mountains that do up. You got them people, they'll be like, oh, come here, honey, for the invading army. Here, we bringing you water and food, and they're going to put something in your water, right? And they'll wake up in their basement, the invading army. they wake up like, where we at? Them fools that got you locked in their basement. Just as you thought it was just a sweet little old white lady. She like, come here, honey, here. I bring y'all some water. I know y'all thirsty. They done woke up in their basement. Yo, America's crazy. You really don't want no smoke with America. All right, let's continue. Millions of rounds of ammunition. It's probably billions, right? It's probably a bill. If they saying 400 million, it's definitely double or triple that, because they're just showing what's registered. All right, let's continue.
Of ammunition. In the state of Wisconsin alone, during the deer hunting season, roughly 600,000 hunters head into the woods. Let that sink in. If the Wisconsin deer hunters were an army, they would be the 8th largest standing army in the world.
So, just in Wisconsin alone, if the deer hunters in just Wisconsin were an army, they would be the 8th largest army in the world. That's just Wisconsin and the deer hunters, the whites who like to shoot deer. See, now we're giving everybody a clearer understanding of the stats, the reality of what we're talking about. All right?
Of ammunition. In the state of Wisconsin alone, during the deer hunting season, roughly 600,000 hunters head into the woods. Let that sink in. If the Wisconsin deer hunters were an army, they would be the 8th largest standing army in the world. Bigger than the active duty military of France, bigger than Germany, bigger than Iran, and that is just one state.
Now, did y'all hear that stat? Just Wisconsin alone, just the hunters, the deer hunters, is a bigger army than Germany, bigger than Iran, bigger than the military of France. Now y'all getting the fullness of the scale of what we're talking about. Why you think Trump is like, Iran, shut up? United States is the baddest country in the world, bro. You're going to see when we finish this. This ain't no disrespect to nobody else. But when you understand the scale and the numbers, just the deer hunters of Wisconsin alone is bigger military than France, Germany, Iran. That's just Wisconsin.
Bigger than the active duty military of France, bigger than Germany, bigger than Iran, and that is just one state. And those are just the registered hunters. Now you might be thinking, but those are civilians. They aren't trained soldiers. My invasion force has tanks. Sure, but let's look at modern warfare. In Vietnam, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, how well did heavy armor fare against a decentralized, motivated insurgency armed with small arms and homemade explosives? Not well.
I was about to say, for the foolish people that think, but those are just civilians. They're not trained army, militia. Let me explain something. That didn't go well for Vietnam. That didn't go well for when America ran into those Vietnam hills. You understand? And those people they lost the war with all their military stuff. We ain't even we talking American citizens. They actually trained snipers shooting all these animals and stuff. And there's millions of guns. That didn't work well for when Russia and them tried to invade Afghanistan and stuff, and those people was in the mountains. Some people be throwing rocks and stuff, right? Oh, no, you're wrong with that. All my life I had to fight. That's hilarious, Larry. Damn. All my life I had to fight. Yo, it's crazy. They better not touch America. You really messed up invading America. All right, let's continue.
The registered hunters. Now you might be thinking, but those are civilians. They aren't trained soldiers. My invasion force has tanks. Sure, but let's look at modern warfare. In Vietnam, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, how well did heavy armor fare against a decentralized, motivated insurgency armed with small arms and homemade explosives? Not well. And those insurgents were often working with rusty AK-47s and limited ammo. An American insurgency would be the most well-funded, well-equipped guerrilla force in human history. You aren't just fighting rebels, you're fighting combat veterans. The US has been at war for most of the last 20 years. There are roughly 18 million veterans living in the United States. Many of them have combat experience. They know how to make IEDs. They know how to set up ambushes. They know logistics, communications, and squad tactics. Imagine you're occupying a small town in Missouri. You have your checkpoint set up. You think you're safe. Suddenly your supply truck hits a pressure plate. A drone, bought off Amazon for $50 and rigged with a pipe bomb, drops a payload on your commander's Jeep. Snipers engage you from 3 different directions using thermal optics they bought at a sporting goods store.
Oh, see, this is the part that the world doesn't understand about America. The things that we have access to. Listen what he just said. You thought that you invaded this Missouri town, but all of a sudden, you got drones loaded with a homemade pipe bomb, a Molotov cocktail on a drone that we bought off Amazon for $50, come flying in. You understand? This is the reality of America. That's why I said, by the time you let the prisoners out, you don't want to let the prisoners out. You just don't want to do that. That's it. We will never have to let the prisoners out because that'll be over. You let them out, that's it. Nobody will have to fight, right? Because they'll make a drone out of a rubber band and a flower petal or something as prisoners, right? Now, listen clearly. Walmart, stuff we got off Amazon. You understand? These other countries, they starving their citizens to death. They don't have access to this stuff we got. We got our kids flying drones for fun, crashing it into stuff, putting stuff on to make it blow it up. We putting M80 fireworks. That's dynamite, everybody. In America, we play with dynamite as a toy. Okay? That dude, the rapper, just blew his hand off. Remember that Stupio? People blow their hand. They'll put an M80 on 5 M80s, wrap them up in electrical tape, put them on a drone, right? Time it with something and send it. Like, you got to understand, it's a nation of psychopaths. We were created this way in America. It's just a thing. All right, let's continue.
Suddenly your supply truck hits a pressure plate. A drone. You think you're safe. How to set up ambushes. They know logistics. Imagine you're occupying a small town in Missouri. You have your checkpoint set up. You think you're safe. Suddenly your supply truck hits a pressure plate. A drone, bought off Amazon for $50 and rigged with a pipe bomb, drops a payload on your commander's Jeep. Snipers engage you from 3 different directions using thermal optics they bought at a sporting goods store. You try to return fire, but they melt away into the suburbs, into the cornfields, into the woods. This isn't a war where you take the capital and the country surrenders. The US is a federation of states. If you take Washington, D.C., Texas doesn't care. Texas laughs at you. In fact, taking D.C. might just make the rest of the country fight harder.
Did you hear what he just said? This is exclusive to the United States. In other places, if you take their capital and stuff, you take their president and stuff, you got most of their country. America is a federation of states, individual. America is like a country of individual countries. And each country is crazier than the next one. You understand? And armed to the teeth and the T. And what you call that when you're not stingy, but when you are possessive, self-possessive of their stuff, spoiled brats, right? Now listen to what he just said. Crazy work. He said, if you take Washington, D.C., Texas is like, so? That's the facts. They're like, okay, so? You took out D.C. Oh, we got something for that. Right? It's individuals, bro. You can't invade it.
This isn't a war where you take the capital and the country surrenders. The US is a federation of states. If you take Washington, D.C., Texas doesn't care. Texas laughs at you. In fact, taking D.C. might just make the rest of the country fight harder. There is no head of the snake to cut off. The resistance would be hyper-local.
There's no head of the snake to cut off. There's nobody running this whole thing. Even the president. America don't give a crap. We fight our own government. You understand? You cannot cut no state. Whatever you do to Missouri, Texas don't care. What you do to Texas, New York don't care. What you do to New York, New Orleans don't care. You do to New York, ATL, like it's about you come here, you come on my block, you come mess around. Yo, you're gonna get smoked from so many directions. You'll literally be trying to run back to wherever you came to try to run back to the across the Canada plain. However you got here, you'll be trying to run back.
Every county, every town, every neighborhood, every town, the resistance would be hyper-local. Every county, every town, every neighborhood becomes a fortress. You would need a ratio of roughly 20 soldiers for every 1,000 civilians to effectively police a hostile population. For a country of 330 million, you would need an occupation force of 6.6 million soldiers. The entire active duty Chinese military is about 2 million.
So he said you're going to need about 6 million, and the whole Chinese military is only 2 million. That's just the, but he didn't even do those numbers right, because that don't sound right. Hold on, let me see his numbers back again. He says
to effectively police a hostile population, roughly 20 soldiers for every 1,000.
You're going to need 20 soldiers for every 1,000 civilians? Not in America. America too hard-headed for that. 20 for 1,000 people? Nah. You're going to need 1,000 soldiers for every 20 people in America. You need to reverse that number, the opposite. Because ain't no 20 running those 1,000 Americans hard. You bugging. you bugging. They going 1,000? We gonna find it. We gonna rush you. Rush. Somebody, I'm gonna take a high, you take them low. Like he can only get some. They can only get a certain amount. It's only 20 of them. They can only get a certain amount of us. 1,000 of us. That's way too many. No. You need about 1,000 soldiers for 20 civilians to stop us from a resurrection. Insurrection. All right?
Civilians to effectively police a hostile population. For a country of 330 million, you would need an occupation force of 6.6 million soldiers.
Right. So with 24,000, you need 6.6. So that's probably 600 million you're gonna need. And China only got 2 million. Yeah.
The entire active duty Chinese military is about 2 million. The entire active duty Russian military pre-2022 was around 1 million.
Russia's about 1 to 2 million right now. The entire military, everybody, they don't want the smoke. This is why they gathered up. Y'all listen clearly. This is why they got BRICS. They got Britain, Russia, India, China, all it. You know why? Because they all, to do anything, they'll never try to invade. That's impossible. But now y'all understanding the magnitude of America's might.
You literally do not have enough humans to occupy the United States. You can't stand on every street corner, and the moment you turn your back, that blade of grass is going to take a shot. I want to hear from...
That's a fact. And the minute you do not have enough people, and the minute you turn your back, we striking. Fact. You won't be able to rest your eye. You won't be able to take a nap. You won't be able to blink. The minute you slip, a bullet's coming through the blade of glass or something. Something's coming.
the Americans watching this. If an invasion force landed in your state tomorrow, what is the local terrain feature that would ruin their day? The swamps, the snow, the traffic on the 405? Let me know in the comments below. 5. The logistical black hole, internal infrastructure. Okay, so the people are shooting at you, the mountains are blocking you, and the oceans are isolating you. But surely if you capture the infrastructure, you can use it against them, right? Here is the irony. The US infrastructure is designed for commerce, not for conquest. The United States is massive. We talked about distance before, but let's talk about it in terms of time. Driving from New York to Los Angeles takes roughly 41 hours of non-stop driving. That is assuming no traffic, no blown bridges, and no ambushes. In a war zone, that trip could take months. The US relies heavily on its interstate highway system. It's a marvel of engineering.
So how are you going to invade it? How are you going to get in a war situation? It'll take you 5 months to get from New York to Cali through the thing. And how are you going to make it through with the bridges blown down, the people trying to ambush you?
But it has a fatal flaw for an invader. Bridges. There are over 600,000 bridges in the United States. If the US defenders decide to execute a scorched earth policy, which they would, they don't need to destroy every road. They just need to drop the key bridges over the Mississippi, the Missouri, and the Ohio rivers. The Mississippi River Basin is the jugular vein of the continent. It splits the country in half. If you blow the bridges, the east and west are severed. For the US, this is manageable. Painful, but manageable, because they have the barges and the boats to move supplies on the river. For you, the invader, you're stuck on the bank. You have to build pontoon bridges across a river that is a mile wide in some places, with strong currents, while being shot at. And then there is the rail network. The US has the best freight rail system in the world. But it is privately owned and highly complex. If the operators sabotage the switching stations or derail locomotives in key tunnels, the entire network freezes. You can't just bring your own trains. The scale is too big. You're forced to rely on trucks. And as we mentioned earlier, trucks need fuel. The US has a strategic petroleum reserve. They have refineries. But in an invasion scenario, those refineries will be burning. The pipelines will be shut off. You will be sitting in the middle of Kansas, 1,000 miles from the ocean, with an empty tank, a broken bridge ahead of you, and an angry farmer behind you. This is the logistical black hole. The further you push in, the weaker you get. The further you push in, the stronger the resistance gets because they are fighting on their home turf, close to their own stockpiles. You're stretching a rubber band until it snaps, and when it snaps right in your face. 6. The economic suicide pill, mutually assured depression. Let's step away from the battlefield for a second.
All right. So he's going to get to economics, but I'm going to go to a more clearer, non-cartoon version. Watch this. Now y'all going to see, share this tab instead, the actual logistics of it all. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting to it.
The United States could never actually become the target of a hostile foreign invasion. We all know that the United States is separated from any major rival by 2 vast oceans. And we all know that the US military is dramatically more powerful than any rival is.
Now when you look, now you get to see what the actual map of it. So they either have to come in through the Pacific Ocean, which we got there's no areas that they can stations that they can launch from. So they got to go thousands of miles to come in this way, thousands of miles to come in this way, or they got to come through Canada, the frozen strait, or they got to come through Mexico, the desert. You understand? All right. So they got to come in through one of these coasts. Okay, the Atlantic or the Pacific, or they come in through land, through Mexico, through the desert, or through Canada, through the frozen, they call it the Canadian Wall. All right? So now y'all can see it on the map.
We've all been watching how terrible the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been going for the past 2+ years now. And that's a country that's directly next door to Russia that has thousands of kilometers worth of land borders, let alone what an invasion of a much bigger country over on the other side of the world would look like.
Now, what he just broke down, he said, we've just watched Russia invade the Ukraine, which is right next door. And it's been going on for months, and it's been a mess. And the Ukraine is tiny. So it's impossible for them to handle anything to do with us. You understand?
Rival is. We've all been watching how terrible the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been going for the past 2+ years now. And that's a country that's directly next door to Russia that has thousands of kilometers worth of land borders, let alone what an invasion of a much bigger country over on the other side of the world would look like. We all generally know that a big foreign invasion of the United States is impossible. But what most of us don't really appreciate is just how utterly, laughably impossible it actually is when you really start digging into the specifics of it. And I will argue in this video that even if the entire rest of the outside world combined joined all of their populations and military assets to cooperate on a mission to invade and conquer the United States, it would still be completely impossible for them to all actually pull it off. And here are all of the many, many reasons why that's the case. First of all, any attempted invasion of the United States would have to immediately encounter the American nuclear defense strategy and doctrine, which all on its own would immediately halt any invasion attempt from the outside world. You see, the United States utilizes a nuclear triad defense doctrine, a three-legged strategy that involves land-based, sea-based, and air-based nuclear weapons scattered all across the world that would be logistically impossible for anyone, no matter how strong, to fully eliminate before the United States could retaliate. The land-based leg of America's nuclear triad is represented by the hundreds of hardened nuclear ICBM launch silos that the country operates and maintains across the Great Plains in the states of Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado, deep within the interior of the country, thousands of miles away from any beachhead landing site that an invading army could potentially attack from.
Now, Americans, listen up, and other people from other countries, this is the part. Now you're going to see exactly how the American government has structured their defense, right? Thousands of ICBM nuclear sites in the interior of America, away from any of the ports. Remember, so we just described, this is where they will be trying to get to invade. You ain't getting in here, all right? Now, everybody listen.
Sea-based and air-based nuclear weapons scattered
America has the triad.
American nuclear defense strategy and doctrine, which all on its own would immediately halt any invasion attempt.
A three-leg, that's what I started off with.
It will be completely impossible for them to all actually pull it off. And here are all of the many, many reasons why that's the case. Defense strategy and doctrine, which the United States would have to immediately encounter the American nuclear defense strategy and doctrine, which all on its own would immediately halt any invasion attempt from the outside world. You see, the United States utilizes a nuclear triad defense doctrine, a three-legged strategy that involves land-based, sea-based, and air-based nuclear weapons scattered all across.
So we got land-based, sea-based, and air-based nuclear weapons strategically placed all around the world. Everybody listen. With an invadable land, all right? A nuclear triad, all right? Listen.
Across the world that would be logistically impossible for anyone, no matter how strong, to fully eliminate before the United States could retaliate. The land-based leg of America's nuclear triad is represented by the hundreds of hardened nuclear ICBM launch silos that the country operates and maintains across the Great Plains in the states of Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado, deep within the interior of the country, thousands of miles away from any beachhead landing site that an invading army could potentially attack from. There are around 450 total ICBM silo locations scattered all across all of these territories, but only around 400 of the silos actually contain the missiles, leaving around 50 of them behind as decoys to disrupt any potential first strike on them and waste an attacker's time. Under normal circumstances, the US President and the Secretary of Defense have direct, reliable, and almost instant contact with each of the ICBM launch crews. The launch control facilities for each of these missile silos are located at the 3 different military bases nearby to each of the silo clusters. If, when under attack, contact between these ground-based launch control centers and the remote missile launch facilities is lost, specially designed E-6B Airborne Launch Control Center aircraft will automatically assume the command and control of the missiles from the air, from within the interior of the country that will maintain direct contact with the president. Which means that even if an enemy was somehow able to neutralize all 3 military bases and their command centers at once in the middle of Montana, North Dakota, and Wyoming, they would still have to contend with somehow shooting down all of these planes as well. Were an invading enemy to fail, each of the hundreds of ICBMs that America parks underground across these hundreds of silos pack enough destructive force to blow up an entire city, and they have an operating range of approximately 14,000 kilometers, enabling them to strike virtually all major population centers across the Americas, Eurasia, Oceania, and most of northern Africa if they wanted to, leaving only southern Africa and Western Australia outside of America's ICBM range.
All right, so now they got this ICBM range for the nucleus inside the inside the core of America scattered underground. That if under the threat of suicide of unaliving everybody and everybody else, this is where it would reach. All right? Now this explains also why they got the rest scattered all around the world. Yo, America's nothing to play with. They got the rest of them scattered all around the world. Crazy work. All right?
They wanted to, leaving only southern Africa and Western Australia across the Americas, Eurasia, approximately 14,000 kilometers, enabling them to strike virtually all major population centers across the Americas, Eurasia, Oceania, and most of northern Africa if they wanted to, leaving only southern Africa and Western Australia outside of America's ICBM range. And even if you were somehow able to avoid or neutralize all of these hundreds of land-based ICBMs, you'd still have to deal with the sea-based leg of America's nuclear triad as well. The United States maintains a fleet of—
All right, now that was the land base. Thank you, I just turned the mic up. That was the land base of this Trinity triad. If you somehow got to avoid the land base part, you got to deal with the sea leg, the Marine Kingdom. Watch this.
14 Ohio-class strategic submarines that can be had as well. The United States maintains a fleet of 14 Ohio-class strategic submarines that can be armed with submarine-launched ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads. 8 of these nuclear-armed strategic missile submarines are home-ported in Bangor, Washington, nearby to Seattle, while the other 6 are home-ported in Kings Bay, Georgia, nearby to Jacksonville, providing the U.S. strategic submarine fleet with major bases of operations in both the Pacific and the Atlantic. Each of these strategic submarines—
So now they got their nuclear strategic submarine legs on the Pacific and the Atlantic positioned. Continue.
fleet with major bases of operations in both the Pacific and the Atlantic. Each of these strategic submarines are powered by an advanced nuclear reactor on board, which enables the subs to operate effectively indefinitely without the need to ever refuel. This is how, on average, each of the subs will spend about 77 days continually at sea and underwater out on patrol, followed—
Never, it doesn't have to refuel.
Ever refuel. This is how, on average, each of the subs will spend about nuclear reactor on board, which enables the subs to operate effectively indefinitely without the need to ever refuel. This is
Operate indefinitely without the need to refuel.
how, on average, each of the subs will spend about 77 days continually at sea and underwater out on patrol, followed by around 35 days back at port in either Georgia or Washington for maintenance before going back out on patrol again. Because of this rotating cycle of patrol and maintenance, the U.S. Navy maintains around 8 of these strategic missile submarines scattered all around the world's oceans at any given time, 365 days a year.
Everybody listen to this. That's what I said. The other part was the funny part, the fun. This is the key information. They have these nuclear submarines patrolling the whole entire world 365 days a year, nonstop, America in every ocean in the world, and they can't find them. Listen clearly. This is how serious. That's why, guys, after this part, I was like, this is why they spend so much money on the defense budget. I said, I never could understand. I'm like, why do they waste so much money on this defense? Watch this.
Followed by around 35 days back at port in either Georgia or sea and underwater out on patrol. Followed by around 35 days back at port in either Georgia or Washington for maintenance before going back out on patrol again. Because of this rotating cycle of patrol and maintenance, the US Navy maintains around 8 of these strategic missile submarines scattered all around the world's oceans at any given time, 365 days a year. Their exact locations while out on patrol beneath the ocean at any given time is a closely guarded top secret, which is the whole point of them. They could be anywhere at any time, and a major attack on the United States would have to consider that. Each of these 8 or so strategic submarines that are constantly out on patrol are armed with around 20 Trident II D5 ballistic missiles that contain multiple independently targeted nuclear warheads on board. The missile's exact range is classified, but it's estimated to be somewhere around 12,000 kilometers or more, and they're so accurate, they can hit their intended targets within only 100 meters from all that distance away. Each one of these strategic missile submarines packs enough apocalyptic firepower to destroy an entire country, and there are always 8 of them permanently deployed around the world at all times in unknown locations that any attacker of the United States would also somehow have to deal with. You'd have to.
And there are always 8 of them in the Marine Kingdom around the world at all times. And nobody knows where they're at because they constantly moving. So those who really wanted that smoke, you would really have a lot of variables that you have to get under control. Now you understanding why America's one of the superpowers and the biggest threat, honestly. That's why that's why they ganging up. Let's continue.
Somehow find and eliminate all deployed around the world. Always 8 missile submarines packs enough apocalyptic firepower to destroy an entire country. And there are always 8 of them permanently deployed around the world at all times in unknown locations that any attacker of the United States would also somehow have to deal with. You'd have to somehow find and eliminate all 8 of these nuclear submarines that could be located literally anywhere across any of Earth's oceans before they could fire their missiles, which would sort of be like trying to find 8 needles across 3 haystacks, each the size of a city. And if the sea and land-based legs of America's nuclear triad weren't enough, there's also the air-based leg of the triad that any attacker would have to contend with as well. The US military stores hundreds of nuclear bombs across several of their overseas military bases abroad, including across 6 of their bases in Europe, ranging from Kleine in Belgium, to Volkel in the Netherlands, Buchel in Germany, Gedi and Aviano both in Italy, and at Incirlik in Turkey. U.S. strategic bombers stationed at these European bases can be quickly armed with nuclear bombs and given orders to take off for strategic strikes.
Now y'all see, this is why they capture countries, and this is why the orange dude is saying we about to take Greenland right now, because these other countries, Russia, they are making moves, everybody. So they have these strategically placed so that if it goes down, these can reach Russia and stuff. See? These can reach China. These can reach, right? In their trident, their trinity, their 3-leg nuclear approach, the land, the sea, and the air. And the one in the Marine Kingdom is traveling the waters at all times. Crazy defense work. This stuff crazy. That's why I was like, wow. I knew America spent a lot, but I didn't have the understanding of why and to the magnitude.
As well. The US military stores hundreds of nuclear bombs across several of their overseas military bases abroad, including across 6 of their bases in Europe, ranging from Kleine in Belgium, to Volkel in the Netherlands, Buchel in Germany, Gedi and Aviano both in Italy, and at Incirlik in Turkey. U.S. strategic bombers stationed at these European bases can be quickly armed with nuclear bombs and given orders to take off for strategic strikes. While almost certainly, the United States also stores nuclear bombs at another one of their overseas military bases on a small island here called Diego Garcia, in the middle of the Indian Ocean, where American strategic bombers can sortie out from and attack targets rapidly anywhere around the rim of the Indian Ocean, putting locations like Western Australia and Southern Africa that are out of range of American ICBMs to being within range of American strategic bombers.
So the places where the ICBMs of the land mass where it reaches, the places where those out of range, they place strategic what's name markers in the Indian Ocean to catch them. Yo, boy, I'm like the what they call that? The dark serpent intelligence, the dark wicked intelligence is crazy. All right? They play strategically. That's why they keep occupying these places. So every time they occupy something, it's so they can place their military arms there that they can reach something just in case. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Oh, they playing battleship on a level. Wait till you see the comparisons with the other countries doing. We thought Russia was so, you have no idea. That's why they ganging up with BRICS. I thought Russia was the big dog of everything, honestly. And then we hear in China, and I'm like, well, China sound like it. Like, I'm thinking honestly, I'm thinking, we kind of the smaller dog. I know we know joke, but I did not know, I had no idea of the level of warfare, of defense, of strategic, what you call it too, offense and defense. They playing offense and defense strategically. That's one, America will be one, if I was in other countries, I'd have to watch everything they do. Like, America's not no joke. All right, let's continue.
Combined, the land, sea, and Africa that are out of range of American ICBMs to being within range of the Indian Ocean, putting locations like Western Australia and Southern Africa that are out of range of American ICBMs to being within range of American strategic bombers. Combined, the land, sea, and air-based legs of America's nuclear triad put the entire world into the range of American nuclear firepower, which means that in order for an enemy to avoid an overwhelming US nuclear response, an invader would have to somehow eliminate every single component of the entire triad. From all of the hundreds of missile silos in their command centers across the interior of the country deep within North America, to all 8 of the submarines operating at secret locations across the world's oceans and their bases on opposite ends of the country.
Look where America is strategically. And then they got the submarines at 365 a day, days a year, is patrolling all the oceans, and they don't know where they at. It's like finding a needle in 20 haystacks the size of a state to find those submarines. Crazy. It's a suicide mission. You'd be crazy to act up.
To all of the nuclear bomb storage sites, Marines operating at secret locations, the hundreds of missile silos in their command centers across the interior of the country, deep within North America. To all 8 of the submarines operating at secret locations across the world's oceans and their bases on opposite ends of the country. To all of the nuclear bomb storage sites and their air bases dotted all across Europe and on the other side of the world in the dead center of the Indian Ocean. Dismantling all of this would require worldwide logistical coordination and support to have any hope of success already, and it's probably just an impossible feat to accomplish on its own. And in addition to America's advanced offense...
Now, seeing all of that, right, and us doing the funny part of them, imagine we had none of this, none of that, no army, no military, and they just tried to invade us, period. Now y'all see, don't this hit different? That they just forget all this, right? That's why I said with Rowan, I said, all right, let's ignore the military, right? y'all tripping, talking about the military numbers are down. That don't mean nothing. Let something go down. They do that, what's the name? Selective service pop in. It'd be millions of people, right? But they don't need it. You got to understand? They playing a military nuclear battleship. So we did the scenario like none of this existed, and these people just tried to invade us, and that showed what would happen with just us, the crazy Americans. This crazy. That's why I was titling this, America is the baddest country on the planet. Now I see why they talk the way they talk. Now I see why this is crazy. All right, let's continue.
Any hope of success already. Handling all of this would require world their bases on opposite ends of the country, to all of the nuclear bomb storage sites and their air bases dotted all across Europe and on the other side of the world in the dead center of the Indian Ocean. Dismantling all of this would require worldwide logistical coordination and support to have any hope of success already, and it's probably just an impossible feat to accomplish on its own. And in addition to America's advanced offensive capabilities with firing their nukes at enemies, there's also America's advanced defensive capabilities with intercepting and destroying incoming enemy nuclear attacks as well. You see, there are only 7 countries in the entire world outside of the United States that are known to possess nuclear-armed ICBMs in their arsenals: the United Kingdom, France, Russia, Israel, India, China, and North Korea. And the
only 7 others got the nuclear. France, Israel, India, China, North Korea, Russia. All right? Now, the funny thing is that BRICS agreement, they already got Russia, China, and India. So you see why they created the BRICS? All that's to go against little old, this the big dog. America, the big bad wolf, bro. That's crazy work. All right? All right, let's continue.
Entire world outside of the United States that are known to possess nuclear-armed ICBMs in their arsenals: the United Kingdom, France, Russia, Israel, India, China, and North Korea. And the only states out of that narrow list that are actually potentially hostile.
Well, because you can't be a punk. So everybody listen. The UK right there. UK too. Everybody listen. The reason why North Korea and other, you cannot, the reason why Iran is like, listen, we'll go to war. You can't, remember what you got to do. You got to fight the bully. You can't let them know you're scared. You got to talk the talk. You can't, you got to be like, you know what? Yeah, bring it. Right? I'm ready to fight, and you got to be ready to fight. So yeah, they got to man up. Otherwise, you're going to get bullied if you don't. So North Korea, no, they got their missile, but they can't do anything. Everybody know you can't do nothing against America because they got everything stationed all around. So that's why Russia, China, and them, they trying to posse up to make themselves strong enough so that, because America is it's gonna be the head of the serpent, right? And that's where everything's fighting for. So that's what the Venezuela stuff was about. I just showed you Russia at the beginning. Russia and China and Iran had Venezuela, which got all the oil, and that's the money, and they're doing the cryptocurrency and the Bitcoin and AI and all the other stuff that's going. It's so they was trying to use Venezuela to break their deals and trying to monopolize the BRICS. And America said, what? Guess what? They went in and kidnapped that fool. That's why the world said, you can't do that. You know what the world is doing? You can't do that. America said, I can do what I want. Who gonna do what? And so they went in, and Russia and China and them went in, and they snuck in and went past and what's the name? That's here. You see that? That's here, the Venezuela thing, right? And they went in and they got past American blockade and tried to steal the oil ships. And that's why that idiot Willie D talking about good and clapping, he's an idiot. This is war against us, fool. They want this, they want it all so that they can get more power so they can conquer us. All of these are serpents, every last one of these. America, France, Israel, India, China, North Korea, Russia, UK, they all had serpents. They're fighting to see who's going to be the head. Do you understand that? Facts. America said, who gonna check me? Facts. They went in there, and then what he said? He said, Colombia, you next. What he told Iran? Go ahead, keep doing that to that people. We coming. But the orange dude ain't playing. That's what I'm talking about. And I ain't no politician or none of that. But they playing battle. I know I'm a warrior, though. I'm a fighter. I'm a tactician. Facts. I'm a skilled fighter. I survived my streets by playing mental gymnastics and mental warfare. There were sometimes I had to think of another tactic, not to get someone off of my neighborhood, off my block, because if I do it this way, then this will happen and it'll cause more problems to police. So it's strategic thinking, warfare. I always played chess, even before I learned the game of chess in jail. And I got good, really good, almost a master. I was playing against a world champion master in jail. And I almost beat him one time, and he couldn't believe it. And I don't got the skills no more. I haven't played since then. But that let me know something, that I have the ability to become a master player. If I would have kept playing, who knows where I've been. Man, that was 20-something years ago. Man, I'd probably be some world chess champion now. But anyway, so let's continue.
To the United States are Russia, China, and North Korea. France, Russia, Israel, India, nuclear-armed ICBMs in their army. There are only 7 countries in the entire world outside of the United States that are known to possess nuclear-armed ICBMs in their arsenals. The United Kingdom, France, Russia, Israel, India, China, and North Korea. And the only states out of that narrow list that are actually potentially hostile to the United States are Russia, China, and North Korea. But even if every single
and out of all those states that are hostile, Russia, China, North Korea, now India, because they're part of BRICS, right?
You see, there are only 7 countries in the entire world outside of the United States that are known to possess nuclear-armed ICBMs in their arsenals. The United Kingdom, France, Russia, Israel, India.
I knew that was Tama, yeah. You'll check me quick now. I haven't played in so long. When I went to the program, I tried to play again, and my boy, what's his name? He whooped me fast. He kept whooping on me. I stopped. I was like, because I should have stayed back in to get my skills back, but I had lost it. By the time I left the jail and went to the program, about a year later, what's his name? Tech was whooping my butt. You'll probably whoop me out, Tommy, y'all, because he was whooping me good, like fast. I was like, dang, and I was a chess pro when I was, but I guess it's something you can lose the skill, but you know, if you practice again, you could gain it back. Maybe one day, I guess when we get to the homestead, I'll be able to play again.
You see, there are only 7 countries in the entire world outside of the United States that are known to possess nuclear-armed ICBMs in their arsenals. The United Kingdom, France, Russia, Israel, India, China, and North Korea. And the only states out of that narrow list that are actually potentially hostile to the United States are Russia, China, and North Korea. But even if every single ICBM-armed country was hostile to the United States, they would all still have a difficult time with getting all of their missiles through into the United States without inviting a US retaliatory strike that would destroy them all as well. Every nuclear ICBM-armed power is located within the Northern Hemisphere, and all of them besides for the United States are also located in the Eastern Hemisphere, which means that if any of them were to fire their missiles at the United States, the shortest distance for them to take would be by flying over the Arctic Circle and Canada first. The US, of course, has been well aware of this dynamic for decades now, which is why the country maintains an advanced early missile warning system called the Solid-State Phased Array Radar System, or SSPAR. The whole network maintains systems bases at 5 geographically separate locations that roughly covers the entire continental United States by early warning radar and space surveillance, with bases within or near to the Arctic Circle in the UK, northwestern Greenland, and central Alaska. And
you see what he just said? Northwestern Greenland and central Alaska. So the citizens, the people, you don't understand the geopolitical chess war games that they're playing, and you got these Democrats getting people in their feelings. Leave Greenland alone and everything. You're not even understanding this is all warfare, bro. They're setting up. That's why he said we gotta take Greenland right now, because they coming for one of our strategic defense places. Do you understand? Now y'all getting the fullness.
fleet covers the entire continental United States by early warning radar and space surveillance, with bases within or near to the Arctic Circle in the UK, northwestern Greenland, and central Alaska, and additional bases for Pacific and Atlantic coverage based at Beale, California, and at Cape Cod, Massachusetts, all of which work together to alert the United States of any potential ICBM approaches hours before they actually strike, giving Washington plenty of time to plan out a retaliatory strike. But okay, let's just assume that for whatever reason, nuclear weapons aren't being used in an invasion of the United States, and America's nuclear arsenal has been either successfully destroyed or it's been decided to not use it. A massive ground invasion of the US mainland, even if carried out by the entire outside world combined, still wouldn't work out for the following reasons. First of all is America's vast and interconnected defense alliance network with dozens of other countries from all around the globe. As of 2024, the United States maintains legally binding mutual defense pacts with 53 different countries from all around the world, spanning all the countries in NATO, including big countries like Canada, Spain, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Sweden, and Turkey. The Rio Treaty in the Americas that includes big countries like Brazil, Colombia, and Argentina, the ANZUS Treaty with Australia and New Zealand, and more individual defense treaties that have been crafted with Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Thailand. Out of the top 40 countries in the world by annual military spending after the United States, 23 of them are legally obliged to come to America's defense during an attack or invasion scenario. And that's on top of the estimated 750 or so US military bases that are dotted all across the world that harshly contain any potential American geopolitical rival. Russia is surrounded by NATO countries in the west and by Japan and South Korea in the east. China and North Korea, meanwhile, are heavily contained by American military bases in the region and by America's regional allies in the first island chain, Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines.
Now y'all see why they making so many alliances and doing those geopolitical moves, all right? Is there a way that you can join in as a guest and join in on the conversation? Yeah, you can, if you want, you can write something, I'll read it. I don't know you to bring you in because you might say something crazy, right? So if you start writing some of your, write it here in the chat and I'll read it out. And if it's, if you seem, if you don't seem like a nut job, then I'll bring you in if you're gonna say something that can add to tonight's show. But I got to make sure, you could be anybody, right? So just write some of your opinions here, and we'll read them out. So Hakiyama, let me know if he writes something, opinion here, and I'll read it out. And if it seems like it's really fruitful to add to the study, then I could bring you on. And if you wanted to come on any other time, just come back again and start to form, because we do these things a lot, right? Form a relationship, and I don't mind letting you come on if you got some info to drop. So, if you each one teach one, I don't mind that at all. All right. So, but first we got to know who you are. You could come on there and be crazy, saying something, could get us a strike and stuff, as we trying to teach. All right. So, all right, let's continue.
And to a lesser degree by Taiwan and Thailand, while allies in the first military bases in the region and by America's region east. China and North Korea, meanwhile, are heavily contained by American military bases in the region and by America's regional allies in the first island chain, Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines, and to a lesser degree by Taiwan and Thailand, while Iran is similarly constrained by American military bases to their south and west. In order for anyone to carry out a successful invasion of the United States, hundreds of these overseas US military bases with tens of thousands of US troops at them would all have to somehow be neutralized first, while America's massive defensive alliance system that spans around the world would also have to somehow be dissolved or neutralized too, just in order to prevent most of the other most powerful countries in the world from assisting the US. And then, even if an outside power was able to somehow do all of that and unite the entire world against America, they would still have to contend with the sheer power of the US armed forces themselves, which, all on their own, even without any allies, are virtually unchallengeable. And that's because the US Air Force, and especially the US Navy, are truly in a league of their own on a global scale. In terms of naval assets, other than France, the United States is the only country in the world that operates nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. And while France only has one of these nuclear-powered carriers, the United States currently has 11 of them.
Now, did you hear what he said? outside of France, the United States is the only. Well, welcome to the show, King. We don't mind you. Like you said, we don't know you from Adam, so I don't mind getting to know you. And if you can add in stuff, we don't mind your wisdom. I don't mind having your intellect. All right. But yeah. Now, did y'all hear what he said? He said outside of France, none of them got that. And I think he said France got 1 and we got 11. Now, this part is the first part we said if they tried to invade America, we had no military, just the defense of the geography and the people, the population. Now, where he's breaking down if they invaded and with our military. First of all, this part.
Themselves, which all on their own, even without any allies, are virtually unchallengeable. And that's because the US Air Force, and especially
He said with all our military bases in America, unchallengeable by any of these countries.
The US Navy are truly in a league of their own on a global scale. In terms of naval assets, other than France, the United States is the only country in the world that operates nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. And while France only has 1 of these nuclear-powered carriers, the United States currently has 11 of them. There are 27 aircraft carriers currently in service worldwide across every country's navy. And
so America is running around the Marine Kingdom, these seas, with these nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, carrying these aircraft that can shoot off right from all over the place. Nobody got them. We got 11 everywhere that can shoot 5 and 6 F-35s, nuclear, and they all over. Then you got the submarines with the nuclear all over the Marine Kingdom, the Earth. This is crazy. Okay? All right? Now, that's crazy. All right? Let's continue. And he's going to explain the money. That's why I said, now I see why America spends so much money. I couldn't understand it before, but now I understand it because of times like this. I'm like, they don't want no smoke. They're not ready. You know how get ready, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. America has been building their defense ready so that when it go down, you can't even catch up. I'm so far advanced ahead of you, like you can't.
States is the only country in the world that operates nuclear-powered aircraft carriers.
That's the Most High protecting his children. I'm sorry, I ain't trying to make this nothing about this tonight because I'm trying to keep it here, but I know what this really is. I know exactly the blessing that's over it and why it's a blessing over it until the prophecy play out, because it's going to fall like everything else, but it won't be. It's the cover.
States is the only country in the world that operates.
From America, the awakening launched. The prophetic awakening of every nation, kindred, tongue of people on the 4 corners of the planet Earth. It started from here, from the remnant natural branch here that brought forth who the prophecies of the Safariyah that they call the Bible that brought forth.
Excuse me?
Mm-hmm.
Knight of Honor just said there's a lot going on out there. I hope that everyone is safe. I'm not sure what the beliefs are on this channel, chat, but I wish everyone well in Christ. I'm not sure what I'm going to put on screen for you so you can see.
I can help you with that. Our beliefs is we welcome you as long as you are righteous or trying to be more righteous than unrighteous. If you believe in the Messiah and you call him the Christ or Jesus, as long as you're trying to live what he said to do, as long as you're trying to be in the image of what he said to live, then that means you are striving to be righteous in this dark, unrighteous world, and that will make you my brother. Right? So it doesn't matter what your nationality is. It doesn't matter what I might call him something different because I speak the original tongue. I speak Habariyah, not just the Canaanite Hebrew, right? So I speak the tongue, so I know that his name, what the original Messiah name, the Messiah is, but that doesn't mean nothing because you got people that know his name and they still don't follow what he said. And you got other people who call him Jesus or Christ or whatever, and they still don't follow what he said, right? So the belief is, as long as you believe that there's a creator of all things, and there was an anointed Messiah that came to try to help us to come back to the righteousness of the creator, right? And you're striving to be his image on earth, his representation of what he lived and told us to do, then that means you're striving to be a righteous light in this dark, unrighteous world. And that will make you my brother, no matter what it is, no matter what different beliefs. You understand? It's the righteousness that covers you, right? So we can speak a whole nother tongue. You could call him Jesus. I can call him Yahweh Shai. You can call him Yeshaya, Ashaya. Some say Yeshua. They be saying all this other stuff. But it's your fruit that makes you the difference. How you live, what you do, not what you say. What are you living out? We are the house of the Most High, whether you call him God or whatever, the creator of all things. This is his house, and we are his righteous children, and we welcome all of his children from every nation, kindred, and tongue who are striving to be righteous, come back to the righteousness of the creator of all things. That part. As long as you, that's why I say, as long as you're righteous, you strive to be righteous, then we're on the same path. It's all about righteousness. The kingdom of the Most High is at hand. All right? Yep. Sometimes we all fall. That's what we're here for. Come on. And I have a relate. Yep, that's where we all at. Right? We fall, we dust ourselves, get back up, try to be more righteous than unrighteous. Yep, we may slip. We got the Most High's grace to cover us for that. We got instructions from the Safariyah that they call the Bible. That instructions, it's a book of instructions to tell us how to get back on the right road, right? That's what we all call for. That's why we're called to assemble. That's why we're assembling here. This ministry is Mashiach Assembly. That's just a Habariyah word for Messiah, right? And we're not Israel, these wicked Hebrew Israelite racists, these ISIS Raelites. We ain't none of that. We are children of the Most High, right? I don't care about all of that, titles and all that stuff. We're children of the Most High, striving to be righteous in an unrighteous world, trying to be a light in this darkness, trying to keep ourselves circumcised, our spiritual circumcision in the image, dying to the flesh daily, trying to walk a good path and being a light that others can walk, trying to protect the women and the children and the young of every nation, kindred, and tongue, and trying to lead them back to the righteousness of the creator of all things before the fall of Adayam and Hayavah, Adam and Eve in the garden. And we teach the truth. We live it out, and we walk it out, and we break it down and decipher it. Real life events as well as biblical, prophetic, everything. We apply it. That's the difference. We don't just read the word, we live it. We use application. All right? We're not a church. We're not a somebody is unmuted. Somebody,
I'm sorry.
All right. So welcome to the house of the Most High, the house of Yah, the house of, you could say God. Right? Imagine you had a church and it said, so Mashiach Assembly, House of Yah. In English, that would be Jesus assemble. Jesus, what they call when you assemble, congregate. Jesus congregation in the house of God. That's how the name of our ministry would translate in English. That's all that is. So welcome to the house of the Most High. We welcome you. All right, let me continue so we can, dang, it's already 1:30. We went long again. All right, now let's continue so we can close out. This gets crazy. He shows these stats. All right, let's continue.
Nuclear-powered Air Force, and especially the U.S. Navy, are truly in a league of their own on a global scale. In terms of naval assets, other than France, the United States is the only country in the world that operates nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. And while France only has one of these nuclear-powered carriers, the United States currently has 11 of them.
So the only person that got nuclear-powered aircraft carriers is France, and they got one, and we got 11. Thank you, Saudi Tate. That's insane. That's outside of all those missiles, the submarines trolling all on the ground, all those station points. America is a nasty America is so strapped. You know how you make a cartoon meme or emoji like he got guns everywhere? America is just strapped up. I'm like, this is overkill. But no, it ain't. America like, I'd rather be ready than get ready. America knows something we don't. Let's continue.
There are 27 aircraft carriers. France only has one of these nuclear-powered carriers. The United States currently has 11 of them. There are 27 aircraft carriers currently in service worldwide across every country's navy. And all of them outside of the American and French navies are powered with traditional diesel or gasoline fuel. This enables America's carriers to hypothetically run continually without the need to refuel themselves for up to 25 years. With the need to find a port to refuel for oil eliminated, the only limiting factors for a US carrier deployment are shore leave and food stores. And food stores can be provided by helicopters to the carrier if they really don't want to stop at a port and extend.
Did y'all hear that? Everybody worldwide? Listen, America is some bad, bad boys, boy. That's why I was going to tell you America is the baddest country on this earth. Did you hear what America did for themselves? They got these nuclear aircraft carriers that could run indefinitely. They got the submarines that could run indefinitely. Listen.
This enables America's carriers to hypothetically run continually without the need to refuel themselves for up to
continually without the need to refuel themselves, while the France, who only got one, they got to refuel every whatever such and such. This is crazy. They put in like, the way America built this stuff, they put this stuff in like, all right, let's continue.
Powered with traditional diesel or gasoline fuel. This enables America's
Thank you, Hakiyama. Money well spent. That's why I said I used to be tripping that they're spending so much money. And I'm like, what's wrong with them? They all, every year, right? They be like, Department of Defense, they spend this trillions. Like, and I'm like, man, what is wrong with them? But now I see. I'm like, wow, okay, right? Okay. Money well spent. I'm like, I get it now. I get it. Okay.
Every country's navy. And all of them outside of the American and French navies are powered with traditional diesel or gasoline fuel. This enables America's carriers to hypothetically run continually without the need to refuel themselves for up to 25 years. With the need to find a port to refuel for oil eliminated, the only limiting factors for a US carrier deployment are shore leave and food stores. And food stores can be provided by helicopters to the carrier if they really don't want to stop at a port and extend their mission length. 40% of all the operating aircraft carriers in the world right now are within the US Navy alone, while 77% of all the world's aircraft carriers belong to the US and America's treaty allies in NATO, plus Japan and Thailand. And none of the other carriers besides that single one controlled by France can match American nuclear propulsion technology, which...
Did y'all see this and hear this? And I thought Russia was the baddest dudes. Honestly, I don't know why. I just didn't. I wasn't into too much geopolitical and finding out all of right, and all of that, right? That's another topic for another day. All right. Now, but to find this out, I'm like, that's crazy. Like, no wonder they got BRICS and all this stuff together to try to posse up against America. They got to posse up. You can't catch up to this.
To the US and America's treaty allies in NATO, plus Japan and Thailand. And none of the other carriers besides that single one controlled by France can match American nuclear propulsion technology, which...
So all of them that has any of these aircraft carriers, and only France got the nuclear one, all of them have treaties with America. And Japan got two, and United Kingdom got two, but only France got the nuclear one. This is crazy. I didn't know none of this info. I'm like, wow, okay, America, you kind of looking like the big boy on the yard.
Navy alone. While 77% of all the world's aircraft carriers belong to the US and America's treaty allies in NATO, plus Japan and Thailand. And none of the other carriers besides that single one controlled by France can match American nuclear propulsion technology, which greatly limits their power projection capabilities. China and Russia, arguably America's two biggest geopolitical rivals at the moment, have but 4 aircraft carriers between them. Moreover, none of the other world's aircraft carriers can compete against the sheer size of the American carrier fleet either.
All right, now y'all see our biggest our biggest adversaries, China and Russia. They got, look, 2, I guess that's 2.5. Russia got 1. India got 2. All right? Yo, America's the Debo of the Debos. I'm like, it hits me different, right? I'm like, wow, I did not know y'all was spending the money well, right? While these other countries are starving their citizens, right? Starving the people and doing all this to the people. At least they ain't starving us in America. They're not. You know, the price and stuff is high and all that. But they definitely been protecting our borders, ourselves. That's why I said, if you're living in another nation, you need to find out if your country is in alliance with America. Because now I'm seeing where the real head of the serpent is. Like, you don't want to be in one of these countries controlled by these adversaries. You need to, and if you are, you need to be preparing yourself for stuff go left. Now, if you're a child of the Most High and you are trying to be in His image and likeness, there's a covering and a blessing and a grace that's going to cover you, right? But most of the world is not in those positions. They're in the world and of the world. So you got to do, you can't rely on supernatural favor when you're in those positions. And these type of videos going to reach a different audience too. All right? So again, us in the righteousness of the Most High, we still have to diligently understand what we're up against and whose kingdom we're under, right? That's why you become slave. Remember when these people was running to, he said, that's my ocean, fool. That's America not playing. And they go into maritime law. That's why they tried to sent those barges, those tankers in to get the oil, and America had the blockade, and they tried to go through it, and America like, listen, now it's really on, right? So it's like you being in, remember when this awakening and fakening years ago, and those Israelite channels was telling people to run to Africa and run to there and run everything. Africa, China got them under the lockhole and all that. Like, so you got to be careful and know where you going and what you under. That's why I told everybody back then, it's 3-4 years. I was like, don't go nowhere. You're in the safest place. You have no idea. You sit up there complaining about America. You run over there to India, Iran, or any of these countries, China, they treating their citizens, locking them up. They ain't got the basic rights that you got. You got the right to complain. They disrespecting the president of America all over the internet, just calling them all type of names. You'll be unalived in China and stuff doing that. Go to North Korea and pull that crap. Go talk that crap in Russia about Putin and watch where you be. Watch the KGB, I said KGB come kick your door in. But America's so spoiled, they can get up there and call the aunt. You can disrespect them all you want, not even knowing what America's really doing to protect your freedoms. Crazy. Now, I know they serpents too. These are all serpents. Again, I'm not making an excuse for this dark prison planet, this second world of sin and iniquity. But we have to understand and give Caesar what Caesar, understand the laws of the land that we in and what's governing this maritime marine kingdom planet that's going to usher in the end prophecy and the wars and rumors of wars and nations against nations and kingdoms, right? And understand what kingdom you under and everything. You understand? Because this all goes back. Remember, this Turkey was Hittites. You understand? So you can go back and understand some of this was Babylon, some of this was the Amalekites, some of this was, right? So you could go back if you want. All right. Now,
America's two biggest geopolitical rivals at the moment have but 4 aircraft carriers between them. Arguably America's two biggest geopolitical rivals at the moment have but 4 aircraft carriers between them. Moreover, none of the other world's aircraft carriers can compete against the sheer size of the American carrier fleet either. America's aircraft carriers are divided right now between older Nimitz-class carriers that have been in service since 1975 and newer Gerald R. Ford-class carriers that have only begun entering into service since 2017, and which represent the largest warships that humanity has ever built.
Look at the size of these warships. America's building Nephilim on the Marine Kingdom.
Ford-class carriers that have only begun entering into service since 2017, and which represent the largest.
Look at the size of this thing. This is for the wars. And look how many aircraft, nuclear missiles that could be launched off this stuff. Crazy. This is crazy. This dark second world. No wonder the manuscript, the Safaria, speaks about the what's coming in the end time, and the nations, the bears, and this crazy.
Warships that humanity has ever built. Each of America's 11 nuclear-powered carriers that are currently in service can carry more than 80 fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters on board, including dozens of modern F-35 fighter jets, meaning that a single one of America's carriers wields an air component that is more powerful than most countries' entire air forces are. Put all together, America's 11 carriers have enough aircraft between them to make them the 13th largest air force in the world by numbers alone, with more aircraft than are even in Britain's.
Just one aircraft carrier has enough on it to make it the 13th biggest aircraft, military in the world. So what America has constructed, that's why they have to posse up the other nations. They can't compete. I guess they've been slow to the draw. I guess America has been building this stuff, and like you said, the other Tesla lesson, they took all that stuff they confiscate. And remember from the what's the name? From the when the Nazis and stuff, they got them and they had them and bought them, right? And a lot of them they took to Nicaragua too, and they got their info and the stuff. They was all this fallen angel technology and stuff. This is crazy.
On board, including dozens of modern F-35 fighter jets, meaning that a single one of America's carriers wields an air component that is more powerful than most countries' entire air forces are. Put all together, America's 11 carriers have enough aircraft between them to make them the 13th largest air force in the world by numbers alone, with more aircraft than are even in Britain's Royal Air Force that can be exported anywhere in the world. And because America's aircraft carriers are just so much bigger than the rest of the world's carriers are, the deck space on all 11 of them is literally more than double the deck space available of all the other aircraft carriers in the world combined. So far, the largest, most advanced, and capable aircraft carrier ever built outside of the United States is believed to be the Fujian, which was only launched by the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy just a few months before I made this video in May of 2024. Nevertheless, the Fujian is still only powered by conventional diesel, which means.
So China, before he made the video, just released theirs. And look at it. I don't mean to laugh, right? That's crazy because I had no idea how advanced America was. Most of us don't. That's why this lesson, y'all are really gonna learn and understand. That's why I said other nations, now you can have a full understanding, because it's like bringing a go-kart to a Grand Prix race. It's like bringing a thumbtack to a cannon fight. It's crazy. I think, wow. So China, I'm still up here thinking China and Russia is the, whoa. No wonder America, like, man, please. These are fleas. Now watch this.
largest, most advanced, and capable aircraft carrier ever built outside of the United
The most advanced, capable aircraft carrier ever built outside of America is this right here. Look how small it
is believed to be the Fujian, which was only launched by the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy just a few months before I made this
They just launched it.
video in May of 2024. Nevertheless, the
last year.
Fujian is still only
a year and a half ago.
Powered by conventional diesel, which means that its range is severely limited and largely restricted to just operating near to the Chinese coast.
And it runs off diesel, so it can only really work around the Chinese coast, but America got all theirs running non-stop, don't even have to, for 25 years it could run. Now I'm quite sure since then they probably try to update it and get it to run it, but this is crazy how far behind all these countries are.
And it can only store a complement of 50-plus aircraft on board the Chinese coast. And it can only store only powered by conventional diesel, which means that its range is severely limited and largely restricted to just operating near to the Chinese coast. And it can only store a complement of 50-plus aircraft on board compared to the 80-plus that can be stored on board American carriers. Even if the Fujian and every single other operating aircraft carrier in the world right now outside of the US Navy join forces to launch an all-out invasion of the US, they would A, almost all struggle to even get nearby to the US shores in the first place because all of them, besides the French carrier, would need oil and port refueling sites to keep them going. And there aren't too many friendly options for them around the US mainland. And B, they would only be capable of carrying around 560 aircraft split between fixed-wing craft and helicopters to the US shores, which is, frankly, pathetic compared to America's amphibious expeditionary capabilities that number nearly 900 aircraft across their carriers. And this is a big reason why even the entire outside world combined doesn't even have a fraction of the ability to project force around the world like the United States does, and why any potential invader of the US would struggle immensely with even transporting any meaningful air power to North America at all. And then, if the carriers weren't enough, there's also America's submarine fleet for any potential invader to consider as well. In addition to America's fleet of 14 strategic missile submarines that carry their nuclear weapons, the country has 50 advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines within its fleet as well, which are designed to stealthily seek out and destroy enemy submarines and surface vessels.
Hold up. Now, beside the 11 patrolling, patrolling the world's oceans that could run for 25 years, they got 50. What? The USS Kentucky. America is just overkill, bro. My goodness, bro. America trying to fight Leviathan, and America trying to fight. They're trying to fight the Most High. This ain't nothing but the Tower of Babel. All right? I'm like, my goodness, bro. All right? All right, hold on. I was just trying to see what y'all wrote. This is some crazy overkill. Yeah, they're getting ready for the day of Yah. They're trying to fight Nephilim and stuff. I'm like, what are y'all fighting? This ain't nothing but Nimrod, right? Look.
For any potential invader to consider as well. In addition to America's fleet of 14 strategic missile submarines that carry their nuclear weapons.
14 strategic missile submarines that carry their nuclear weapons. We also got
the country has 50 advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines within its
50 advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines
fleet as well, which are designed to stealthily seek out and destroy enemy submarines and surface vessels, and to project power with onboard Tomahawk cruise missiles and special operations forces. Numerically speaking, the rest of the world has significantly more submarines than the United States does, with Russia and China each having a similar number of total subs as America does, and the rest of the world having several dozen more. But, just like with America's fleet of advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, all of America's submarines, including all of their attack subs, are powered by onboard nuclear reactors, while most of the rest of the world's submarines are still powered by diesel-electric propulsion.
So, as far as submarines, Russia got 65, China got 62, everybody, but all of theirs is run by gas. They still running off ultra-perm. America running all their stuff off nuclear power. America is cruel. Where they didn't got this from? They ain't got this from the fallen angels. Americans got this from the Tesla last video and stuff. They didn't got this from the fallen angels. Okay? This is crazy stuff. All right. All right. Good night to Brother Knight. Hopefully you'll be able to come in another lesson and everything. And I can answer that question you asked earlier another time. I just didn't want to get off topic of the video. But yeah. All right. So anyway, because we going really long. All right. But this is crazy. All right. So America got all their stuff running off nuclear energy, so they don't gotta refuel. These guys, everybody else, they gotta stop at a gas station, and they gotta have somewhere around to get some gas. You know how you ran out of gas. America running circles like, oh, don't get tired now. That's crazy. Wow, I had no idea that America was that bad.
Most of the rest of the world's submarines are still powered by diesel-electric propulsion. Nuclear-powered submarines are much more militarily advantageous than diesel subs are, because they're more independent and less reliant on ports since they don't need any fuel to keep themselves running for decades. They're also quieter, faster, and they can literally operate for months at a time continually underwater, while diesel-electric submarines can only remain submerged beneath the water for a few days at a time. They need to locate friendly ports to refuel themselves, their engines are louder and easier to detect, and they're slower. Meaning, the nuclear-powered subs are just much better at remaining hidden and attacking enemies with surprise and traveling over longer distances. There's also only 5 other countries besides the United States that currently operate nuclear-powered submarines, with Russia having the most of them at only 31, less than half the total that the US operates, while China only has 12 of them. In fact, all of the other countries' nuclear submarine fleets combined only roughly match the number of nuclear submarines in the American fleet.
Okay, so they do got some nuclear, okay. So Russia got 31, China got 12. That's why they be trying to combine. So they combine, they got 43, right? But that ain't got nothing to do, shout out to Yaleen, with all the rest of what America got. Remember, America got the Triad, right? The trinity of, they got the land, the sea, and the, right? And that's just the nuclear-powered submarines, not the battle, like, oh my goodness. And then the air fleet thing, the what's the name? Oh my goodness. This America is overkill.
Submarine fleets combined only roughly match the number of nuclear submarines in the American fleet, while America's nuclear submarines are considered to be significantly more advanced, with the current acting commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, Admiral Samuel Papero, stating that he believes American submarine technology is at least one entire generation, or about 10 to 20 years, ahead of rivals like Russia or China. So, while the U.S. submarine fleet...
His face ain't that red. I just saturated the mess out the video to make the other images look really pretty for y'all. And they're like, why is his face that red? I saturated the video to make... because it looks better when it pops. I make it really pretty visual for y'all, right? So, this is crazy. So, anyway.
May be at a disadvantage against the entire rest of...
Now, it's funny. I keep saying this is overkill, but you only say that until it comes to your front door, right? You know how somebody might say, it's overkill, but then when you get a home invasion, then you'd be like, yeah, it wasn't overkill when it came for me to defend myself, so let me stop saying overkill. You understand? Because they preparing for the worst.
The world numerically, the U.S. nuclear submarines...
That's how I am in the spirit. I prepare with my Father, the Most High, and it ain't overkill. I rocks with Yah to death, to the Most High, and I ain't scared of nothing. And I stay in his word, and I stay teaching his word overkill to the point where you're like, dang, that's too much. Nah, it ain't nothing too much.
No. So while the U.S. submarine fleet may be at a disadvantage against the entire rest of the world numerically, the U.S. nuclear submarine fleet relies more on its significant technological superiority and their greater speed, stealth, endurance, mobility, and payload capacities than any rival submarine fleets are capable of. And that would be a significant hurdle for any potential invader composed of mostly diesel-electric submarines to ever overcome. So, with inferior submarines and inferior aircraft carriers, a potential invader of the United States, even if it was the rest of the world combined, would struggle immensely with projecting amphibious force to the shores of North America because of...
So, if every country in the world combined together, they still... That's why I was going to tell you this. America is the baddest country in the world. I didn't know. I really didn't know. And I'm not puffing up nothing or nothing. But my goodness, I'm like, and I guess that's what they're preparing for, right? Because we know the whole world hates America, right? Right? So I guess they like, listen, we prepared for the whole world, right, to come against us. And it's funny because why wouldn't the Most High protect? You know who here, right? And you know where the projection of the truth landed, went from this, which aircraft carrier? It went from America through the internet to the four corners of the planet Earth. All right? That part. Come on, Saudi Tate. I didn't know, but it makes sense. Why wouldn't the Most High cover? He would make sure that we would be protected to be able to send the truth to the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue of the four corners. It came from here. So he would have these serpents here. Wow, that's crazy. But all right, let's continue.
The U.S. Navy. And that's not even to mention the already tenuous suppliers to the shore. A potential invader of the United States, even if it was the rest of the world combined, would struggle immensely with projecting amphibious force to the shores of North America because of the U.S. Navy. And that's not even to mention the already tenuous supply chains that invading nations would have to run across thousands of miles of open ocean to maintain offensive operations in North America. We've already clearly seen the utterly disastrous logistics of the Russian army's invasion of Ukraine since 2022. And that's been a ground invasion into a neighboring country with thousands of miles of directly shared borders with direct rail connections, connecting it to Russia's factories, military bases, and supply center.
That makes a good point. I was really kind of not shook of Russia, but I thought I just didn't understand none of this. I didn't know it. But Russia lost 500,000 casualties just invading the Ukraine, which is right on their border. How in the world? There is no way that they could ever come mess with the U.S. China either. I'm like, it was a hot mess, shout out Brother Elwood, with them just doing the Ukraine for 2 years. And China right now is talking about going and trying to take Taiwan, which is right on their land, and they could barely do that. Yeah, that's thank you. Yep, no other explanation. I agree. So I'm like, man, I'm tripping thinking that these people are a bigger threat than they. I had no idea. I guess the Most High wants us to really understand the logistics and what's really playing out on the world stage because it's getting amped up. Amplified. So the orange Jew, like, we about to take Grenada. He about to run in on Iran if they don't act right. He took it like, so it's like, I'm like, oh, okay, this is geopolitics. It's going down. This is just leading up. Remember, they getting to the 2030 agenda. It's going to lead to this new world order. And it's they fighting for the head of the serpent and all this stuff. It's great work.
Imagine Russia, China, or even the rest of the world attempting to run logistics to support their invading army supply and ammunition needs connecting it to Russia's factories, military bases, and direct rail the Russian army's invasion of Ukraine since 2022. And that's been a ground invasion into a neighboring country with thousands of miles of directly shared borders with direct rail connections, connecting it to Russia's factories, military bases, and supply centers. Imagine Russia, China, or even the rest of the world attempting to run logistics to support their invading army supply and ammunition needs across the vastness of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, all while being harassed by dozens of stealthy American attack submarines. And even if they somehow were able to do all of that and get through the whole US Navy, there's also the US Air Force, which is also just amazingly more powerful and capable than any other global air force, bar none. It's often said in the US military that the largest air force in the world is the US Air Force, while the second largest is the US Navy. The US Air Force's budget alone is roughly the same as for the entire armed forces of China combined. While put together, the US Air Force and the US Navy alone possess nearly as many military aircraft as the next three largest countries do all combined: Russia, China, and India. Well,
do y'all see these stats? Shout out to Sabayah. Just the US Air Force alone budget is for the whole People's Liberation Army of the whole China budget. You understand? About the same. Now the aircraft of the Air Force and the Navy is bigger and more than Russia, China, and India. That's crazy.
After you add in all of the other military aircraft in the zone, possess nearly as many military aircraft as the next three largest countries do all combined: Russia, China, and India. Well, after you add in all of the other military aircraft in the rest of America's service branches, the full US military controls more aircraft than the next 5 nations do combined, including South Korea and Japan, on top of India, China, and Russia. Currently, the US military possesses around 630 super advanced F-35 fighter jets, which is about equivalent to all of the military aircraft combined in the entire United Kingdom. And that's just America's F-35s. And America's military plans to purchase about another 1,800 more F-35s too, which, when completed, will make America's F-35 fleet alone the world's 4th largest air force, with more F-35s than total aircraft in the entire Indian military combined. And remember that even with all of the aircraft carriers in the world right now outside of the US Navy, the rest of the world combined could only really carry about 560 total aircraft to the shores near North America, which is fewer total aircraft than America has F-35 fighters. Not to even mention the thousands of other fighters like the F-16 and other aircraft in the US military's arsenal that would obliterate all of that in an instant. So, in order to achieve aerial supremacy over the US mainland, an invading army couldn't possibly rely on aircraft carriers to do so, and would have to rely on transporting huge numbers of aircraft to land-based bases around the US instead. But unfortunately for any invader right now, virtually all of America's neighbors have mutual defense pacts with Washington and would never allow an invader to actually base their aircraft within their territory. Canada is a member of NATO, while the Bahamas, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia are all members of the Rio Treaty, while Mexico maintains generally very friendly relations with the US as well. The only nearby states with hostile relations to Washington are, arguably, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela right now. And none of them have the infrastructure in place to support the huge amount of air power that would be necessary to actually challenge the US Air Force and Navy for aerial supremacy.
So now you see why they kept going to war with Cuba, war with Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Because the United States was securing themselves. See, this is those, I ain't agreeing with none of it because they be unaliving people, but I'm just understanding the warfare, right? And it brings understanding to the moves, right? It's like, you know how you'd be like, well, leave these people alone, right? Sorry. You know, you'd be like, that's not how warfare works. That's not how it works in the prison yard. Remember, the world's a prison yard. That's what it is. They're not going to leave you alone. So if you don't secure, if you get the enemies, if the enemy got Venezuela, look how close it is to your, so you got to eliminate that, right? Now, because you got all of these around it, you got to control, but you don't want to have none of it. You're like, listen, y'all need to get in line or go way across the seas and go move by them. Now I'm understanding more of these occupying and them taking these countries and stuff. I didn't understand it because it wasn't my thing, right? I was never in, in the military, doing all that type of stuff. I'm from the streets, right? But now I understand it from this lesson. It makes sense now.
Dead. But unfortunately for any invader right now, virtually all of America's neighbors have mutual defense pacts with Washington and would never allow an invader to actually base their aircraft within their territory. Canada is a member of NATO, while the Bahamas, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia are all members of the Rio Treaty, while Mexico maintains generally very friendly relations with the US as well. The only nearby states with hostile relations to Washington are, arguably, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela right now. And none of them have the infrastructure in place to support the huge amount of air power that would be necessary to actually challenge the US Air Force and Navy for aerial supremacy. And even if every country around the United States was openly hostile to the country, it would require the transportation to North America of every single military aircraft located across Russia, China, India, South Korea, and Japan, just to simply match the numbers of American military aircraft. And they would still have a significant technological and logistical disadvantage going up against the American aircraft. Okay, so we know that an amphibious invasion of the US mainland is a practically impossible feat for anyone to accomplish. So let's imagine that, for some reason, every country around the United States has become deeply hostile to the country, and Canada, Mexico, the Bahamas, and Cuba all start allowing major outside powers from beyond North America to start piling up millions of troops and all of their supplies and equipment to prepare for an all-out ground invasion of the US from across the Canadian and Mexican borders, with aerial support coming in from the Bahamas and Cuba and other air bases located across Canada and Mexico. With another
This is dope. Look, he's showing, now he's doing it where it's like, that's what I say, this is dope. Look, now they about to invade us. So look, they got aerial support coming in from Cuba, the Bahamas, Canada, let them in, Mexico, let them in. Oh, let's see how this play out.
shorter amphibious invasion punching into Alaska from across the Bering Strait from the Russian Far East into Alaska, just for good measure. Here's why none of that would ever still work out either. First of all,
okay, so all of that, and they still can't do nothing with America? I want to hear this. Let's see what he got.
Another shorter amphibious invasion punching into Alaska from across the Bering Strait from the Russian Far East into Alaska, just for good measure. Here's why none of that would ever still work out either. First of all, we need to discuss the idea of invading Alaska from across the Bering Strait. As it stands right now, Russia's most far east territory, the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, could never logistically support itself as a major staging ground for an invading army into Alaska. The entire population of this territory that's bigger than Texas is only a bit more than 50,000 people, making it one of the most sparsely populated places in the world that doesn't really have a lot of infrastructure. There are very few roads in the territory and there aren't any railways or major ports at all, meaning that transporting and concentrating a large number of ground forces and all of their supplies here for an assault across the narrow Bering Strait into Alaska would be effectively impossible. Any possible assault into Alaska would have to be organized from much, much further away from Alaska in Russia's far eastern ports of Vladivostok and Chukotka, or from Japan, which presents the same logistical challenge.
Now you see why America has Alaska? See, this is all making sense now. I'm like, boy, America is really smart, wickedly brilliant, because, you know, it's all wicked stuff, but wickedly brilliant.
Challenge as invading the U.S. mainland would. The invading forces would have to...
America gets the countries that's closer to their enemies because it's protecting its interior. It's crazy work. Now I get why they're doing Greenland and all that.
Establish reliable supply lines into Alaska stretching for thousands of miles across the northern Pacific. A difficult lines into Alaska or from Japan, which presents the same logistical challenge as invading the U.S. mainland would. The invading forces would have to establish reliable supply lines into Alaska stretching for thousands of miles across the northern Pacific, a difficult lesson that was learned the hard way by the Imperial Japanese during the Second World War. The last time in history that sovereign American territory was invaded and occupied by a hostile foreign power was between 1942 and 1943, when the Japanese occupied the small and sparsely populated Alaskan islands of Attu and Kiska, which they struggled to reinforce with supplies and were only able to hold on to for a year before getting overrun by much better supplied American and Canadian soldiers. Okay, but what about an invasion coming from the direction of Canada? Assuming that the Canadians were deeply hostile to the US for some reason and they started allowing millions of foreign soldiers into their territory for a big ground invasion across their border directly into the northern US. Unfortunately for the attacker, this direction too would be largely impossible to invade the United States from in any meaningful capacity for multiple reasons. First of all, there are significant geographic impediments to invading the US from the north. You have
Shout out to Brother Elwood. I didn't know you was in the military.
all 5 of the Great Lakes to consider, stretching from Minnesota to New York, that largely block an invasion coming from this direction penetrating into the industrial and population core of the Midwest, including rivers that separate close-by access points like Detroit and Buffalo from Ontario. And then you've also got the St. Lawrence Seaway that extends the rest of the way east from Lake Ontario through the rest of North America that empties out into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. That would be another challenging feature for an invading army to successfully cross over.
All right, so I'm not going to do this whole video. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting tired. All right, so maybe we'll finish this one another time. Whew. The point is definitely made because it goes on and it breaks down that if they try to come through the Canadian Shield, right? That's when they try to come through Canada. You got the Appalachian Mountains here. So this breaks down what the first video did, but it shows you everything.
A vast area of exposed rock and effectively
So
impossible.
This was a very important lesson for us to understand the geographics, the military, what they actually have, why they're stationing, right? Because we're gonna break this down another time because it gets good. So look, this shows everything, right? What's this?
Where the geography in western Montana, Wyoming, and all across Idaho is extremely mountainous and rugged, meaning that any invading army coming from this direction would be effectively faced with an Afghanistan-style insurgency problem. And even worse from an invader's perspective here, because of how difficult it is to settle anywhere on the Canadian Shield and build any infrastructure across it, there's only one single highway that connects the two population cores of Canada to the east.
All right, so we'll do that another time because it breaks down them trying to come through Canada, then they try to come through, right, through Mexico. They got to go through the deserts, right? So this one breaks down. You got the Mojave Desert if they trying to come in. You got Sonoran Desert, Chihuahuan Desert. You got like, this one shows, and then it talks about the military. So the first one said we didn't have no military. Now this one talks
California
about
state, or into southern Texas from the Mexican states of Tamaulipas, Nuevo León, or Coahuila. Unfortunately for any invader, however, both of these geographically more plausible invasion routes are heavily blocked by the two highest concentrations of American military personnel and equipment in the entire world. California has the highest concentration of US troops on the planet with 159,000 active duty soldiers based in the state as of 2022, while Texas isn't far behind with 113,000 active duty troops deployed to the state as well, which when combined with Arizona and New Mexico, represent roughly 300,000 active duty US troops stationed nearby to the southern border. San Diego, immediately across the border from Mexico in the west, is a major concentration of the US military, with huge Navy and Marine Corps bases that alone is home to 115,000 active duty American soldiers, which blocks the narrow coastal approach into the rest of California with geographic features like the Mojave Desert and the Peninsular, Transverse, and Sierra Nevada mountains all heavily blocking the approach to the east of San Diego. And the situation in Texas wouldn't be much better, because the biggest US armor base in the entire world is located very near to the border here at Fort Cavazos, which alone is home to tens of thousands of American troops and hundreds of modern Abrams main battle tanks that could quickly organize a response to a ground invasion from this direction too. Moreover, the rest of the outside world combined would struggle with fielding enough tanks in North America to confront the massively lopsided advantage that the US military currently possesses in armor. The US military has around 61,000 tanks currently within its arsenal of war, which is more tanks than in the combined armies of the next three biggest tank forces in the world all combined: Russia, China, and Turkey. And Russia has recently lost thousands of their most advanced tanks in Ukraine since they invaded in 2022. So, all in all, the geographic defenses of the United States against an outside invasion are really unparalleled by just about any other country in the world. They have two massive oceans on either side of them to the east and the west. The Cascades, Sierra Nevada, and Rocky Mountains all in the west that dramatically impede an invasion from that direction.
All right, now we're gonna close out. Whew. I had some more, but that's okay. I had some other video. I had like two more video. We're not about to do that. I had some stuff, right? Yeah, because I'll make that a whole nother video, right? So I got a whole nother video. I'll save that. Then I was gonna show this Willie D. Coon. This coon talking about boy, these people be selling us out. This, matter of fact, share this tab instead. This is where you get yourself in trouble, right? And sometimes some of these, these blacks, when they get older, they become sellouts, right? So I don't know what this Willie D. Coon is doing, but this is what he did on his channel. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own rights to the video for reactionary purposes only.
16 oil tankers from BRICS nations, including Brazil, Russia, India, China, Mexico, and other countries are bypassing the U.S. blockade to load oil from Venezuela. Yeah, fam, check it out.
So he said China, Russia, and gathered together to bust past the United States blockade to take the oil. And he's happy about this. All right? Now, I don't know, maybe you you live in China or Russia or something. I'm not happy or unhappy either way. I don't know, but let's watch this.
Are bypassing the U.S. blockade to load oil from Venezuela. Yeah, fam, check it out. I ain't got no problem with that. Yeah, man. As you know, Trump imposed a blockade of all sanctioned tankers bound for Venezuela in mid-December before the dramatic capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas.
Okay, so he do this little slow clap. I don't know, he thinks that's so dramatic or something, right? And he's celebrating that they violated what the United States did with Venezuela, and they took it. So they came and took it from them, and you're clapping for that? I'm a little lost, because what makes you celebrate that if China and Russia gets the oil, right? So they can steal the oil, but America can't, like, okay? So then he says this.
I don't go so hard on China because, see, here's the thing, and this is why, whereas China worked out a deal.
Listen.
Here's the problem. The U.S. made an illegal move, whereas China worked out a deal. See, here's the thing, and this is why I don't go so hard on China. Because, yeah, China, they're still colonizers, just like everybody else. But with China, they tend to go in and try to give you some.
This is why I don't go so hard on China. Yeah, China, they still colonizers, enslavers like everybody else. They still enslaving Africans. You remember what they did to those Africans in China last year or whatever? That was all over the news. But this is why he don't go so hard on China. And this dude is in America, sitting in front of this white wall, making hundreds of thousands of dollars in America, making the videos against his own country. That part is crazy, because honestly, and I'm not playing no politics, but if I was in the American, what you call that, military and stuff, I'd be like, bro, you need to be locked. You need to be extradited out of this country. You're an enemy to the country. You're siding with China? I'm not saying side with the U.S. You can take the stance of saying, well, U.S. shouldn't have did anything with Venezuela, knowing you don't understand the geopolitics of why they're doing it, because they backdoored their agreement and they with Russia and China and go and spend all that money in the oil for them to do the cryptocurrency and the mine and the AI, right? You can do that if you want to, but to be saying I side with China against your country while you're in this country, that's a traitor. Yeah, this dude This dude's a clown, bro. You're a sellout, Willie D. You turn into an old coon. This is some sellout stuff. I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't understand that part. You can be like, I don't side with nothing and all that, but to be siding with, this is why, yeah, China's colonizers too. They enslave us too. But you more lenient to them against your own country?
Go in and try to give you some money for your trip. With China, you know, they're still colonizers just like everybody else. But with China, they tend to go in and try to give you some money for your troubles. You know, they're like, hey man, we you know, let's work out a deal. Now, typically they ain't just going in taking over anything when they're dealing with other continents. Yeah, now, where they're sitting at in their backyard, Taiwan, they want that. They believe that's their land. They want that land. And they're going to take that land.
Did you hear what this coon clown just said? He just said, yeah, but China, they don't just come in and take your land, right? They'll make a deal. Oh, but Taiwan, oh, they're going to take that land. Did you hear? So it's okay. They can take land that they want, but America can't, right? So you hate your country. You hate the country that you become a millionaire in. So you're a traitor. I'm not saying you have to be pro anything, but you pro China and giving them a pass. Oh, China will work out a deal. What deal? When they go in and colonialize, enslave Africa and taking all the country and the resources, and then what they did to the African people when they went to China. Y'all remember this? They're enslaving their own people. They don't even got the right to do internet and free. They don't got their own freedom. But you free in this country to sit in your room against a white wall and get hundreds of thousands of views and make tens of thousands of dollars while the people in China are starving and the people in all these other countries are starving. And he make 3 and 4 videos a day. He making hundreds of thousands, millions a year, just talking and running his mouth, selling out your country. When in China, you would be a slave. Literally. You would not have no YouTube video. You would not be doing no records and walking around freedom.
Sitting there.
You sure enough wouldn't be talking about the Chinese government like this from China. You sure enough wouldn't be airing this from China, talking about the Chinese president and the Chinese government, talking about how you favor America while you in China. They'll kidnap you, fool. They'll lock you and unalived you. That's how you know America. That's just too much. This traitor stuff is too much, bro.
Now, where they're sitting at in their backyard, Taiwan, they want that. They believe that's their land. They want that land. And they're going to take that land.
No, but they don't take their land, but they're going to take that land.
Pretty much going to do the same thing that the U.S. is doing in Venezuela.
Look, now you know whenever someone does this, yeah, he's paid. Y'all see this? You know when they do that, scratching his head, he literally just said China's pretty much going to do the same thing that the U.S. did with Venezuela to Taiwan. But this, I give China a pass. Wow. Look. This when they lying. Let me put this back. I'm gonna play that part.
Taiwan, they want that. They believe that's the money for your troubles. You know, but with China, they tend to go in and try to give you some money for your troubles. You know, they're like, hey man, we you know, let's work out a deal.
China's like, hey man, let's work out a deal, right?
Now, typically they ain't just going in taking over anything.
So they ain't just going in taking over anything. And then he just said Taiwan, oh, they're gonna take Taiwan. And they're going to pretty much do the same thing that America did with Venezuela. But you give China a pass.
Because, yeah, China, go so hard on China thing, and this is why I don't go so hard on China.
You a coon. This is a sellout. You selling out your own country for China, and China don't love you, boy. Never trust a grown man with no hair on his face. Y'all listen to me, daughters of the Most High. I'm sorry for any of you grown men that's grown and you got not no hair on your face. That is the sign of a pedo. I'm not saying he's one of them. I'm not saying that. But you do not trust no grown man with a bald face. I'm sorry. Somebody need to tell this little coon clown that he needs to grow some hair on his face and stop trying to look like he's trying to pick up, I don't know who you're trying to pick up. And you got lollipops in your pocket or something. Don't trust no grown man with no hair on his face. Don't do it. Just don't. Take my advice as an elder. And for these other grown men, y'all grow a mustache, beard, something. Grow something. Don't be walking around with a bald face. No. You too old. This man 50-something years old. Run around here with a bald face.
They tend to go in and think when they're dealing with us, the same thing that the U.S. is doing in Venezuela. And
you see that? They pretty much, China is doing the same thing that the U.S. is doing in Venezuela.
They're pretty much going to do the same thing that the U.S. is doing in Venezuela. And the U.S. is going to double back.
And you see, he did that scratch. That's the sign. This boy done sold out. Yeah, that boy done sold out.
People who can just come in and take your stuff.
Watch this.
Here's the thing. If these ships that are going in to get that Venezuelan oil.
So he said, if these ships from China and Russia and them that's going in to Venezuela to break the United States treaty, the United States blockade, to get that oil, okay, what? If these ships what?
They're doing that on their own, that's the power move. If they're doing that under...
If they are doing it on their own, then that's a power move. If China and Russia is breaking the New York blockades, the United States blockades, and going into Venezuela, which the United States confiscated that, and they doing it on their own, that's a power move.
If they're doing that under or at the behest of the United States or at the approval of the United States, then, we right back where we started.
So if China and Russia is going in, which is a declaration basically of war against the United States, and going in and taking the oil in Venezuela on their own, that's a power move. But if they went in and got the oil tankers in agreement with America for the blockade, then we back where we started. So you want them to defeat America, you idiot? You in America, you freaking bald face. Sorry, let me tone it down. You are in America, you fool. You think if China and Russia conquered America that you're gonna be okay? You think they're gonna be like, Willie D, sing us a Ghetto Boy song. Where's Bushwick Bill at when we need him? Scarface, come get this clown. This dude that sold us out. This ain't nothing but Sambo. This is Uncle Ruckus. This fool is sitting up here, all this clown show, right? So you would be happy if they invaded, if they conquered United States, do you know what that would mean for you, Willie, in your little rich mansion with your millions of subscribers, with your YouTube? Yo, these people, you got to, man, this is some black sellout stuff if I have ever seen. And I ain't saying nobody to be political or nothing, but you don't go against, you gotta be wise enough to understand that if any of these other empire snakes, America's a snake serpent, Russia's a snake serpent, China's a snake serpent, so you want the other snake serpent to conquer you, and what do you think that's gonna do for you? Russia and China don't like you, you black, bald-faced boy. They're not going to hold you. You're not going to be on no YouTube channel in Russia. You think you're going to be on the YouTube channel in Russia complaining about Putin? Or you think you're going to be on the YouTube channel in China complaining about whatever his name is? This dude is a clown, bro.
I was getting excited really, really for a minute till I read a little deeper into the story. Still, I need to know a little bit more. I'm trying to.
He was getting excited about Russia and China taking the oil from Venezuela from America. That was getting him excited. And he had to find out a little bit more.
Figure out what's really going on. It's hard to really tell what's going on. But it looked like these countries had joined forces and said, well, we're going to go around this blockade and we're not going to pay attention to it. If all of us do it at the same time, ain't no way they're going to strike.
So he said he found out that Russia and China, it looked like they got together and said, we're going to all go against America and go against this blockade. And if we all strike together, then America can't fight back. They can't do nothing. And he got excited about this.
Really? China don't need all of that. I think China is just playing ball. They're trying to play team ball so that they don't look like the big bad bully. But I trust China before I trust the United States.
Do y'all hear this? I'm playing it because I don't want y'all to think it came out of my mouth. It came out of his mouth. He said, really? China don't really do none of this. They just trying to play team ball so they don't look like the bully. Do you see it? And he said, really? I trust China over America. Yo, I know he died. That's why I said, where's Bushwick when we need him? I know he passed. This boy need to be extradited. This boy, this is mutiny. They got I'm sorry, I'm not caught. Our channel, we don't reach enough. I wish if we was through the shadow ban, he would hear it, and he could get it how he wanted with me. You heard? Because we either the same age or not. And I know Willie D bots, and I can fight too. So he can get it how he wanted. But you're a sellout. You're a coon. Yeah, this could you need to be locked. You need to be extradited from the country. That's a law. It should be a law against that. That you're siding against the enemy of your country, and a public and literally said you trust you. What do you say? I give more lenient favor to China, and China. Oh yeah, they colonizers too, right? But China be paying their people. They don't usually just take it. Oh, but Taiwan, they're gonna take Taiwan, right? And they're enslavers too, but I still like China over America. Why you in America, right? And that's our enemies, right? That's crazy. They got a military term for that. They got something. It's not called mutiny. It's called something, right? You Judas, you what's the name? It's a sellout thing, right? So and this fool got millions of subscribers. If somebody's treason, that's the word. It's treasonous, even though I'm not sure if that apply when you out a defector. Yes, if you out of the military, but they got something for civilians that's against their country. You understand? This man is against America, against the country. He literally is pro-China. Crazy work, bro. He literally said, and I ain't against China, and I ain't against, but I sure enough ain't against America. I'm not against my country because I know that if China or any of Russia, any of them conquer my country, it is going to be a lot worse for me. And I'm not a millionaire no more. I used to be in my transgression and sin. And I understood I still live a decent life without none of that. Right? I still got AC. We got this internet. I got this microphone. I'm talking to y'all. We got freedom that China citizens ain't got. And this fool, yeah, he need to be gone. This is some sellout. This is some crazy stuff. I'm not with this. I'm honestly not with this. And I'm not, again, I'm a child of the Most High. Yeah, a traitor. Yeah, that's what that is, a traitor. A traitor to our country, to the country. I'm not saying, we didn't say go take nothing from China, but he clapping and I got excited, and Russia and China, they should took it and everything. And what did he just come out of his mouth?
I trust the United States.
He lucky I ain't in the military and stuff. I'll be like, yo, y'all sitting here. Y'all need to hear this. Look at what this fool's saying.
Before I trust the United States. Straight up. That's right. I trust China. They trying to play team ball. And I think China is just playing ball. China don't need all of that. China.
Now, apparently, Willie D is a fool. You know why? Because the lesson that we just broke down, we just found out China ain't as strong as he think they are. So what he said was, he thought when he said, he don't know because he don't do his diligence. This idiot is speaking from ignorance, right? Because I thought China was stronger than what now I know they not, right? And Russia. What he said was, when Russia and China got together, he said, they said, well, if we do it together, then America, he was correct in that. They knew, let's try to do it and sneak America, because if they kept, right? And he said, well, China don't got to do that. Oh, you're wrong, bald-faced Willie. You're wrong. China do got to team up with Russia and BRICS and anything to come after America. You need to watch this video. Somebody done told you wrong. You heard? Oh, yeah, they do. They can't do nothing on their own against America. So they do got to team up. And he said he think China's so strong, they were just trying to play team ball.
I think China is just playing ball. They trying to play team ball so that they don't look like the big bad bully.
Oh, so early he said America is just a bunch of bullies, just a big bully. And he said China is playing team ball so they don't look like the big bad bully. Also, China can play a game so they don't appear to be a bully, and you know that they're a bully. But America, you just, oh, this dude is a traitor. Why don't you go somewhere? Boy, wow. I'm sorry. Let me just not. That's why I told people don't be running to, remember when everybody was in, Teo Ministries and all these people, run to Africa, flee, run for your lives. Remember, guys? Remember when they were saying, everybody, we closing out now. I know I'm going really long. Who is that leaving? Oh, that's Pissy Lola. All right, I know she got to get us some rest. Oh, that was Anna Yah? Who that leaving? Anna Yah. All right. Now, we closing out. Now, what I was going to say. Oh, when everybody was telling you in the awakening to run to Africa, run for your lives, run for here, run here. And I said, don't go nowhere, because everywhere you going, you're with an enemy that you don't know. You understand? In America, we know the enemy. We know the life we've been able to live. We knows what America just got to be, right? We know you running over there and they under a dictator of China, or you run somewhere under another one and they look at you the same way America, or even worse, some of them, but you're in different circumstances. Again, I'm not calling nobody to push one country over another, because all of these empires are empires of serpents. But you have to understand where you act and understand that there's a loyalty and a treason, right? that if this country, I wouldn't want the UK to get invaded by somebody by China and taken over, because what is China gonna do to their citizens, right? I wouldn't want Canada to get invaded by Russia and taken over, because I don't know how the Russians gonna treat, I don't know about the whites, but the black citizens, we got a whole nother level when these countries take us over. You get what I'm saying? So we know how America treats us, like crap, but we have the right, we can do some things here. This boy's a millionaire making a video in front of a no screen, a white screen. He ain't even trying to put money into his backdrop. I even put this, I ain't got no monetization and none of this stuff. Praise y'all for those who donate, right? And look, and I make the backdrops for y'all to make it visually appealing. I put videos, I do, all he do is sit there and talk and clap and do this and make millions. But you hate the country that enable you to have this opportunity? You gotta be kidding me. This coon sellout. So he said China.
But I trust China before I trust the United States. Straight up. That's right, I said it. I trust China before I trust the United States. Now, how could I do that? America is the world's biggest bully, the all-time biggest bully. There ain't nobody close, man. Ain't nobody close to America. America knows how to bully if it don't know nothing else. It knows how to bully and kill. Oh, and steal, and rape, and pillage, and plunder. Yeah, America got that on lock.
So America knows how to steal, kill, rape, pillage, plunder, and you telling me China and Russia and India and all, they don't? Are you kidding me? This man hates America so much. I'm like, bro, you got freedom here. Yeah, they did. But everybody listen clearly. When they came and got the so-called blacks from the west coast of Africa, was that America? Wasn't that the French ships, Portugal, Spain, United Kingdom, what's the other one? The one with Leopold. Was it, right? And didn't they, right? All those, didn't all of them have something to do with it? And take us and drop us off all it? But only America knows how to plunder, steal, and kill? All of these countries are run by serpents. Y'all listen. All of them. But know the serpent that you're under, because the grass ain't always green on the other side. Don't listen to these people to make you to hate America to the point where you don't appreciate the rights and freedoms that you have, because you have them. Canada has certain rights and freedoms. United Kingdom, certain rights and freedoms. Now, some of these countries are taking away a lot of the rights and freedoms monetarily. So people are fleeing. You see? But you're in a first world country. And this fool is talking about he respects and loves China more when he would be a slave practically in China. They might, if he was able to come, take some of his money and be able to pay people and live in a certain, if he took his money with him, but he wouldn't be able to have the right to talk about that Chinese government the way he's talking about American government in America, about America.
It just amazes me.
I wanted to do the Willie D thing to close out. All right, now let's close. Stop share. Share screen. We went really long tonight. All right, I'm gonna close out right now. Share, window, bang, share. This is, oh, Texas, please go get that boy. I don't know what y'all done did with Texas. Y'all get that L for that boy right there. Yeah, Chinese depot the countries around them and all that. This is China and Russia invade U.S. This is what's happening. Think twice before you invade. You now, don't this thumbnail hit different? Every country thinks twice because they know better. Okay? Now, here goes my my closeout. Everybody, listen clearly. These fools don't understand true history. Because the true history is we have to confront a hard truth. The reason the world has not burned yet is not because any of these nations are righteous. None of them. The reason why these kingdoms have not collapsed yet is not because any of them are righteous. It's because the cost of destruction has become too great to ignore. Peace in this day and time is not maintained by goodwill. This world is a prison planet. Thank you, Zazaya. And these serpents run this dark second world. And the peace ain't maintained by goodwill. It's maintained by deterrence, by structure. All right? Scripture has always acknowledged this reality. Yes, by fear and trembling. Ecclesiastes 9 says, wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroyeth much good. Do y'all understand? Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one wicked sinner destroyeth much good. Weapons exist, but wisdom is what restrains their use. The modern world is in a fragile balance right now, the stage. Not because humanity is outgrowing its violence, but because violence has grown too powerful to unleash it casually. So we are at a time of wars and rumors of wars. Nuclear fire does not discriminate. Nuclear weapons does not honor, it does not respect any borders. Once nuclear weapons are released, it does what it is released to do. This is why even the strongest nations hesitate to release their nuclear bombs. Yalene, now you know why the United States became the #1 nuclear owner. That's the Most High covering our little wicked butts. And even that little bald-faced clown. The Most High is covering the remnant for this time. As wars and rumors of wars, this is to come. These nations hesitate. Job 28 says, behold, the fear of the Most High, that is wisdom, and know and to depart from evil is understanding. So when the consequences are irreversible, this is when these nations pause. That's why nobody's pressed that nuclear button, right? The United States military posture, its global reach, its Triad doctrine, Trinity nuclear doctrine, its geography is not a declaration of its virtue, it's a declaration of its finality. Any full-scale invasion of the United States will not end in their victory. It will end in mutual ruin. This is what's understood. And history shows us that empires fear ruin more than they desire conquest. Proverbs 16:9 says, a man's heart deviseth his way, but the Most High directeth his steps. The nations may plan, they may do whatever, but the righteous steps are directed by the Most High. The covering of all these nations not consuming each other is for the remnant of the Most High's covering, as the prophecies lead up to be fulfilled. All right? This teaching was not about pride of my country better than your country, this or that. It was never about dominance, Shal Nadya. It was never about celebrating into these dark forces. Tonight's lesson was about understanding why the rhetoric stays loud and while the missiles stay silent. While these countries are invading one another and while they're trying to establish ports and dominance, while they're conquering each other's countries. Because behind every threat is a calculated move. Behind every sheet is a spreadsheet. Behind every speech, behind every posture, they are calculating moves that cannot be undone. Thank you, Yaleen, for your donation, daughter of Yah, humbly received. Nahum 1:9 says, affliction shall not rise up the second time. See, some destructions only need to happen once to end everything. The nuclear armaments. And this is why the Safariyah scripture speaks directly to us. It says, do not mistake restraint for righteousness. Do not confuse power for peace. Do not assume stability means your safety. The Safariyah Bible never promised us the absence of war. It warned us about the conditions that lead up to the war. Jeremiah 6:14 says, they have healed also the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly. They said, peace, peace, when there was no peace. The daughter of my people. See, surface calm is not the same as resolution. So the charge for tonight's lesson is, do not fear. Do not have blindness. Do not go in arrogance. The charge is to soberly seek out the truth and to be righteous for the Most High's sake. And you will be covered from all these dark principalities that are warring and wars and rumors of wars that's going to lead to the judgment. We have to understand the world we live in outside of the illusion. Shout out to Yaran. Our night's lesson is to teach you to reject panic, to show you what's really happening and what's really going on, to pray for peace while acknowledging all of the weapons that are guarding the peace that you're able to have in your respective country. You see, as the Most High controls good and evil, the completion, there's respective weapons and things that give you your peace in your homes. True peace is not built on ignorance. It's built on clear discernment, clear ion, and the respect and restraint of acting in evil actions and deeds in righteousness of the Most High. Scripture tells us how this age ends, children of the Most High. It doesn't end with one nation being triumphant. It doesn't end with one army being victorious. But it ends with the limits of human power being exposed by the Most High. Psalms 146:3 says, put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man in whom there is no help. Weapons just delay the judgment. These weapons, America, they can have them. They just said they buying 100,000 more F-35s. They buying FG-99s. They're going to have all this. Weapons just delay the inevitable judgment of the Most High. Weapons delay the judgment. They don't cancel it out. So everybody on the vertical live stream and the live stream watching on the replay, let us walk wisely. Let us discern deeply. Let us walk circumspectly. Let us pray earnestly. Let us live righteously. And remember, the same fire that deters the war today is that same fire that the Most High going to unleash on all these serpents. He said the world will not be destroyed again by water. What will become this time? Circumcised by fire. Peace is precious because it is always closer to breaking than we always think. And that is not fear. That is the whole truth. Shalom is precious because it's always closer to being broke more than we think. So fight for your shalom. Fight for your righteousness. Be in the image and likeness of the Most High, and he will cover you all. This has been a very long lesson, but this has been China and Russia. If they try to invade USA, this is what will happen. And proof, the USA ain't nothing to play with in that dark serpent world of flesh and sin and iniquity. They ain't no joke. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully y'all got some fruit from this so y'all can understand, because it's going to get worse, the news. Iran, next you're going to hear they doing this. They taking Greenland, they running in Iran, and China's going to do this, and Russia's going to do this. But now y'all understand warfare. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So the Most High tell me, teach my children. Teach them geopolitics. Teach them science. Teach them history. Teach them chemistry. Teach them physics. Teach them everything. I'm like, my goodness, y'all. Teach my children. Teach them warfare. Teach them tactics. So we are not destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So you don't have to worry about the media feeding you the lies and the left and the right and these coons and all this ignorance. But your righteousness is your covering. Thank you, Hakyama, for covering this, for your assistance tonight. Thank you, Elder Tamayah and young Elder Yasha, for your covering. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly, House of Ministries, for covering the lesson and welcoming the new people. May y'all all get y'all some rest. Shabbat Shalom. Hopefully y'all got more understanding of the world stage and the politics of the world, so you can live a little more confident in knowing what's going on, because I have understanding now. I didn't have the fear because I got the Most High, but in all things get understanding. Remember that part? In all things get understanding. So the Most High will always teach his children. We live again Wednesday. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all have a beautiful Shabbat day. Go forth and be the light. This has been the House of Yah study tonight. Every nation, kindred, and tongue, may the Most High bless you in your respective countries, in your respective. The Most High will cover you. Keep coming back to this channel. He's going to make sure he keep teaching, even what's going on today in the world stage, politics and everything. From the House of Yah to you worldwide, Shabbat Yah, that means peace and blessings of the Most High on this seventh day. Shabbat Yah means the Most High's blessed seventh day. Shalom means peace and blessings. Shabbat, Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High on this set apart seventh day. We see you all Wednesday live, Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Shalom, everybody, from the house of Yah. Peace and blessings. We out.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secure